Frank E. Peretti, Piercing the Darkness. It all begins in Bacon's Corner, a tiny farming community far from the interstate and attempted murder, a case of mistaken, or is it covered up, identity, and a ruthless lawsuit against a struggling Christian school. Sally Beth Rowe, a young loner, a burnout, a kind of leftover hippie, finds herself caught in the middle of these bizarre events, fleeing for her life while trying to recall her dark past. Across a vast panorama of heart-stopping action, Sally Rowe's journey is a penetrating portrayal of our times, a reflection of our wanderings, and a vivid reminder of the redemptive power of the cross. Frank E. Peretti is the best-selling author of This Present Darkness, Tilly, and the Cooper Family Adventure series. He and his wife Barbara live in the Pacific Northwest. The light shines in the darkness, and the darkness has not overcome it. John 1:5 RSV. It could have begun in any town. Bacon's Corner was nothing special, just one of those little farming towns far from the interstate, nothing more than a small hollow dot on the AAA road map, with exit signs that offered gas, no lodging, maybe a little food if the place was open, and little more. But it began in Bacon's Corner. It was a normal Tuesday evening. The workday was over, supper was on in most of the homes, the stores were locking up, the tavern was filling up. All the employees at the Bergen Door Company had clocked out, and the security guard was checking the locks. Mr. Myers' son was bringing all the lawn mowers and tillers in for the night at the Myers Feed and Farm store. The lights were winking out in the local mercantile. 2 retirees sat in their chairs in front of the barber shop, putting in their idle hours. The fields and farms right across the Toe Springs Claytonville Road were getting warmer and greener with each day, and now the evening breeze was carrying a lot of mid-April smells: apple and cherry blossoms, plowed dirt, a little mud, some cattle, some manure. It was a normal Tuesday evening. No one expected anything unusual. No one saw or heard a thing. No one could have. But the commotion started behind a dismal little rented farmhouse just south of Fred Potter's place. A flapping, a fluttering, a free-for-all, and then a cry, a long, eerie shriek, an echoing, slobbering wail that raced into the forest like a tram whistle through a town, loud, muffled, moving this way and that through the trees like a hunted animal. Then a flash of light, a fireball, blinking and burning through the forest, moving with blinding speed, right behind that siren, almost on top of it. More cries and screams, more flashing lights. Suddenly the forest was filled with them. The trees ended abruptly where the Amherst Dairy began. The chase broke into the open. First out of the forest came a bug, a bat, a black, bulb-eyed thing, its dark wings whirring, its breath pouring out like a long yellow ribbon. It just couldn't fly fast enough, but clawed the air with its spidery arms, desperate for speed and shrieking in total panic. Right behind it, so close, so dangerously close, the sun itself exploded out of the forest, a brilliant comet with wings of fire tracing a glimmering trail and a sword of lightning outstretched in burly bronze hands. The black thing and the comet shot into the sky over Bacon's Corner, zigzagging, shooting this way and that like wild fireworks. Then the forest, like a row of cannons, spewed out more hideous creatures, at least 20, each one fleeing in utter panic with a dazzling, flaming figure tenaciously on its tail, scattering in all directions like a crazy meteor shower in reverse. The first demon was running out of tricks and maneuvers. He could feel the heat of the warrior's blade right at his heels. He spit over his shoulder. "No, turn away, I am going." Blow sent him spinning. He corrected with his wings, turned and faced his assailant, shrieking, cursing, parrying blow after blow, looking into the fiery eyes of more power, more glory, more holiness than he'd ever feared before. And he could see it in those eyes. The warrior would never turn away. Never. The demon withered even before the blade struck its final blow. It slipped from the earth, from the world of mankind, into outer darkness, gone in a tumbling puff of red smoke. The warrior turned and soared higher, spinning his long sword above his head, tracing a circle of light. He burned with the heat of battle, the fervor of righteousness. His fellows were consumed with it, striking demons from the sky like foul insects, vanquishing them with strong swords, relentlessly pursuing them and hearing no pleas. On the right, a long, slithering spirit took one more swipe at his heavenly assailant before curling tightly in anguish and vanishing. On the left, a loud-mouthed, boasting imp cursed and taunted his opponent, filling the air with blasphemies. He was quick and confident, and just beginning to think he might prevail. His head went spinning from his body while the proud sneer still twisted the face, and then he was gone. There was one left. It was spinning, tumbling on one good wing. I'll go, it pleaded. Your name, ordered the angel. Despair. The warrior swatted the demon away with the flat of his blade, and it fled, gone, yet Armuth the African had made sure. She's alive, if that's what you mean. The mighty Polynesian, Mota, added, injured and frightened. She wants to get away. She won't wait. And now despair is free to harass her, said Signa the Oriental. Armuth replied, then it's begun, and there will be no stopping it. Sally Rowe lay in the grass, clutching her throat and gasping for air, taking long, deliberate breaths, trying to clear her head, trying to think. A raw welt was rising on her neck, her plaid shirt was reddened from a wound in her shoulder. She kept looking toward the goat pen, but nothing stirred there. There was no life, nothing left to harm her. Have to get moving, I have to get moving. I can't stay here, no, not one more minute. She struggled to her feet and immediately rested against the farmhouse, her world spinning. She was still nauseous, even though she'd already lost everything twice. Don't wait. Go. Get moving. She staggered up the back porch steps, stumbled once, but kept going. She wouldn't take much with her. She couldn't. There wasn't time. Ed and Mose were quite comfortable, thank you, just sitting there in front of Max's barber shop right on Front Street, which is what they called the Toe Springs Claytonville Road where it passed through town. Ed was 68, and Mose wouldn't tell anyone his age, so nobody asked him anymore. Both their wives were gone now, God bless. Both men had pretty good retirements and social security, and life for them had slowed to a comfortable crawl. Ain't bitten, Ed. You shoulda moved downriver, Mose. Downriver. They get cranky swim. Clear up to your place. You gotta catch. In a good mood. Mose listened to the first part, but not the second. He was staring at a green Plymouth hurrying through town with two upset children in the backseat. Ed, now don't we know those kids there? Where? Well, why don't you look where I'm pointing? Ed looked, but all he could see was the back end of the Plymouth and just the tops of two blonde heads in the backseat. Well, he said, shading his eyes, you got me there. Oh, you never look when I tell you. I know who they were. They were that schoolteacher's kids, that are what's his name. Irene Bledsoe sped along the Toe Springs Claytonville Road, wearing a scowl that added at least a decade to her already crinkled face. She kept her fists tightly around the wheel and her foot on the gas pedal, spurring the green Plymouth onward whether Ruth and Josiah Harris liked it or not. You two be quiet now, she yelled over her shoulder. Believe me, we're doing this for your own good. Bledsoe's words brought no comfort to Ruth, 6, and Josiah, 9. Ruth kept crying, I want my daddy. Josiah could only sit there silently, numb with shock and disbelief. Bledsoe hit the throttle hard. She just wanted to get out of town before there was any more trouble, any more attempts. Sally stepped out onto the back porch, still trembling, looking warily about. She'd changed her shirt and donned a blue jacket. She gripped her wadded-up, blood-stained plaid shirt in one hand, and a paper towel dipped in cooking oil in the other. It was quiet all around, as if nothing had happened. Her old blue pickup was waiting. But there was still one more thing to do. She looked toward the goat pen, its gate swung wide open and the goats long gone. She took some deep breaths to keep the nausea from coming back. She had to go into that little shed once more. She just had to. It didn't take long. With her heart racing, her hands now empty, and her pockets stuffed, she got out of there and ran for the truck, clambering inside. It cranked and groaned and started up, and with a surge of power and a spraying of gravel it rumbled down the long driveway toward the road. Irene Bledsoe was speeding, but there were no cops around. The speed limits were inappropriate anyway, just really impractical. She was coming to a four-way stop, another stupid idea, clear out here in the middle of nowhere. She eased back on the throttle and figured she could just sneak through. What? Where did? She hit the brakes, the wheels locked, the tires screamed, the car fishtailed. Some idiot in a blue pickup swerved wildly through the intersection trying to avoid her. Little Ruth wasn't belted in, she smacked her head and started screaming. The Plymouth skidded to a stop almost facing the way it had come. "Be quiet," Bledsoe shouted at the little. Josiah could see a lady get out of the pickup. She had red hair and a checkered scarf on her head, she looked like she was about to cry, and she was holding her shoulder. Bledsoe stuck her head out the window and screamed a string of profanity at her. The lady didn't say a thing, but Bledsoe must have scared her. The other driver got back in her truck and drove off without saying a word. "The idiot," said Bledsoe. "Didn't she see me? But you didn't stop," said Josiah. "Don't you tell me how to drive, young man. And why isn't your seatbelt fastened?" Ruth was still screaming, holding her head. When she saw blood on her hand, she went hysterical. When Bledsoe saw that, she said, "Oh, great. Oh, that's just terrific." Cecilia Potter, Fred's wife, was glad that one of those fool goats wore a bell. At least she was able to hear something and run out into the yard before they ate up all her flowers. The two kids bolted and ran back toward the rental home. As for the doe, she thought she owned anything that grew, and she wasn't timid about it. "You, git," Cecilia shouted, waving her strong arms. "Get out of those flowers." The doe backed off just a little, but then lowered her head, giving Cecilia a good look at her horns. "Ooh, you're really scary," said Cecilia. She ran right up, clamped an angry fist around the doe's collar, and lifted the doe's front legs off the ground in turning her around. "You're going back where you came from, and right now, and don't you think you can scare me?" Whap. "And you lower those horns I don't know how you got out, but if you think you're going to run rampant around here, you've got another thing coming. Sally's going to hear about this. She knows better." I'm really surprised she crossed the field between the two houses and then saw the goat pen, its gate wide open. "Sally," she called. There was no answer. The truck was gone. Maybe Sally wasn't home yet. Well, she was late then. She always came home from work before this. But how did that gate get open? She dragged the doe alongside her and through the gate. "Back where you belong, old girl. No more of this free and easy stuff." "Well, who was that in the shed?" "Sally." The doe, suddenly free, walked out through the still open gate. Cecilia didn't follow it. She was looking at the body of a woman, thrown down in the straw like a discarded doll, limp and white. She was dead. Nathan, Armith, and the other warriors made a low, slow pass over the farmhouse and saw a distraught Cecilia running from the goat pen. Nathan gave the others a signal, and with an explosive surge of their wings they shot forward, etching the evening sky with streaks of light. The fields below them passed by with the swiftness of a thought, and then the green canopy of the forest swallowed them up, the leaves and branches whipping by, over, around, and through them. They rushed through shadows and shafts of fading light, through tall trunks and thick, with wings snapping full like opening parachutes, they came to a halt and settled to the forest floor with the silence of snowflakes. The moment their feet touched down, the lightning glimmer of their tunics faded to a dull white, their fiery swords cooled to copper, and their wings folded and vanished. Tal, the mighty, golden-haired captain of the host, was waiting, his fiery eyes burning with expectation, his face tight with the tension of the moment. Beside him stood Gilo, the strength of many, a dark, bearded, massive spirit with thick, powerful arms and a heart yearning for a fight. They were dressed in dull white as well, and wore formidable swords at their sides. Nathan called his report even as Tal and Gilo were stepping forward to greet them. All the demons were rooted except for despair. "Good enough," said Tal. "Let him carry word back to his comrades and then continue his work." "Any other spirits from Broken Birch involved in this?" "Several. Formidable, but defeated for now. We didn't see Destroyer anywhere. He sent his lackeys and stayed out of it himself." "Of course. Now what of Sally?" "Sally Rowe is fleeing. Her truck is several miles down the road, heading south toward Claytonville. We sent Chimon and Cyan to follow her." "The assassin?" asked Tal. "Slain, by our hand. We had no choice. Sally was close to death." Gilo rumbled his approval of the action. "How is Sally now?" Tal asked. Armith reported, a minor throat injury, a welt on her neck, a shallow knife wound in the shoulder. "No immediate physical danger." Tal sighed just a little. "No, not immediate anyway." "What about the necro?" "Successful, but by a hair." Ruth Harris suffered a small injury on her forehead, but Sally was clearly seen by everyone in the car, and she saw them just as clearly. Armith picked up from there. "And now Mrs. Potter has found the assassin, and she is calling the police." Tal had to take a moment just to shake his head at the immensity of it all. "Just that is news enough." Gilo expressed his anxiety with a gravelly chuckle. "Captain, we have never before hoped for so many things to go right that can go so wrong." Tal looked toward heaven and smiled a cautious smile. "We can hope for them all to go right as long as the saints are praying, and they are." There was a mutter of agreement from all of them. They could feel it. "So," Tal continued, "if all goes well, this time we advance, we conquer, we set the enemy back. We purchase just one more season of restraint." "One more season," they all echoed. Sally should arrive in Claytonville safely enough with Chimon and Cyan as escorts. The demon Turga has much to answer for now. I expect he'll send some spirits after her to tear her down. Even so, Chimon and Cyan have orders not to intervene unless absolutely necessary. "More pain, Captain. More destruction." Gilo blurted in anger. "One would think these wretched spirits can never inflict enough suffering." Tal looked into those dark eyes, so full of the fire of battle, and yet so tender toward God's elect. "Good friend, we all hurt for her. But her suffering will bring about God's purpose, and you will see it." "May it come soon," Gilo said, gripping the handle of his sword. He looked at Nathan and prompted sarcastically. "Yes," said Nathan. "Of Tom Harris. He is at the police station now, trying to do something to get his children back, trying to reason with Sergeant Mulligan." At the mention of Mulligan's name, Gilo laughed a roaring, spiteful laugh, and the others made a distasteful face. Nathan only nodded with resignation. They were right. "So now comes the testing of Tom's faith, a real trying of his commitment," said Tal. "I'll be watching the saints," said Gilo. "I'll see how they handle this one." Tal touched Gilo's shoulder. "This will be one of those things we hope will go right." "Oh, may it go right, may it go right. For Tom's sake," said Nathan. "For everyone's sake," said Armith. "Which brings us to Ben Cole," Tal prompted. Nathan responded, "He's about to walk into it right now." Officer Ben Cole pulled the squad car into the lot behind the precinct and sat behind the wheel for a moment after the engine was still. It had been a long day, and he was tired. Bacon's Corner didn't have that much heavy action, but today was a little more trying. The trucker he'd stopped for speeding was twice his size and didn't like being one-upped by such a young officer, much less one who was black. Bill Schultz still hadn't contained that dog of his, and now someone else had been bitten. He'd caught the Krantz boy with some pot again, and his parents still wouldn't believe it. That was the rub with police work. You always had to see the bad side of people, when they were angry, defensive, self-righteous, drunk, drugged. Oh, let it go, Ben. The day's over. There are some good people in the world, really. Right. He got out of the car. He was going to write up some quick reports and get home, so now whose cars are these? Two strange cars were sitting in the reserved parking spaces, and wasn't that Tom Harris's little station wagon? The office was closed by now. It was too late for visitors. He'd better check it out once he got inside. He went in the back door and started down the long hallway that connected the rear offices and cell block to the front office area. Oh brother, now who's Mulligan hollering at? He could hear Sergeant Mulligan's voice from clear down the hall, booming through the open door of his office. So all right, you don't have to tell me anything. Go ahead and lie. You guys always lie, and I'll be happy to listen to that so I can use it against you. Sir, I'm not lying. Ben stopped in the hall to listen. That other voice sounded familiar. So let's have the truth, huh? Said Mulligan. You've been having yourself a real party with those little kids, haven't you? Sir, again, there is nothing going on at the school, or at my home, or anywhere. This whole thing is a terrible mistake. Yeah, that was Tom Harris's car out there, and this was Tom getting out-talked by the sergeant. Ben had to look. This conversation was sounding worse all the time. Lord, please don't let it be what it sounds like. I was just feeling better thinking about the good people in the world. He went down the bare hallway to Mulligan's door, and stuck his head in. I'm back, Harold. No big deal, I'm just reporting in, nice and businesslike, just finding out what's going on. Ben stood there frozen, looking at the shaken, upset man sitting across the dented, green, metal desk from Big Sergeant Mulligan. Mulligan was in his overweight, ugly glory, and really enjoying this. He always got his kicks from all the wrong things. Hey, Cole, look what I caught today. Another Christian. I'll bet you two know each other. Ben looked confused. Hey, Tom. What gives? Child abuse, interrupted Mulligan, proud of the fact, proud of his catch. Got a real case brewing here. Then you know far more about this than I do. Tom said. He looked up at Ben with tear-reddened eyes. The sergeant here just stood there while some welfare lady came and took away Ruth and Josiah, just dragged them from the house, and Tom's voice rose in fear and anger. I want to know where they are. Mulligan remained as hard as nails and sneered at Ben. Wait till you hear what this creep's been doing with some kids at the Christian school. Tom rose from his seat. I haven't been doing anything. Can't you get that straight? You sit down, buddy. Mulligan easily outweighed Tom and made every effort to show it. Ben's heart twisted in his chest. The Christian school. Bacon's Corner only had one, the Good Shepherd Academy, a little 1st through 6th grade ministry run by I'd say your church is in big trouble. Mulligan told Ben. Ben looked down at Tom Harris, one of the gentlest, most godly men he'd ever met. Tom was in his 30s, with dark curly hair and a young face. Ben knew the guy was more than just honest, he was downright vulnerable. He's not under arrest. Mulligan snapped. He came here himself. And I'm not leaving until I get some cooperation, said Tom. Hey, don't come after me, said Mulligan. The state people have to check this all out. So let's call them, said Ben. You get out of this, Cole. You two are friends and everybody knows it. You're not coming anywhere near this case. Tom demanded in slow, enunciated words, I want to see my children. You're talking to the wrong man. Tom pointed his finger. You were right there. You abused your authority and let this Bledsoe woman march right into my house like some kind of Gestapo raid. She terrorized my children and invaded my privacy right under your nose. Mulligan remained straight and tall in his chair and said firmly and simply, "You watch it, Harris. Ms. Bledsoe had a bona fide court order to pick up your kids in response to a complaint filed against you." Tom was flabbergasted. "What complaint?" "I don't know. Ask Bledsoe. That's her department. Then you must know how to contact her." "I'll find out," said Ben. "Isn't your shift over?" Mulligan roared. "Yes, sir." "Then get out of here." Ben had to. Just then the police radio came to life. The sound of it always froze time in the station as everyone stopped to hear the message. Bacon's Corner, possible DOA at Fred Potter Farm, 12,947 197th SW. Aid crew is en route. Mulligan jumped from his chair, making it rumble backward and smack against the wall. "Where's Leonard? Is he here yet?" Then the phone rang. Nuts. When it rains it pours. Get that. Ben hurried to the front desk. A man and a woman were sitting in the reception area. Ben recognized the man. John Ziegler, reporter for the Hampton County Star. He worked the local police beat and hung around the station a lot. The lady was obviously a photographer. Ziegler had a notepad handy, and was apparently scribbling down everything he heard. The phone rang again. Ben kept staring at the news hounds while he grabbed the phone. "Police department." The voice on the other end was frantic. "Slow down, ma'am, please. I can't understand you." It was Cecilia Potter. She'd already called 911, now she wanted to make sure the police were coming. Ben knew where their farm was. "We just got the call on the radio. We'll be right there. So much for going home." The back door opened. "Here's Leonard now," Ben reported. Officer Leonard Jackson was reporting in for the night shift. He was a calm, thin, easy-paced sort of guy in his 40s, almost a permanent fixture around the place. Mulligan nearly ran over him bursting out of his office. "Let's move." Ben was quite unsettled about an additional matter. "What about John Ziegler out there?" Mulligan looked at the reporters and started cursing, looking this way and that. "Harris, get out here." Tom stepped out of the office, trying to be cooperative. Mulligan shoved him forward toward the front office. "Have a seat with those nice people, they want to talk to you." "Leonard, we'll take your squad car." Tom looked at Ben for help. "They were at my house today when that lady took the kids. They took pictures of it." Ben could feel his temper rising. "Tom, you don't have to say anything to them. Just go right on by them and go home." Mulligan must have seen something he didn't like. "Cole, you're coming too." Leonard was ready to roll. Mulligan grabbed his hat and jacket. The reporters were on their feet and coming toward Tom. Ben asked, "Is Tom free to leave?" Mulligan rolled his eyes at such a question. "Cole, he came in here on his own 2 feet. He can go out the same way." "Hear that, Harris?" Ben said quietly. "Tom, just get out of here. You don't have to talk to anyone." Mulligan growled at him, "Are you about ready, Cole? Come on, let's move." Ben didn't like this one bit, but orders were orders. He headed for the back door again. Mulligan tipped him. Ben told Tom, "I'll call you," then followed Mulligan and Leonard. Mulligan muttered over his shoulder as they went out to the cars, "I'm not leaving you in there with that Christian buddy of yours, no way. If you're gonna be on duty, you're gonna work, and you're gonna do what I tell you and no static. We don't need you two fanatics having some powwow in there, no sir." Tom went back into Mulligan's office for his jacket and then stepped into the hall again. John Ziegler was standing right in front of him, blocking his path. "Excuse me," Tom said, trying to get around. John was insistent on having a conversation. "John Ziegler, with the Hampton County Star N. "Yes, I saw you at my house," said Tom curtly. Ziegler asked, "Mr. Harris, what is your response to these allegations?" "What allegations? I don't even know why this is happening to me. Do you think this will hurt the Christian school?" I don't know. Do you deny any abuse of children in the Christian school? That question stopped Tom cold. He was troubled by it. Ziegler picked up on that. You do deny the allegations. Tom found his voice for that one. I don't know of any allegations. Ziegler scribbled it down. Has there been any reaction from your family? Besides the fact that my children were terrified. The woman began clicking a camera at him. Hey, come on, now the camera kept clicking. Ziegler raised an eyebrow. I understand you're a widower. So you live at home alone with your children. Tom was indignant. That's it. I'm leaving. Good night. Ziegler threw questions at Tom's back as they followed right behind him toward the front door. Is the state considering your children as possible victims as well? Tom jerked the door open and glared at him for a moment. The camera caught his angry expression. Ziegler was satisfied. Thank you very much, Mr. Harris. Just across the street, Despair sat on the roof of the Bacon's Corner Library and Gift Shop, a forlorn beanbag of melancholy filth, whimpering over his wounds and watching the two squad cars speed away. Oh, there they go, there they go. What now? Several other dark spirits were with him, staying low, muttering, hissing, slobbering in agitation. They were a motley band of tempters, harassers, and deceivers, suddenly half as strong, half as numerous, and full of anguish over the recent, terrible defeat of their comrades. Despair was living up to his name. Lost, 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 all is lost. Our best are gone, all vanquished but for me. A sharp slap bounced his round head against his shoulder. Stop that whimpering. You make me ill. Turgar, my prince, you were not there. Turgar, the prince of Bacon's Corner, resembled a slimy toad with a bright wig, black wire and two rolling, yellow eyes. He was indignant, and kept scratching his gnarled head purely from an itch of frustration. Failure, that's what it was. An abominable display of ineptitude. Murder was quick to object. Had the mission succeeded, no doubt you would have been the first to praise it. It did not, and I do not. Deception tried to objectively assess the debacle. Our forces were strong, and I'm sure they fought valiantly, but the prayers of the saints are stronger. The host of heaven are stronger. They were waiting for our warriors, and they were ready. We severely underestimated their numbers and their power. It's quite simple. Turgar spun around and glared at Deception, hating his words, but knowing the astute demon was quite correct. He paced, he fidgeted, he struggled to comprehend what was happening. We have moved against Tom Harris and the school. The plan of the strongman is unfolding at this very moment. It is underway, right now. But here you are, lamenting a rout and telling me that the plan could be marching headlong toward destruction, and all because of this woman. Deception thought about the question, and then nodded. That would be a fair assessment. Turgar rolled his eyes toward the sky and wailed his fear and frustration. Destroyer will have all our hides for this. Those who did not fall in this rout will certainly fall under his sword. He counted the demons around him and came up shorter than he wanted. Where is hatred? Gone, they all answered. One of the first to fall. And violence. In chains in the abyss, I imagine, said Deception. Greed. He only got forlorn stares. He looked out over the town, and his head just kept twitching from side to side. He could not fathom what had happened. Such an easy task, a simple little murder, we've all done it before, Despair moaned, when the strongman finds out WAP. Turgar bounced Despair's head off his other shoulder. He must know, said Divination. Then tell him, said Turgar. Go yourself. Divination fell silent, hoping some other demon would speak up. Turgar snatched a fistful of Despair's baggy hide and held him up like a trophy. Our envoy. They began to cheer, their talons clicking their applause. No, not the strongman. Despair whined. Is not your thrashing enough? Go now, said Turgar, or the strongman's will be your third today. Despair fluttered crazily into the air. One wing was still battered and bent. Go, said Turga. And be quick about it. Despair hurried away, whining and wailing as he went. And when you're through with that, go back to the woman and continue your duty as you should. Some snickers caused Turga to spin around. A few small spirits cowered, looking up at him. They'd been caught. Ah, said Turga, and they could see the slime on the roof of his mouth. Fear, death, and insanity, three of the woman's favorite pets. You look rather idle at the moment. The three demons looked at each other stupidly. Back to your posts. Follow the woman. They fluttered into the air like frightened pigeons, clawing after altitude. Turga wasn't satisfied. He slapped several more demons with his wings. You two. All of you. Find her. Torture her. Terrorize her. Do you want Destroyer to think you are the worthless lumps you are? Correct your blunder. Destroy the woman. The air was filled with roaring, fluttering wings. Turga covered his head to keep from getting clouted with a wild wingtip. In only moments, they were gone. Turga looked down the street, down the road that would take the squad cars to Potter's farm. Our sergeant isn't going to find what he expected, he muttered. It was getting dark when the two squad cars rumbled down the gravel driveway to the Potter's house. The 8 car was already there, its doors flung open, its lights flashing. Fred and Cecilia were out on the wide front porch waiting for the police, holding each other close. They were strong, rugged people, but tonight they were obviously shaken. Mulligan locked the wheels and slid to an impressive, slightly side-skidding halt in the loose gravel, then bolted from the car in time to emerge like a god from the cloud of dust he'd stirred up. Leonard waited for the dust to blow by before getting out. He didn't want it all over the seat when he got back in the car. Ben pulled to a careful stop behind the first car and got out in calm, businesslike fashion. He was being overcautious, aware that his emotions were on a thin edge. Mulligan was already talking with one of the paramedics, getting the lowdown. The paramedic had just come from a little farmhouse across the field. Ben could see 2 more flashlights sweeping about in the darkness over there. Apart from that, there were no lights. Deceased, said the paramedic. Dead at least an hour. Okay, said Mulligan, clicking on his big silver flashlight, let's go. Strides, his nightstick swinging from his hip, his belly bouncing on his buckle. Leonard and Ben followed close behind. It's that Rowe woman, said Mulligan. Sally Rowe. You know anything about her? Leonard assumed the question was directed to him. Very little, Harold. I think she's one of those weird types, some kind of leftover hippie, a loser. Guess she decided to end it all. Ben was probing his brain as they continued toward the dark farmhouse. Sally Rowe. The name didn't register. All right, said Mulligan. There's the goat pen. Spread out a bit, you guys. No hiding behind me. They came out of the field, crossed an unused, heavily weeded roadway, and came to the goat pen. The fence was crude and aged, made of rusted wire nailed to split rail posts, with a creaking gate hanging crookedly on one good hinge and one loose one. The gate was still open. All the goats were now corralled over at the Potters. 2 emergency medical technicians were standing outside the pen, putting away their gear. She's all yours, said one. Ben glanced around the pen, shining his light here and there, just checking for anything unusual, not wanting to disturb it. His eye caught a spilled pail of goat feed near the door of the goat shed. Hey, check that out, he said, pointing with his light. Mulligan ignored him and charged right across the goat pen and into the weathered, tin-roofed shed, leaving a big manured footprint in the middle of the spilled feed. Then he stopped short. He'd found something. Leonard and Ben came up behind him and looked in through the doorway. There she was. The dead woman. There. Ben shined his light around the inside of the shed. The beam fell on a plaid shirt next to the body. Apparently Mulligan hadn't seen it. He reached in and picked it up. It was stained with blood. Hey, Harold, look at this. Mulligan spun around as if rudely surprised. Cole, get back to the Potters and get a statement from them. Yes, sir. But take a look at this. Mulligan didn't take it, he grabbed it. Go on, get over there. We can handle things at this end. Leonard was shining his light at the woman's face and Ben caught his first glimpse of it. She was young and beautiful, but dead, violently dead. The expression on the face was blank, the eyes dry and staring, the shoulder-length black hair a tangled shadow upon the straw. Ben didn't know he was staring until Mulligan hollered at him. Cole, have you seen enough? Get moving. Ben got out of there, and hurried back across the field to the Potter's house. His mind was racing. This was going to be a bigger case than they'd thought. The appearance of that body, the bloodied shirt, the spilled feed, the obvious violence. This was no suicide. The aid crew drove away in the aid car, their work completed. Ben put on a calm demeanor as he went up the porch steps. The Potters heard him coming and immediately came to the door. Hi. Fred stared at Ben just a little. Have we met before? No, sir. I'm new in Bacon's Corner. I've been here about 4 months. Oh well, welcome to the neighborhood. Things aren't usually this exciting around here. Of course, sir. With your permission, I'd like to get a statement. Cecilia opened the door. Please come in. Ben, was it? Yes, ma'am. Thank you. Fred and Cecilia took their place on the couch and offered Ben a chair facing them. He took out his notepad. How are you doing? He asked. Oh, fair, said Fred. Cecilia just shook her head. Poor Sally. Tears returned to her eyes. This is just awful. It's terrifying. Ben spoke gently. I understand it was you who first found her. She nodded. Did you touch her or move her in any way? Cecilia was repelled by the very thought. No, I didn't go near her. I didn't even look at her face. About what time was this? About 6. Ben jotted these items down. Now, why don't you just tell me everything that happened? She started telling him about the goats being out, and about the nanny to the pen, and then a strong opinion took precedent over her narrative and she blurted, I think somebody killed her. Fred was shocked at that, of course. What gives you that idea? Ben had to get control of this. We'll work on that when the time comes. But for now you need to tell me what you saw, just what you saw. She told him, and it wasn't much different from what he himself had seen. I didn't want to see her that way. I just didn't stay there. Okay. Can you tell me the victim's full name? Sally Rowe. She was such a quiet sort, Cecilia said, her face full of grief and puzzlement. She never said much, just kept to herself. We enjoyed having her for a renter. She was clean, responsible, we never had any trouble from her. Why would anyone want to hurt her? So you can't think of anyone who might have some kind of grievance or grudge against her? No, she was a very private sort. I don't remember ever seeing her having company or visitors. Can you think of anything else that may have seemed out of the ordinary? Did you see the feed spilled on the ground? Yes, ma'am. Someone may have jumped out and grabbed her. Aha. Anything else? I saw a long piece of rope in her hand. Maybe it was to tie the goats, I don't know. Ben noted it. There were loud footsteps on the porch. In, and removed his hat. Well, folks, it's been quite an evening. We've seen a real tragedy here. Got their statement, Cole. Ben rose and looked over his notes. Just what Mrs. Potter saw initially, I suppose. Mulligan took the notes from Ben's hand and looked them over. Ben finished his thought. I suppose once we check the house and comb the area we'll have more to go on. Mulligan didn't seem to hear him. Okay, I'll get these typed into the report. He pocketed Ben's notes and told the Potters, guess she hung herself from the rafters of the shed, who knows why. Hung herself, said Cecilia in surprise. How about any suicide notes? Did you find anything like that around? Cecilia was still taken aback. No, well, we'll be checking the scene over tonight and maybe we'll find something. He headed out the door again. Cole, go ahead and call it a day. Leonard and I will check the area over and wait for the coroner. You say it was a suicide? Ben asked, following him out the door. Cut and dried, said Mulligan. Well, maybe. Mulligan got impatient with that kind of response. What do you mean, maybe? Well, you saw what it looked like in there. Yeah, I saw it all, and you didn't. But Mrs. The straw just like when we first saw it. Mulligan turned back toward the rental. Go on home, Cole. Don't worry about things that aren't your responsibility. Mulligan headed across the field, cutting the conversation short. Ben went back to his car and sat in it with the door open, flipping through his notepad. He clicked his pen and started scribbling some notes to himself, things he wanted to remember. Plaid shirt with blood. Position of body suggests violence. Spilled feed. Rope in hand. Knot around neck. Victim not hung just outside Claytonville. Sally turned off the highway onto an obscure, overgrown and rutted road that meandered deep into the forest, winding around trees and stumps, passing under low limbs, dipping into black mud holes, and making the old pickup buck and rock with every new pothole, rut, bump, and turn. This road, or maybe it was a trail, had probably been used by surveyors and developers, but now was kept in existence only by kids on dirt bikes and perhaps an equestrian or two. Maybe somewhere back in here she could find a good spot to abandon the truck. She finally found what looked like a turnaround or dead end, a short section of once cleared area the dirt bikers hadn't found yet, quickly being reclaimed by the thick brush. She cranked the wheel hard and let the pickup push its way forward, plowing through the brush and flattening the weeds that rose in front of the headlights. Far enough. She turned off the lights and shut down the engine. And then she sat there, her elbows on the wheel and her head in her hands. She had to hold still for just a minute. She had to think, to assess the situation, to sort out thought from feeling. She didn't move for a minute, and then another, and then another. The only sound was her own breathing. She was conscious of every breath and the steadily slowing tink, tink, link of the engine cooling. It occurred to her how still it was out in these woods, and how dark it was, and especially how lonely it was. She was alone in the darkness, and no, where you are so they can come and finish the job. At least then it will all be over and you won't have to wait so long to die. She drew a long, tired breath and leaned back from the steering wheel. Such thoughts, Sally, such thoughts. No, she finally admitted to herself, no want to live. I don't know why, but I do. I don't know how much longer, but I will. And that's all I know for now. That's all I know. But I wish I knew more. I wish I knew how they found me and why they want to kill me. She clicked on the dome light. It would only be for a second and reached into her jacket pocket for a small object. It was a ring, ornate, probably pure gold. She took a close and careful look at it, turning it over and over in her fingers, trying to make out the strange design on its face. It made no sense to her, try as she might to understand what it could mean. For now, she only knew one thing for sure about this ring: she'd seen it before, and the memories were her worst. She clicked off the dome light. Enough sitting. She put the ring back in her pocket, took the keys from the ignition, and opened the door. In this deep, surrounding quiet, the dry, dirty hinges seemed to scream instead of groan. The sound frightened her. The dome light came on again, but then winked out as she closed the door as quietly as possible, which still amounted to a pretty loud slam. Now the only light in the middle of that thick, forlorn forest was gone. She could hardly see, but she was determined to get out of these woods even if she had to feel her way out. She had to get moving, get someplace safe. She pressed on, fighting the brush as it pulled at her legs, scratched her with its thorns, jabbed at her out of the dark. Somewhere ahead was that old roadway where the ground was still bare and walkable. She only had to find it. Underneath a fallen log, deep down in a dark and rotted pocket, two yellow eyes were watching her, two taloned hands curled in hate. Owl, its black wings hanging at its sides like long, drooping curtains, its head not more than a knob above its shoulders. The yellow eyes were following her every move. They were out to do Turgar's wishes. They hoped to appease Destroyer. She made it to the old roadway. She could feel firm, bare ground under her feet and discern just a little more light ahead of her. She quickened her pace. She was starting to feel like a little girl again, afraid of the dark, afraid of unseen horrors, longing for some light to drive all the spooks away. Two black shapes hovering just above the roadway waited for her to pass beneath them. They drifted in little back and forth patterns, floating on unfurled, shadowy wings, their long, spindly legs and arms hanging down like spiders. Legs, each tipped with long, clawed talons that flexed and curled with anticipation. Sally stopped. Did the roadway turn here? Come on, girl, don't get lost. That's all you need. 3 more spirits, some of Turgar's worst, sailed down through the trees like vultures gathering for a feast. They came in behind her, slobbering and cackling, jostling each other to get closer. Sally thought she saw the roadway again, heading off to her left. She tried that direction. Yes, she'd found it. But her legs were getting weak. Her heart was beating against her ribs like it wanted out. No, please, not again, no more. But it was fear, all right, the old-fashioned kind, the kind she'd lived with for years. Just when she thought she'd gotten rid of it, escaped from it, forgotten it, here it was, back again, as fierce as ever, digging into her, scrambling her thoughts, making her tremble, sweat, stumble. Her old friends were back. She passed under the 2 hovering demons. Yaak, they screamed, the spirits following behind slapped through her soul with their black wings. Oof. She pitched forward into the dirt, a muffled cry in her throat. She struggled to get her legs under her again, to get moving again. Where was that road? The spirits alighted on her back and dug their talons in deep. She covered her mouth tightly with her hands, trying to keep a cry inside, trying to keep quiet. She couldn't get her balance. Something was after her. She had to get away. She was still trying to get up. The demons gave her a stab and a kick, cackling and shrieking with delight, and then they let her go. She was on her feet again. She could see the roadway and she ran, her arms in front of her face to block the forest limbs that slapped and grabbed her. She could hear some traffic out on the highway. How much further? The dark spirits fluttered and flapped after her, chattering and spitting. It was a wonderful, cruel game. But warriors were watching. Deep within the texture of the forest, here and there within the trees, the logs, the thick brush, there were deep golden eyes watching it all, and strong arms upon ready swords. The Good Shepherd Community Church had a prayer chain, a simple system for spreading prayer requests throughout the church via the telephone. Every participant had a list of all the other participants and their phone numbers. When you needed prayer for something, you called the next person on the list after yourself, who then called the next person on the list, who then called the next son, and so on. The whole church could be praying for a request in just a matter of hours any day of the week. Tom's request for prayer set the lines buzzing with the news about Ruth and Josiah, and with each phone call, more saints started praying. At the top of the list was Donna Hemphile, a supervisor at the Bergen Door Company. Next on the list was the Waring family, then the Jessops, followed by Lester Sutter and his wife Dolly, then the Farmers, then the Ryans, then the widow Healy, and Vic Savin. On down the list it went until all the numbers were called. That started a flurry of prayer, of course, but also a flurry of phone calls back to Tom to find out more. To his great sorrow, he had nothing more he could tell them, and to his frustration, a lot of the information being passed through the chain was wrong. He tried to call the Child Protection Department, but they were closed. He tried to find Irene Bledsoe's home phone number. It was unlisted. He tried the office of the state ombudsman. The lady there told him to call the CPD or try the Department of Social and Health Services. He called the DSHS and they told him to contact the CPD in the morning. They had no number for Irene Bledsoe, but weren't free to give out numbers anyway. Pastor Mark Howard and his wife Kathy were out of town, but would be back sometime tomorrow. Ben Cole made good on his promise and called, but by now there was nothing that could be done until morning. After one last call to a state representative who didn't answer, Tom dropped the receiver into its cradle and hid his face in his hands. He had to stop, to breathe, to calm himself. It couldn't be as horrible as it seemed. Somehow, sometime, somewhere he had to find Ruth and Josiah. It just couldn't be this difficult. The silence, the emptiness of his little house was so odd, almost taunting. Right now he should have been tucking Ruth and Josiah in for the night. But he was alone, and so tired. Lord God, he prayed, Lord God, please protect my children. Bring 'em back to me. Please end this nightmare. Wednesday morning. The Bacon's Corner Elementary School reeked of demons. As Nathan and Armith flew high above, they could feel them, sense them, often. The community was so proud of. The playground was full of kids, about 200, running, playing, and squealing before the first bell signaled the start of classes. Then they would gather in all those classrooms where the spirits would be busy, more than ever before. The two warriors passed over the school, continued on for another mile, then banked sharply and sideslipped toward the earth, dropping like stones, twisting slowly about until they were facing the way they had come. Then, easing back their speed, they skimmed across the fields of hay and young corn, across some gravel access roads, right through some sprinklers, and finally came to an old chicken house on a farm next to the school. Their wings snapped like parachutes, and they went through the old clapboard walls of the chicken house feet first. Inside, a cackling chorus of 800 leghorns carried on, pecking at feed, rolling out eggs, oblivious to their presence. They hurried toward one end of the long house, moving through floating white feathers, fine brown dust, and chickens everywhere. Tal stood at a window, looking toward the school. Armith quipped, "One might ask why you chose this place." "For the view," said Tal. Then he looked toward the school again. "They have quite a project going over there, well established. The saints are buzzing with the news about Tom's children. They are praying," said Nathan. "And the Lord is responding, so we're well covered so far. But the real attack is still coming this morning. Place a guard around Tom. It's going to be hard." She made it to Claytonville, and she has a motel room. Chimon and Cyan are watching, but Turga's spirits are tormenting her, hoping to regain Destroyer's favor. Tal bristled at that. What spirits? Armith had a mental list. Fear, death, insanity. They and some others tormented her last night, and they've followed her today as well, trying to break her spirit. What about despair? Turga sent him to inform the strongman. Tal was amused. How bold of him. He looked toward the school again. I want Signa and Mota to clear a path into that school, do some screening, some diversions. We'll need to get in and out of there without the whole demonic network finding out about it. As for Kree and C, they'll need to do the same thing at Omega, which means they'll need twice the warriors just to get Sally in and out of there with her life. Armith drew a deep, long breath. A touchy business, Captain. And getting touchier with each move we make. What about the room at the Schrader Motor Inn in Fairwood? Nathan reported, we have warriors there now, keeping it open. And the old hiding place for the ring is still intact. Tal took a moment to think. So those fronts are covered. Now all we can do is play the game, one careful move at a time. He smiled with amusement. So I suppose the strongman should be hearing from Despair any moment now. And who is stationed there? Gilo. Nath, most beautiful places to build a nest, and so it was again. The mountains around him were towering, jagged, snow-capped, picturesque. The early morning air was clear, the visibility unlimited, the wind steady and gentle, the sky deep blue. Tall armies of evergreens stood at attention on every hillside, and crystal-clear streams trickled, splashed, and cascaded down from the pure white glaciers. Below him, the little town of Summit nestled peacefully in the green, wild-flowered valley, surrounded by restful, noticeable quiet. He whistled at the thought. All those little people down there, surrounded by all this beauty, could not see the horror all around them, the impending storm about to swallow them up, the cancerous darkness that first blinds, then consumes. He and some dozen warriors were staying out of sight, sticking close to the pines, not showing any light of glory. He didn't want to be spotted by the evil powers that only spirits could see, a cloud of demons that swarmed and swirled like a smoke-black whirlwind on the mountainside only a mile away from the town. Below the guarding whirlwind, almost invisible in the trees, was a quaint, alpine village, a picturesque campus of ornate buildings, fastidious walkways, fascinating trails, stunning gardens. The whole place shouted invitation, exuding a welcoming, embracing sense of peace, beauty, and brotherhood. It was the home of the strong man, his outpost, the hub of an ever-widening evil. The sooty spirits were bold and riotous, reveling in a constantly growing tally of victories over human souls. Gilo stood still, watching their moves, sizing them up, getting an idea of their numbers. Yes, it was nice to see them so cocky. Demons in that state of mind were always easier to catch unawares. But they wouldn't be so cocky for long. He and his warriors had seen the recent arrival of one little whimpering demon, one little envoy from one little insignificant farming town, and the news that Spirit was bringing was sure to change things throughout that supposedly charming village. An assault would have been difficult enough beforehand. Now it was going to be nothing short of a real nightmare. A cry, a wail, a shaking rippled through the whirlwind. The ranks of demons began to compress, shrinking tighter, packing closer, growing even darker, thicker. Oh, said Guy. Despair's shapeless little blob of a body stretched, warped, and bulged this way and that, like a big black bubble fresh from the wand, as he sailed across the chalet and then dropped to the floor, whimpering loudly, his black body limp and flat like a sobbing, shuddering bear rug. All around him, the demon princes and generals were in a chugging, slobbering, sulphurous dither, hollering and shouting out curses and yellow vapor as thick as cigar smoke. The chalet was filling with a heavy, putrid fog that almost obscured their shadowy forms. They didn't like his news either. At the end of the living room, the strong man was glaring at the pitiful little demon, his huge yellow cat eyes almost popping from his head, his nostrils flared, the sulfur chugging out of them in swirling clouds. The immense, hulking spirit was trying to decide if he felt better now, or needed to hurl despair across the chalet again. The princes and generals, almost 100 of them, were beginning to turn on each other, waving their arms, throwing their black wings in each other's faces, shouting and hissing. Some were demanding explanations, some were beginning to pass blame, some wanted to know what to do next, and some just stood there cursing. The strong man filled his end of the room with his wings and held out his arms. Silence. He got it. He took one huge step toward the center of the room, and all the demons backed one step away, bowing, folding their wings. He took a few more steps, and the room echoed with the sound of them. Then he addressed the little rug on the floor. "Have you anything else to report to me?" "No, my Baal. No further casualties." "No, my Baal. No further blunders." "No, my Baal." The demon lord considered that for just a moment. Then the order exploded from his gaping mouth as from a cannon. "Then get out of here." The force of the strong man's breath was more than enough to get despair started. He was out of the chalet and into the sky before he even opened his wings. The strongman paced back to his end of the room and sank onto his throne, the fireplace hearth, with a deep scowl. The demonic ranks on either side of him trimmed their lines, standing straight and tall against the walls. The room came back to order, filled with darkness, shadows, yellow fog, and a death-like stench. "She is alive," he mused bitterly. "We were rid of her, we thought for good, but then she popped up again. We sought to kill her, but now she is still alive and under their protection." The princes stood like statues, silently waiting for his next word. RRRRROWWWLLLLLL. The demonic ranks had to trim their lines again. "Broken birch," he continued to muse. "Such a delightful group of people, so unabashed and forthright. So ready to kill. So clumsy." He fumed, he drummed his huge fingers, he glared at nothing in particular. "These humans, these worshippers of our Lord, are marvelously evil, but sometimes they stumble ahead of us. No subtlety, no caution. So now we have a blunder, and a slippery little soul has a prince stepped forward and bowed. "Will my lord consider aborting the plan?" The strong man straightened, and his fists thundered down on the hearthstones. "No." The prince stepped back into the ranks under the condemning stares of his fellows. "No," growled the strong man, "not this plan. Too much is at stake, too much has already been established and prepared. There is too much to be gained to let one little woman, one little pitiful soul, ruin it all." The loathsome spirit tried to relax, leaning his head back and letting his amber tongue roll across his lips. The town was so perfect, he mused. The saints of God so few, so penniless, and our people, oh, so strong, so numerous, so pioneering. We worked so hard to establish the foothold we have in the town. Who knows how long it took. 23 years, Bar-Al, said a well-meaning aide. The strong man glared at him. "Thank you. I know." The aide bowed and retreated. The strong man continued his mental review. "And the petty little saints in the town were obscure, don't you see, far from help, far from the mainstream, alone amid the rolling farmlands, unknown. It was a perfect place to begin the process." His beastly face grew tight and bitter. "Until they started praying. Until they ceased being so comfortable and started weeping before God. Until they began to reclaim the power of the strong man sealed his lips. The cross," the aide volunteered. "Yaaaaaa." The strong man's sword sizzled through the air and missed the aide by inches. The princes looked toward the other end of the room. A mutter moved through their ranks. Some stepped back. A shadow stepped forward, a silhouette. It was tall, shrouded in billowing wings. It moved so smoothly, so silently, that it seemed to float. The other demons dared not touch it. Some bowed slightly. It moved across the room and then stood before the strong man, its head lowered in obeisance. It remained absolutely still. The strong man studied this dark, silent shape for a moment. "You have been noticeably silent during these discussions." The thing raised its head and looked at its lord with narrow, calculating eyes. The face was not entirely hideous. It was almost human. But it was evil. It was cold and filled with hate. "Speak, my Bar-Al," he said, "and I will answer." The strong man's eyes narrowed. "Your minions failed, Destroyer. She is alive and free. What do you say to that?" Destroyer's face was rock hard, his spine straight. "Is she still mine?" There was a strange, cutting tone in the strongman's voice. "Do you still deserve her, Destroyer?" Destroyer didn't seem to appreciate the question. The strongman spoke clearly, threateningly. "I want you to remove her, so that she will never reappear again." There was a slight tinge of doubt in the strongman's voice as he asked, "Can you do that?" The thing didn't move for a moment. Slash. Red flash. A sizzling sword cut through the air and divided space into burning segments. Black wings filled the room like smoke and rolled like thunder. The princes fell back against the walls. The strong man actually flinched. Wings slowly settling, the glowing red sword steady in his hand. His low, sinister voice was seething with resentment. Give me some real warriors, not Turger and his bungling, whining little imps of Bacon's Corner. Turn over your best to my command and let 'em empower Broken Birch, and you will see what your servant can do. The strong man studied Destroyer's face and without the slightest smile asked, What about the rumors I hear? Destroyer puffed a derisive laugh through his flaring nostrils. They are rumors spread in fear by cowering spirits. If our opponent be this Tal, so much more the thrill of the challenge. He is mighty. Destroyer countered, he is clever. His strength is not in his own sword, but in the saints of God. The ranks have made a legend of his victory over us in Ashton, but they pay him too much respect. It was the prayers of the saints that defeated us, not this wily captain of the host. Destroyer waved his sword slowly through the air, admiring the burning after-image that trailed behind its razor-sharp edge. And so it was in this recent, minor setback. But I now have an advantage, Bar-Al. I have tasted the enemy's wiles, I have tested his strength, and I know the source of his power. The strong man was dubious. And just how do you expect to thwart him where once you could not? I will go to the saints first. Already there is plenty in Bacon's Corner for them to be upset about, plenty to divide them. I will keep 'em busy censuring and smiting each other, and then their hearts will be far from praying. He held the sword high, its red glow lit up the room and his yellow eyes reflected the glow in bloodshot crimson. I will pull Tal's strength right out from under him. The strong man was impressed, at least for the moment. I will. Ben sat at his small desk in the front office of the police station and tried to get some paperwork cleared up before going out on patrol. It was a nice little office, with 2 small desks, a copy machine, some colorful traffic safety posters, and a low wood rail carrot partition. Right now the morning sun was streaming in through the big windows, warming the place up. Under different circumstances he'd always enjoyed working here. But Ben was far from cheery this morning, and his mind was far from his paperwork. He'd seen Mulligan's final report on the so-called suicide, and found it unbelievable. He couldn't be sure, but the photographs of the body and of the surrounding conditions simply did not match what he remembered seeing. Suddenly there was a rope around the woman's neck. Last night Ben saw no rope around her neck, and even Mrs. Potter said the woman had the rope in her hand. The spilled goat feed had mysteriously vanished, and the straw around the body seemed undisturbed, not at all in the trampled, kicked around mess it was in last night. Ben didn't like the thought of it, but it was obvious that the scene and the photographs of it had been sanitized, as if Mulligan and Leonard had done away with all the evidence before taking the photographs and writing up the report. As if that wasn't enough to stew about, there was also Mulligan's deriding and accusing of Tom Harris, and in front of reporters. And what in the world was the press doing in the station anyway? A lot of things were looking suspicious to Ben right now. The Hampton County Star was lying on the corner of his desk. He had to go all through the paper before he could find even the slightest mention, and that's all it was, of the death at the Potter farm. The article was more a space filler than any real news, as if the reporter dropped all the facts on the floor somewhere and forgot about 'em or purposely ditched 'em there. The whole thing felt wrong, so wrong it turned Ben's stomach. I've got to get out of here, get out on patrol. I don't want to talk to Mulligan, don't even want to look at him. But Mulligan was hard to ignore, he liked it that way. He came up to the front, belched loudly, and sat behind, flipping through it for one last look. Well, he said, his booming voice shattering the nerves, that does it. Any next of kin we can notify? Ben asked. Mulligan pulled a manila envelope out of a drawer. There aren't any. Rowe was a nobody, a loner. He slid the report, along with its accompanying sketches and photographs, into the envelope and folded it shut. She pulled her own plug, and now it's our job to plant her quietly and get on with business. I don't suppose there will be a coroner's report. Ben knew he'd overstepped. Mulligan was getting steamed. Of course there will. What about it? Ben wanted to back off, but now he had to answer Mulligan's question. Well, with all due respect, the coroner might find some evidence to suggest another cause of death. Mulligan didn't have time for this. Listen, Cole, if just being a plain, hard-working, clean-nosed cop isn't enough for you, if you just don't feel you have enough responsibility, I'm sure I can find you some more important jobs, something you can really take pride in. The place could use some sweeping, and I know you'd be thorough. You'd get that broom into every corner, you'd catch every cobweb, ha. Ben knew he was glaring at Mulligan, but he made no effort to soften his expression. I could be very thorough in checking the accuracy of last night's investigation. Mulligan yanked a file drawer open and tossed the envelope in. You just concentrate on doing your job, Cole. I'm not paying you to be my conscience. Postmaster Lucy Brandon couldn't keep her mind on her work. Debbie, the postal clerk, had already asked her 3 questions, one about the Route 2 driver, one about the cracked mailing trays, and one about now she couldn't remember the 3rd question. She couldn't answer any of them, she couldn't recall the information, she just couldn't think. Hey, Debbie said finally, are you feeling okay? Lucy removed her glasses and rubbed her eyes. She was usually a strong person, tough enough. A tall brunette in her late 30s, she'd been through plenty of life's little trials by this time. Poverty, the early death of her parents, a wild and rebellious youth, a shaky marriage, picking up the pieces after a bitter divorce, and raising a young daughter alone, all in all, a well-rounded package of scrapes. So she'd learned to cope. Usually, most troubles never really got her upset as long as they didn't touch her family. She looked around the small post office, and fortunately it was quiet right now. The midday rush was still a few hours away, the drivers had all left for their routes, the stack of work on her desk was growing, but she could catch up. She was determined to answer at least one question. Well, no, not really. Debbie was young, pretty, and compassionate. Maybe she hadn't lived long enough to develop a tough exterior. She touched Lucy's shoulder tenderly. Anything I can do? Well, Lucy checked the clock on the wall. I have an appointment coming up in just a few minutes. Think you and Tim can hold down the fort until I get back? Oh, sure. A flash of reflected sunlight danced along the wall. A deep blue fastback pulled up outside. Oh, there's my ride. You go ahead. Don't worry about us. The driver of the car was Claire, a wonderful friend and counselor for not only Lucy, but many people of all walks of life around the town. She was a beautiful woman with blonde hair arranged neatly around her head and adorned with combs and pins that twinkled and shined. Her blouse and long skirt, both of beautifully woven natural fibers, draped about her like regal robes, and in Lucy's eyes Claire was a real queen. She and her architect. As Lucy climbed in, Claire leaned over and gave her a hug. And how are you, Lucy? Oh, coping, she answered, finding her seatbelt. Claire pulled out of the post office parking lot and headed down Front Street. And how is Amber? She asked. She's doing all right. I didn't tell her we'd be coming by today. I didn't want to cause any alarm before we had to. Fine, fine. I'm going to take her back to the elementary school on Monday and see if I can get her worked into her classes there again. Miss Brewer doesn't think she'll have too much trouble catching up and just finishing out the year. Oh, no, not Amber, and it's so close to the end of the year anyway. They drove through town and then turned onto 187th, commonly called Pond Road because it passed by a large and popular cat-tailed pond some 2 miles west. Along with a street sign naming the road was another sign pointing the direction to the Good Shepherd Community Church and the Good Shepherd Academy. I think John and Paula will be there today, said Claire. I hope you don't mind. I guess not. I haven't even met 'em yet. Well, you'll find they're wonderful people. I'm glad we'll be working with them on this thing. Reporters aren't always as courteous as they are. Lucy was quiet for a moment, just watching the farmlands and small forests go by. Finally she said, "Why did we have to bring in the press?" "Oh, it's very simple. In a case like this, public mind that eventually creates the laws we all have to live by. You see, we fight our battles at two levels, in the courts and in the public arena. A lot of the cases we win today came about because of public opinion that was molded years ago. What we do now to mold public opinion will have a positive effect on legal cases that arise in the future. It's a process. I just don't know if Amber can go through it." Claire smiled with confidence. "Oh, Amber's a strong little soldier. She can do it. I was impressed with how she spoke right up and told everything to our staff, and Dr. Mandenhey, and even Mrs. Bledsoe." Lucy was bitter. "Amber, you mean Amethyst, don't you?" Claire smiled and nodded. "Yes, you're right. But that doesn't matter. It's still Amber, really. Amethyst is a good friend for Amber because she bears the burden of what happened and speaks so freely, something Amber could never do as herself." Lucy smiled a nervous smile. "But you know I don't think I like Amethyst." Claire laughed. Lucy laughed too, hoping that statement would not be taken as seriously as she meant it. "I mean Amethyst is just so brash and disrespectful. And I think Amber's getting away with a lot by blaming it on Amethyst." "Well, you should put a stop to that, of course. But you see what I'm worried about. I think I would trust Amber to tell the truth and I would know what she was thinking and feeling. But I just don't know about Amethyst. I never know what she'll say next." Lucy shook her head to think she was even having such a conversation. "I need a set of reins for that little critter." Claire only laughed again. "Oh, don't be afraid of Amethyst. Inner guides are always trustworthy, and Amber needs that support and fellowship for." But Lucy didn't feel any better, and Claire noticed. "What else?" Claire asked. "Since we're talking about Amethyst, yes. Did you see that other article in the paper, about Sally Rowe?" Claire knew about it. "Lucy, really that's no concern of yours. You shouldn't even think such a thing." Lucy was close to tears. "But how can I help it?" Claire stole several looks at Lucy as she drove. "Listen to me. It's not Amber's fault. I had some friends check out Sally Rowe the moment you told me what happened in the post office. From what I've heard, Sally Rowe was a deeply disturbed individual. She was tormented with self-doubt and guilt, and she could never break through. She was a karmic mess. Amber had nothing to do with her killing herself. She would have done it anyway." Lucy shook her head and stared out the window. "But if you could have been there, if you could have seen that woman's face when Amethyst just tore into her. And I couldn't get her to stop. Amber just wouldn't snap out of it." Claire patted Lucy's hand. "Let it go. Sally Rowe is gone, fulfilling her own path wherever it takes her. You have your own, and so does Amber. You need to be thinking about that." Lucy finally nodded. They were getting close to the Christian school, and she was feeling nervous. "I just hope this whole thing goes all right. I hope we know what we're doing." Claire was firm. "I think it's something we must do. Religious bigotry is everyone's enemy. I think we would be denying our responsibility not to do anything." There wasn't time. Church, a simple brick building with gabled roof, traditional arched windows, and a bell tower. It was a landmark around Bacon's Corner, the home of several different congregations over the years. Some had died out, some had moved on and new groups had come in, but it remained through it all for almost a century, a steadfast monument to tenacious Christianity. This latest congregation seemed to be setting a new record for endurance. It had been there in the church for almost 15 years, and the current pastor had hung on for at least 8. Claire pulled into the parking lot between the church and the Good Shepherd Academy, a simple, shed-roofed portable sitting on posts and piers. There were 4 vehicles parked in the lot at the moment. 2 must have belonged to the school staff. The station wagon belonged to John Ziegler and Paula the photographer, and the large white van was clearly marked, KBZT Channel 7 News. A television crew? Asked Lucy in surprise. Oh, right, said Claire. I didn't tell you about that. The people from Channel 7 thought this would make a good news story. The 2 men from Channel 7 were already prepared for Claire and Lucy's arrival, and bolted from the van as soon as their car pulled in. The cameraman set the camera on his shoulder and started watching the news with one eye. The other man, a young, athletic sort with suit and tie above the waist and jeans below, stepped up and greeted Claire as she got out of the car. "Hey, right on time," he said, shaking her hand. "Hi, Chad. Good to see you again. This is Roberto." "Hi." Roberto smiled back. "Hi there, Chad Davis. This is Roberto Gutierrez. Are they going to take my picture?" "Do you mind?" asked Chad. "It'll be all right," Claire assured her. Lucy just shrugged. John Ziegler and Paula were there, ready to go. Claire greeted them, and Lucy just smiled. The door to the portable opened, and a man looked out. At the sight of this band of people gathered in the parking lot, his face went pale, he looked sick. He was, of course, Tom Harris. Claire raised her hand in greeting, said, "Oh, hello there," and started walking toward the portable, the others following close behind. "No, Lord, woe if I could just close this door and never come out," Tom thought. "If I could just call down fire from heaven to clear these people out of my life, to make them go away. Haven't they done enough to me?" Tom had been on the telephone most of the morning, riding the carousel of state bureaucracy while trying to teach his classes, and he still had not found his children. The last word he got was from the CPD, and they were emphatically refusing to tell him of the children's whereabouts. Pastor Howard still wasn't back, everyone else was at work, and nothing was happening fast enough. "Lord, I just wish these people would go away. I wish this day would end." Tom looked back and sighed. 2 kids, one 3rd grade, one 4th, were getting curious. "Hey, TV," said the little girl. Tom was being recorded on camera. Child would give him a chance to turn his back. "Sammy, go sit down, this is none of your concern." "Clay, are you finished?" "Well, put it on my desk and start the next page." "I'll check it right after lunch." "All right. Mr. Harris," said Claire, coming up the wooden steps. "Yes. My name is Claire Johansson. I'm a legal assistant for Ames, Jefferson, and Morris. I'm here representing Mrs. Lucy Brandon, whom you know. May we speak with you briefly? This has been a very difficult day for me, Mrs. Johansson. Ms. Johansson. I have nothing to say to any more reporters. I've had quite enough. This is a legal matter, Mr. Harris. Oh, terrific. What more could go wrong? Tom knew better than to embark on any conversation in the presence of big-eared reporters and a television camera. "Why don't you come inside?" Then he made it clear. "You and Mrs. Brandon. These others can wait out here." He stepped aside and let the 2 women come in, then closed the door against the reporters. They were standing in a common lunchroom coat room library between 2 classrooms. Tom poked his head into the classroom on the right. A 1st and 2nd grade class of about 10 children was puttering away at some low work tables, coloring, pasting, and keeping the level of noise just below their teacher's established limit. Mrs. Fields. A plump, middle-aged woman stepped out of the classroom. Her rosy and her hair tightly permed. Her eyes immediately showed alarm at the sight of Lucy Brandon and this officious-looking woman beside her. "We have some important visitors," Tom explained quietly. "Could you please oversee my class for a few minutes?" "Certainly," said Mrs. Fields, unable to take her eyes off the 2 women. "They're doing their reading assignments right now, and should be finished by 10. Clay's on a special project I gave him. Just make sure he puts it on my desk." She nodded and crossed over to look in on the 3rd through 6th graders. "Let's step into the office," said Tom, and led the way to a small cubicle in the back of the building containing one desk, a computer, a copy machine, and 2 file cabinets. There was hardly room for 3 people to sit down. Tom offered the ladies the only 2 chairs and chose to stand, leaning against the file cabinets. Claire wasted no time. "Mr. Harris, we're here to remove Amber from the school. We'd like to have all her academic records." Tom kept cool and businesslike. "I'll check with our secretary and have those prepared for you. You understand that all tuition payments must be current before the records can be released." Claire looked at Lucy as she said, "All the payments will be taken care of. We'd like to process this as soon as possible." "Certainly." Tom looked at Lucy. "I'm sorry that we weren't able to discuss this," Claire interjected. "There is nothing to discuss." With that, she rose, and Lucy did the same. "Now if you'll let Amber know we're here." The 2 women went out into the common room, and Tom followed. Tom just wasn't satisfied. This is a bit of a surprise. I take it we—" Claire began to answer. "No, Mr. Harris." The question was addressed to Mrs. Brandon, Tom said politely but firmly. He looked at Lucy. "It's been a month since we had that little problem. We talked it through, and I thought everything was settled. If you still had some doubts or misgivings, I certainly would have welcomed another meeting with you." "Would you call Amber, please?" said Claire. Tom poked his head in the door of the classroom and quietly called, "Amber. Your mother is here. Better get your coat and your things." There were 18 3rd through 6th graders in the classroom, each seated at a small desk, and all the desks were arranged in neat rows. Posters of nature, astronomy, the alphabet, and tips on cleanliness adorned the walls. Against one wall a large aquarium gurgled, and nearby a donated telescope stood poised to probe the heavens. There were pots of pea plants all lined up and labeled on a table, and next to them a family of hamsters in a large, activity-filled cage. At the second from the last desk, 4th row, was Amber Brandon, a bright, clever, slightly mischievous 4th grader with a full, often wild head of blonde hair and large blue eyes. She was wearing a purple jumpsuit and pink tennis shoes, and on her shoulder, a little pin of a toy horse. She was surprised to hear that her mother had come, but also a bit excited. She hurriedly closed her workbook, gathered up her textbooks and her pencil box, and came to the door. Lucy bent and gave her a hug. "Go get your coat, honey, and your lunchbox." Those were the first words Tom heard from her today. As soon as Amber was ready, Tom saw them to the door, opening it widely for them to pass through. The reporters were still waiting outside, of course, and Tom could almost feel the one-eyed stare of that television camera. "Say, listen," he said to the reporters, "you people are on private property, and I think it would be best if you just move on, all right?" "Oh, Mr. Harris." Camera caught a perfect 2-shot. "I'm also here to serve you this." She took an envelope from her suitcoat pocket and placed it in his hand. The camera zoomed in for a close-up. Paula's camera clicked and whirred off several shots. "We'll see you in court, sir. Good day." She went down the stairs and walked with Lucy and Amber back to her car. Tom was frozen to the spot for a moment, which was fine with Paula and Roberto. He stared down at the envelope, his stomach in a knot, his heart pounding so hard he could feel it. The envelope was starting to quiver in his hand. He looked at the newspeople. They got some more shots. "Please leave," he said, his voice hardly audible. "Thank you, Mr. Harris," said John Ziegler. Tom swung the door shut and then leaned against it, all alone in the common room. He felt his legs would collapse under him and he would sink to the floor any moment. "Oh, God," he prayed in a whisper. "Oh, God, what's happening?" From the 2 classrooms the quiet puttering and studying continued. Suddenly that was such a precious sound to him. He looked around the common room and recognized the coats and lunchboxes of all the children, all this dear little tribe. Before long they would be having a prayer and going out for morning recess, filling the swings and playground like they always did. Such simple, day-to-day routines now seemed so priceless because of the envelope in his hand, this invader, this cancer, this vicious, imposing enemy. He wanted so fervently to tear it into a million pieces, but he knew he couldn't. Now everything was coming together. Now things were beginning to make sense. His eyes blurred with tears. So this was why they took Ruth and Josiah. Tal was there, his sword drawn, staying close to the building, out of sight, watching the car and the news van pull away. Only a few dark spirits had accompanied the visitors, and there were no skirmishes, at least for now. The fact that Tom was well guarded by 2 towering warriors helped keep things peaceful, plus the fact that Nathan and Armith were atop the church in plain sight. No more harassments for the rest of the day, Tal instructed Tom's guards. Let him heal up from this one first. Then he spread his wings and reached the roof of the church in one smooth leap. So they've decided to go ahead with it, said Nathan. The strongman can be inflexible, said Tal. I expect this will be a fight to the finish. It's boom. A sudden explosion of wings. All 3 warriors immediately formed a close cluster, each facing outward, sword drawn, poised for battle. There, shouted Tal, and they all faced the old bell tower. It was Destroyer, standing tall and imposing, his expansive wings just settling, his glowing red sword drawn. A dozen warriors accompanied him, 6 on each side, almost as monstrous as he was. The hot yellow vapor from each demon's nostrils was already collecting in a writhing ribbon that drifted out over the parking lot like a slow, inquisitive serpent. If I mistake not, you are Tal, the captain of the host, the demon called. Tal, Nathan, and Armith were sizing up this bunch. A fight would best be avoided. I am, said Tal. The black, bristly, and who might you be? Call me Destroyer for now. Then he proclaimed proudly, I am the one assigned to the woman. Tal didn't stir. Taunts never bothered him. He never fought until he was ready. The demon continued, his sword ready. I thought, before the battle begins, the 2 warlords should meet each other. I wanted to meet you to see if all the lofty words I've heard are true. Destroyer eyed Tal carefully. Perhaps not. He waved his sword about. But please look at this place, this little school. Is it really so much a prize as to be worth all your armies? Be assured, we want no more trouble in taking it as you desire in saving it. Captain of the host, we could settle the matter sooner rather than later. Tal answered, the school is ours. The saints are ours. Destroyer spread his arms with a flourish and made a pronouncement. The strongman has authorized me to give you the Christian schools in West Haven, in Claytonville, in Tow Springs. You may have them. We will leave them alone. Tal remained stone solid. No. Destroyer only laughed. Oh, it must be the woman. Perhaps you are still bolstered by your recent victory in saving her. Consider that a gift, Captain, our last blunder. Yes, you did save her life, but she lives for us. Her soul is ours. Tal said nothing. And not only the woman, but also all the power, resources, people, minds, money, everything we will ever need to trample you and your motley little flock of saints into the dust. You are too late, Captain of the host. The time is past for you and your saints. We hold the power now. Surrender, cut your losses, and be content. We will see you in battle, said Tal. Destroyer looked at Tal for a long moment. Finally he nodded. In battle then. With another explosion of rushing, leathery wings, the demons rose into the sky, whooping and wailing, mocking and spitting until they were gone. Only then did Tal put away his sword. Was that an attempt to frighten us? Asked Armith. A strategic move, said Tal. He was trying to steal our courage at the beginning. "So now what do you think of our chances?" asked Nathan. "Even," said Tal, "maybe just even." Jimin and Cyan remained hidden on either side of room 12 at the Rest Easy Motel in Claytonville. There were dark spirits about, apparently Destroyer's scouts, slimy, cowardly harassers, swooping down through the trees and power lines, zipping up and down the streets, looking into houses, through windows, down chimneys for the poor, bedraggled fugitive. The two angels were working hard to maintain a hedge about the woman, to screen her from their sight, and thus far they were able to keep her hiding place a secret from any spirits sent to torment her. But 4 spirits still followed Sally Rowe wherever she went, and had been her close companions for so long that they could not be separated for the present. Jimin and Cyan were just itching to stand in their way, to hack despair, fear, death, and insanity out of this world, to lessen the pain for that frightened, battered soul. But her life was such that they were there by right, and besides, the pain was necessary. The two warriors had to withhold their power. Sally gave her head a good rub with a towel, and then straightened up for a look in the bathroom mirror. Her unseared hair now cascaded over her shoulders and down her back in wet, black strands. Well, maybe it would work if they were only looking for red hair. But her face was still too distinctive. Even with her hair dyed black and all pinned up, she still looked like Sally Rowe. If she could hide all those freckles it would help. Maybe pair of glasses, those stylish, tinted kind. Maybe she could wear a lot of makeup. Her heart sank. This was all so futile, so childish. She was dreaming, groping for hope, and she knew it. If they ever spotted her, they would recognize her. She was finished, through, as good as dead. She leaned on the sink, let her head droop, and just stayed there for the longest time, her mind failing her miserably. It just wouldn't function. It was tired, burned out, discouraged. All she could do was stand there, breathing one breath at a time. At least she could breathe, at least something was still functioning. But why was she so glad about it? That bothered her. "Sally, you're too tired to think about it. Let it go." But then her mind clicked on, just a little, and again, for the millionth time, she tackled the same vexing question. If life was so pointless, so futile, so meaningless, so empty, why was she trying so hard to hang on to it? Why did she want to keep going? Maybe it had something to do with how life evolved. Nothing poetic or lofty, to be sure, just that mysterious, unexplained self-preservation instinct, the only reason we hung on long enough to beat the odds so we could walk upright and kill each other. She snapped out of it. It was a waste of time trying to figure it out. It was a merry-go-round, an endless maze. Keep it simple, Sally. Somebody wants to kill you, but you want to stay alive. Those two propositions are enough for now. She leaned forward to check the cut in her shoulder. No infection, at least. That was good. For now the bleeding was stopped and the wound was closed, but just barely. She carefully bound it up with adhesive tape and gauze, a nice manual task, no heavy brain work, then slipped carefully into her shirt. She came out of the bathroom, sat on the bed, and started tinkering with the clasp on an inexpensive neck chain. It was a good buy down at the local variety store provided it didn't turn her neck blue and should do the trick. She'd been shopping that morning, as quickly and quietly as possible, constantly hoping she would not be. The Hampton County Star was still spread out on the bed. She'd paged through it the moment she got back to the room. The front page carried some stories about a sewage plant, a local political scandal, and a county commissioner's 30th year in office, but no news from Bacon's Corner. The second and third pages didn't say anything either. She didn't find what she was after until the bottom of the last page of the news section. It was a tiny headline and about 1.5 inches of "Local woman found dead. Bacon's Corner." The body of a local woman was discovered last night in her home, an apparent suicide. The victim is identified as Sally Beth Ruff, 36, an employee at the Bergen Door Company. Her landlady, Mrs. Fred Potter of Bacon's Corner, made the discovery after noticing some of Ruff's goats were loose. "It's a real tragedy," she said. "It was a ridiculous piece of reporting. A run-over chicken would have gotten more copy, maybe even had its name spelled correctly. But that didn't bother Sally. That wasn't the point. The story was not just wrong, it was incredibly, shockingly wrong. They think the dead woman is me. The woman who tried to kill me. They think she's me. She'd brooded about that all through her shower. It bothered her so much she had to read the instructions on the bottle of rinse 3 times. At first she thought it could be good news. They'll think I'm dead. But that notion soon faded. They know I'm not. They have to know. They've lied to the paper, or the paper is lying." She finally got the clasp of the chain open and hung it around her neck. Then she reached over to the night table and picked up that ring. She threaded the neck chain through it, fastened the clasp, buttoned up her shirt, and the ring was hidden. They know who that woman was. They don't want anyone else to know. And she knew she wasn't hallucinating. The ring around her neck told her that. It was one solid piece of evidence that would help her hold on to reality, bizarre as it may be. Sally reached for her jacket and pulled another solid piece of evidence from the pockets. Many pieces, actually. Cash. She'd already counted it. $10,000, in 3 bundles. One of 20s, one of 50s, and one of hundreds. The assassin's fee, most likely. Sally found it all in the woman's coat pockets and grabbed it. Why the woman was carrying it all on her person was a mystery, unless she carried the money for the same reason she wore the gold ring. But the question still remained. After all these years, what had Sally done? How had she gotten in their way? It had to be what happened in the post office. It was the only thing Sally could think of, a frightening experience and now a horrible memory. It was just like being caught, found out, discovered by an old enemy, a savage enemy. That little girl's eyes. Those taunting, hideous eyes. She could never forget that short moment when every fear, every nightmare from all her previous years came back in a torturous, merciless wave of recollection. She had looked into the eyes of a devil. She could recognize it. She'd seen that look before, felt the stinging, mocking hate, heard the same vicious lying. Sally flopped on the bed. No, she couldn't think about it. She was just too tired. She was frightened, her hair was black and looked strange, she couldn't think, she was a hunted animal, and she was just too tired. "Your hope is lost, worthless creature," said a voice in her head. "It's only a matter of time, a very short time," said another. Amber, it sounded so much like her. "Now you can see how big we are, and how little you are. You are dead, worthless creature. You are crazy." Sally leaped from the bed and grabbed a pen from the table. She found some stationery in a drawer next to a Gideon Bible. She would write things down, that was it. Perhaps, her pen poised over the paper. But despair was wounded, humiliated, indignant, and determined to redeem himself. He hung on her back like a coal-black ketch, sucking out her will, whispering confusion to her mind. The other 3 spirits were with him, circling Sally, taunting her, jabbing her with their swords. Insanity whipped his sword right through her brain. Sally stared at the paper. Somehow she'd ended up on the floor. Nothing would come. What was that thought? She just had it, she was going to write it down, and now it was gone. Give it up. Turn yourself in. No one will ever believe you. You're crazy. Crazy. It was a word. She wrote it down. Insanity, cackling his witchy laugh, grabbed her mind between his 2 hairy palms and dug in his talons. Death joined in the attack. Sally's mind went blank. The paper began to grow into a white screen that filled her eyes like a fog, a blizzard whiteout. She was floating. She kept writing. "My name is Sally Rowe, Sally Rowe." She could hear voices in the room, taunting her, and could feel sharp claws tugging at her. They remained invisible, hiding from her, teasing, tormenting. Then came fear. Sally was overcome with a numbing, paralyzing fear. She was lost and falling, spinning, tumbling in space. She couldn't stop. She willed to think, to form the word in her mind. Sally. 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 Come on, write it. Take the blasted pen in your hand and write it. We have you now. We will never. It was gibberish. Nonsense. She kept writing. She had to capture a thought, any thought. Chimon and Cyan had seen enough. It would have to be quick. Cyan slipped outside to check the perimeter. Chimon crept like a shadow through the walls, moving in close. All four spirits were clustered around Sally's head, whipping her consciousness into a myriad of senseless fragments. Chimon got a nod from Cyan he would be able to shield out the spirits outside. Now for these insects inside. It had to be just the right moment, just that one instant of opportunity. Now. They wouldn't see it. Chimon whipped his sword in a quick, tight circle, a shining disk of light. Wham! The flat of the blade smacked the demons senseless and shattered their tight little cluster. Despair went tumbling backward in a blurred spin and landed outside the motel. Fear, death, and insanity were interlocked and fell away together, their arms, legs, and wings a spinning, fuming, angry tangle. The two warriors ducked back inside the walls. Despair righted himself with a shriek and a huff, and only then realized where he was. With a flurry of wings, he shot back through the wall into the room. His three cohorts were just recovering. All four flung themselves at Sally's mind again. But it was too late. She'd slipped from their grip like a bird out of a trap. Her thoughts, though sluggish, were moving in an orderly sequence through her brain. Sally was suddenly able to read the words on the page. There were only 6 legible words at the top: "Crazy, my name is Sally Rowe." The rest of the page was filled with aimless, chaotic scribbles. She got up from the floor and sat at the table to "Death and despair and fear and madness are back," she wrote, and then another thought. Why kill me? I died years ago. Sally kept moving that pen, whether her mind stayed on it or not. She was going to whip this madness. She had to. She was going to get her thoughts down on paper where they couldn't get away. She was going to win. Ben was beginning to wonder about his gift for timing. He'd been out on patrol and just happened to stop in at the station to pick up some more highway flares. As soon as he stepped through the back door, he could hear Mulligan in his office, talking to someone on the phone, and using a hushed tone of voice that immediately roused Ben's suspicion. Since when did Mulligan ever get that quiet? Ben got his flares from the supply room. The quicker he got out of there, the better. Oh, there went Mulligan's chair again, rolling back and hitting the wall. Ben ducked into the supply room, expecting Mulligan to come bursting through his door. But Mulligan must have jumped up in anger. He stayed in his greater-than-vice, hollering at whoever was on the phone. No, Parnell, I'm telling you, there was nothing on either hand. That's what I said, nothing. Parnell. That was the coroner. Mulligan gave Parnell time to say something, and then spoke to him again. No, I didn't find anything in her pockets either. What kind of a jerk do you take me for? Parnell got another 2 words in, and then Mulligan answered, well, you just go back and check around again. I'm doing my job, now you do yours. Another pause. Hey, you're the one who got the body, not me. I delivered it just like I found it. Why not ask the medics? Ben ducked back outside as quickly as he could. Even as he closed the door behind him, he could hear the sergeant still hissing and cursing under his breath. James Bardeen was a young, handsome lawyer with black, wavy hair left long in the back and a voice with a lingering adolescent quack. Normally, he was tough and decisive. His associates used words like belligerent and rude behind his back and in control of his situation. He was ambitious, a real goal grabber, and flaunted his red Porsche at every opportunity. His suits were specially tailored to project an image of power. He'd perfected his own walk for use whenever he went to court. A quick, intimidating clip, chin high, spine straight, and lots of extra yellow legal pads under his arm. He knew he'd go far. He had the grit for this work. He was good at it. Right now, he was scared to death. He was sitting in an overly soft couch in the outer office of his boss, Mr. Santinelli, waiting to be called in for a conference. The room had high, 12-foot walls, dark-stained mahogany trim around, over, and under everything, and a thick carpet your feet sank into. It was deathly quiet except for the secretary's steady tapping on the typewriter and an occasional electronic warbling of a telephone. Bardeen needed a cigarette, but Mr. Santinelli forbade smoking in his office. The magazines on the coffee table were either old or boring, but it didn't matter. There was no way he'd be able to read right now. He was trying to compose a defense in his mind, something persuasive. Surely Mr. Santinelli knew when he had a good man. Surely he wouldn't make a big thing out of such a little incident. Surely he would consider the fine record Bardeen had accumulated in the past 5 years. The big mahogany door opened like the seal of a crypt, and Mr. Anthony stepped out. Anthony was Mr. Santinelli's aide and right-hand man, a tall, thin, ghosty character, something like a cross between a butler and a hangman. Bardeen rose. Bardeen grabbed them up and followed Anthony through the big door. It closed after them with a thud of finality. This was the inner conference room adjacent to Mr. Santinelli's office. The ornate light fixtures were at full brightness, but the room still seemed gloomy. The dark woodwork and furniture seemed to absorb the light. The heavy, floor-to-ceiling, velvet curtains were drawn over the windows. Mr. Santinelli sat at the other end of the oval conference table, looking over some papers before him and seeming not to notice when Bardeen came in. He was an impressive figure, intimidating by his very presence. He was expensively dressed, grey, grouchy, and in charge. He was flanked by 2 of his closest and most powerful associates, Mr. Evans, a tight-faced, iron-fisted attorney who hadn't smiled in years, and Mr. McCutcheon, a man who had so much money the subject bored him. Near this end of the table sat Mr. Mahoney, Sardine's immediate superior, and not an impressive figure at all. One other man was present at the table, but unknown. "Be seated, Mr. Bardeen," said Santinelli, still not looking up. Anthony showed Bardeen to the chair at the nearest end of the table, the one directly opposite from Mr. Santinelli. This was going to be a real eye-to-eye meeting. Bardeen took his seat and arranged his legal pads neatly in front of him. "Good day, gentlemen." Some of them muttered good day back. Some only nodded. None of them smiled. Mr. Santinelli finally finished perusing his papers and looked up. "Mr. Bardeen, let me introduce you to the gentlemen seated with us. Mr. Evans and Mr. McCutcheon. I'm sure you know already." Bardeen nodded at the 2 men, and they nodded back. "Mr. Mahoney is here as well, and we acknowledge his attendance. The other gentleman is." Bardeen nodded at them, and they didn't nod back. Mr. Santinelli leafed through the papers in front of him. "To quickly review our present situation, we find that a complication has developed, which at first seemed not so grievous as it now appears, and with each passing moment, the gravity of the complication increases." Then Santinelli looked straight at Bardeen and asked, "Mr. Bardeen, are you familiar with the name Sally Beth Rowe?" Arrow number 1. Bardeen could feel the question go right through him. "Yes, sir." "And what about the name Alicia von Bauer?" That felt like several arrows. "Yes, sir. Would it be true to say, Mr. Bardeen, that you are extremely familiar with the name of Ms. von Bauer?" "Well, I'm not sure what you mean by that. We'll get to that later." Santinelli set that paper aside and perused the next sheet. "I'm sure you are aware by now that Ms. von Bauer is dead. Mr. Mahoney advised me of that this morning, sir. Santinelli adjusted his reading glasses and studied the paper in front of him. Sally Beth Rowe. How interesting that she should pop up again, and in Bacon's Corner, of all places. Santinelli looked at the men on either side of him. Strange how things like this happen so often. You'd think there was an intelligent mind behind it, the hand of whatever god you may wish to imagine. It was no joke, and no one laughed. At any rate, Santinelli continued, we have just recently learned that a plan was launched to have Sally Rowe murdered, and, of course, to make it look like a suicide. Just whose idea was that? Mahoney spoke quickly and clearly. Mr. Bardine's, sir. Bardine looked at his superior in horror. Santinelli asked, you seem to be having a problem with his answer, Mr. Bardine. Bardine's voice cracked as he said, well, yes, we'll get to that later, said Santinelli, looking at the paper again. To continue my recounting, and please correct any flaws as you catch them. Alicia von Bauer, a member of a Satanist organization called Broken Birch, was hired to perform this murder, and paid. Santinelli bristled as he read the amount. $10,000 as a retainer, with another $10,000 promised upon successful completion of her assignment. Am I correct so far? Mahoney just looked at Bardine. Bardine looked back at him. Neither man answered. Santinelli continued, but watched both of them. Apparently Ms. von Bauer made her attempt on Tuesday night of this week, but found Ms. Rowe to be more than her match. Ms. Rowe was able to overcome her assailant and escape, leaving the dead body of her assassin behind, where, theoretically, she herself would have been found had the plan succeeded. He set the paper down flat in front of him, folded his hands on top of it, and looked at Mahoney and Bardine over the top of his reading glasses. In other words, this ambitious, overly imaginative plot was a pitiful failure. Mahoney looked at Bardine again. Bardine glared back at him. Santinelli slid that paper aside and picked up the next one. To further complicate matters, the planners of this scheme widened the circle of confidence beyond the key players and brought in a local peace officer named Mulligan, as well as the local medical examiner, the assumption being made, I suppose, that these two parties are steadfastly loyal to our cause, seeing that they were actually told in advance that there would be a suicide at the Potter farm and to handle it as quickly and quietly as possible. Santinelli dropped the paper to the table and leaned back, removing his glasses. Which, much to their credit, they are doing. The fact that the deceased, who is supposed to have killed herself, is dead from an obvious act of violence and is, of course, the wrong person to begin with. By your silence I take it my account is accurate so far. Santinelli didn't need the answer he didn't get. He just replaced his reading glasses and went to the next sheet of paper. Now for the complications, the real complications. First of all, the most obvious. Sally Beth Rowe is alive, somewhere. She is living, breathing, walking about, and I'm sure totally cognizant that there was a ruthless attempt on her life. If she doesn't know who was responsible, I'm sure she has a very good idea. And how am I so sure? Let me tell you the next complication. According to a reliable source who shall remain nameless, Alicia von Bauer was wearing a ring when she tried to commit the murder. At our request, the medical examiner checked the body for that ring, and found that it had been removed from the third finger of the right hand with the help of cooking oil. Traces of the oil were still on the finger. We sent some people to check the murder site and the house, and the peace officer and medical examiner double-checked the personal effects of the assassin. The ring is gone. And then there is the matter of the $10,000. That is also gone, without a trace. Von Bauer may have placed it in a secret account somewhere, but that is unlikely, knowing the delicate nature of her mission. Sir, said Bardine. Santinelli lifted his eyebrows just enough to give Bardine the floor. The $10,000 was laundered. It can't be traced to us. The eyebrows went up again. 2 ms, Mr. Bardeen. Bardeen stumbled a bit. The two, well, to us myself, and an It is. Oh, Bardeen stalled, but finally answered, yes, sir, I would say that the money is out of our reach now, irretrievable. But, laundered. Oh yes, sir. Santinelli continued, referring to his notes. The third complication embodies the first two. We have every reason to presume that Sally Rowe has both the ring and the money. As such, she presents the greatest possible threat to us and to our plans. Santinelli paused for emphasis. A greater threat, gentlemen, than she ever could have been had she been left alone. Santinelli put his notes aside, removed his glasses, and looked squarely at Mahoney and Bardeen. Now, Mr. Mahoney and Mr. Bardeen, let's return to an earlier question. Just whose idea was this assassination plot? Mahoney spoke first. Mr. Santinelli, I'll have to claim some responsibility. When we heard that Sally Rowe was in Bacon's Corner, we knew it could be a serious deterrence. We weighed many options, and I guess it became too high a priority in our minds. When Mr. Bardeen presented the idea of an assassination to me, I guess I just wasn't firm enough in discouraging it. But by no means did I authorize the action, sir. Santinelli could see that Bardeen was quite agitated. Do you have anything to add to that? Bardeen looked from Mahoney to Santinelli and back again. Sir, I understood that this undertaking had been authorized from the top down. I believed I was carrying out the plan with the full endorsement and authorization of my superiors. Bardeen could feel the cold, icy wind blowing his way from Mahoney's countenance. He found himself at a loss for appropriate words, anyway. The concept of a suicide, sir. This was not to be a murder, you understand, but a suicide, for all practical purposes. Done correctly, it would never be interpreted as anything else. Sally Rowe was already a lonely and wasted individual. I did not authorize it, sir, said Mahoney. He acted without my direct orders. Santinelli made no attempt to hide the smirk on his face. We'll get to that later. Mr. Bardeen, I do have some questions about the involvement of the deceased, Ms. Von Bauer. How was she brought into this? She Bardeen felt like a badgered witness on the witness stand. I was talking to her about this particular problem, and she proposed the arrangement. She proposed killing Sally Rowe. Yes, sir, for the price of $20,000. Bardeen quickly added, as you know, this sort of thing is done now and then. Santinelli's eyes narrowed. He was moving in for the kill. You say you were talking to her about this particular problem. Well, Mr. Bardeen, do you always discuss such highly sensitive subjects with such questionable characters? No, sir, of course not. You freely discuss top-level concerns with a Satanist. Not a Satanist, sir, at least, not in a derogatory sense. She belongs to Broken Birch, yes, but they command much respect, even among our own ranks. And just where did this discussion take place? Well, I suppose wasn't it in your home, Mr. Bardeen? More specifically, in your bedroom. Santinelli explained briefly, we do keep up on things, Mr. Bardeen. Then he started attacking again. You were romantically involved with Alicia Von Bauer, weren't you? Bardeen was trying to formulate an answer. Santinelli hit him again. You'd already had many clandestine trysts with Von Bauer even before this. You'd already revealed several of our secrets to her. And now, at the peak of your infatuation, when she had your complete confidence, you told her about this problem, and the two of you made a pact together, isn't that correct? Bardeen decided to try honesty. I thought it would be safe. I mean, she was involved in a bizarre group, she already had a criminal record. I thought that if something went wrong, we could always dissociate ourselves from her, claim no knowledge of her actions. She was a disposable entity, purely utilitarian. I was sure it would work. Santinelli placed both hands squarely on the table, as if bracing himself right before exploding. I suppose, Mr. Bardeen, you never considered what it could do to the reputation of not only yourself but this organization for you to be intimately associated with a convicted criminal. Sir. Bardeen tried to lighten things up. Our people are seen in the company of this kind of people all the time, not this kind, Mr. Bardeen. Not Satanists. We do not wish to associate with them because we do not wish to be associated with them by the public, do you understand? This relationship of yours with von Bauer was most imprudent. Santinelli stopped, not satisfied with the word. Imprudent. Mr. Bardeen, it was reprehensible. Bardeen could only sit there, silent and shot to pieces. But Santinelli wasn't through. Did it never occur to you that she could be a spy? Did it never once dawn on you that all the inside talk you were sharing with her? No doubt. Have you any idea how vulnerable you have made us to those despicable leeches? Santinelli was hot and rolling. There was no stopping him. They want power, Mr. Bardeen, just as we all do. They are no exception in this game. We all want it, and we all have our own little machinations and tricks to get it. But be sure of this, Mr. Bardeen, power, real power, belongs to the select few, and we are that select few. Do you understand? He didn't give Bardeen time to answer. All the others, be they rich, be they royalty, be they gutter rats like these Satanists, will just have to get used to that fact and live by it. We will not allow any more petty power grabbers to vie for leverage against us, and he leaned into this phrase, we will not allow any more of our people to give it to them. Sardine's voice was barely audible. I understand, sir. Santinelli ignored the reply. The ring taken from Alicia von Bauer's finger, it was yours, wasn't it? Bardeen tried to explain. She stole it, sir. I did not give it to her. She had to have stolen it from the top of my dresser. And this was, of course, after you had made your pact with her. I suppose. So she took your ring, with your personal inscription on it, and placed it on her own finger, just in case. Santinelli took a moment to breathe and cut some holes through Bardeen with his eyes, just in case something went wrong, and we tried to dissociate ourselves from her and claim no knowledge of her actions and treat her like a disposable entity. With your personalized ring, don't you see, she would have some recourse against us, some proof that it was one of our own top-level attorneys who hired her and paid her that $10,000. Bardeen looked down at the tabletop. Santinelli had vented most of his anger. Now his voice softened. Mr. Bardeen, it is not my responsibility to think all these things through for you. It is your responsibility to do that, and to— Yes, sir. I'm sorry, sir. It's too late for that. The damage is done, and by another romantic entanglement. I hope you've learned, and it has been in the hardest way, how dangerous they can be. Yes, sir, I have. You're a good man, Bardeen. I like your record of accomplishments. We're going to keep this quiet, and I expect you to keep it quiet, for your sake and ours too. Yes, sir. You have my word, sir. We will grant you a leave of absence to pursue some further studies, and please come up with something convincing. In the meantime, we'll just have to see what we can do to straighten this mess out. By this time, such a sentence was good news. Yes, sir. Thank you for your kind considerations. Santinelli began to gather his papers together. In the future, Mr. Bardeen, you will show by your example how such actions as we've discussed are never a good idea for any man in your sensitive position. Yes, sir, said Bardeen. I will, sir. Santinelli only smiled. Oh, I'm positive of that. Ransacked. The place was a disaster, just like Mrs. Potter said. Ben stood in the doorway of the Potters' little rental house and figured he'd better have a good look from here before he went inside. The small living room was scantily furnished with an old couch, a rocking chair, a small thin-legged lampstand, and one gray and brown rag rug. The cushions from the couch were tossed on the floor, the rag rug was rolled aside and piled in a corner. Ben checked his watch. Yes, he had time to linger a little longer. This cider trip back to the scene of the so-called suicide was not official, to say the least, and he did have some other stops to make. But he had some nagging questions that drew him here, and he was hoping an answer, no matter how small, might turn up. Mrs. Potter was glad enough to see him again, and gave him the key after preparing him for what he would find. He stepped inside the house and went into the kitchen. Every drawer had been pulled open and the contents scattered on the old trestle table. Some unmatched bowls and plates, old army eating utensils, some aging dish towels, some cookware, and a half-empty box of saltine crackers. The canisters on the counter were all open. Someone had dug through the flour, the tea, and the sugar, spilling much of it. He checked the refrigerator. They'd gone through that too. He found the bedroom. It was the messiest of all the rooms, probably because it held the most of Sally Rowe's few possessions. Ben stood just inside the doorway a moment, noticing the intricate quilt now pulled from the small bed, the beautiful carved horse on the dresser, the pictures now hanging crookedly on the walls, prints of serene countrysides, grazing horses, hard-working farm folk. On the square table next to the bed was a small porcelain lamp, cracked, but decorated with hand-painted flowers and topped with an intricate crocheted lampshade. Apparently this was Sally Rowe's favorite room, her private little world. It had received most of her attention and creativity. The small closet had been rummaged through, but most of the clothes still hung there. Ben noted the blouses, the skirts, the dresses, the scarves. They were all clean, pressed, cared for, conservative. The closet smelled of lavender. The room was flooded with sunlight that came through the south-facing window. Just below the window was Sally's old walnut desk, the drawers all pulled out, the contents scattered everywhere. Even so, Ben could easily picture how it used to be. A few books, a dictionary, and a thesaurus standing at attention on the left end. A small desk caddy holding a supply of pens and pencils on the right end, and in the middle, well, whatever Sally used to have there, whatever she'd been working on, was now somewhere on the floor, or confiscated. But for it wasn't a long, meticulous thought, just a quick impression, a simple conclusion. Mulligan hadn't captured all that Sally Rowe was by such descriptions as leftover hippie and loser. Ben heard footsteps on the front porch and then Mrs. Potter's voice calling, "Officer Cole." "Yes, ma'am, I'm in here." He made his way through the house to meet her, and found her in the living room, her arms crossed, shaking her head at the terrible mess. "Just look at this. I've never been so disgusted." Ben was quite stunned himself. These were people sent by our department. That's what they said. Sergeant Mulligan said they'd be coming by to look for clues and things and to just let 'em in, so I did. And when they left, the place looked like this. Do you think I should complain? Well, who were they? Had you ever seen 'em before? No, they weren't from around here. Did they say what they were after? No, I didn't think to ask. Well, Ben looked all around, not sure what to tell her. I'll ask Sergeant Mulligan about it. I wouldn't worry. I'm sure they'll also take responsibility for cleaning the place up once they've finished their investigation. She shook her head and started slowly for the door. Well, I suppose they may as well box it all up and give it to a charity or something. I don't know what else to do with all the clothes and things with Sally dead. Poor thing. And tell me, just what am I supposed to do with her? She stopped short, standing out on the front porch, looking up and down the drive. Well, that's right. Her truck. Ben went out to join her. She was still looking around. Well, I was just going to ask you what I should do with her pickup truck now that she's dead, but now I remember it isn't even here. Ben took note of that. That's unusual. Well, she always drove it to work, and she always came home in it every day, and if she was home the other night, it just seems sensible that her truck would have been here. She would have had it parked right over there. See that brown grass? That's where she always kept it. Maybe it was already impounded. I'll check. But it wasn't here the evening I found her. Ben made a curious face. That is a little odd, isn't it? Oh, who knows what's what anymore. Cecilia looked through the doorway, surveying the living room again. But I guess she was terribly lonely. Seemed like the animals were her only friends. I figured she was divorced, or separated, something like that. Can't see how else a beautiful redhead like that could be all alone and single. Ben didn't think the question was that important when he asked it. She was a redhead. Sure. Had hair like the sunrise. No, that didn't make sense. It didn't feel comfortable. What did she look like, Mrs. Potter? Oh, she was pretty, but tired, you know. Had freckles, big brown eyes but lots of lines, lots of care in her face. How tall would you say she was? She held up. Well, she said 34 on her rental application, but that was 2 years ago, so I guess she's about 36. That would be about right. Ben double-checked. And red hair. She looked at him just a little impatiently. Didn't you see her the other night? Well, yes, but suddenly he wasn't so sure. The red Porsche was traveling at better than 90 miles an hour when it failed to negotiate the turn, sailed off the freeway shoulder, and nosed into an embankment. Several cars stopped the moment it happened, and there were many witnesses. Yeah, said a retired vacationer, he was doing fine there, passed my camper like I was standing still, and then, zingo. Right off the shoulder, just like that. He was going too fast, said the wife, just way too fast. The patrolman wrote it all down. There was an adequate crew on hand, 2 patrol cars, 2 aid cars, and even a fire truck, flashing their lights, setting out flares, and creating quite a spectacle. All the passing drivers were doing the usual rubbernecking, and traffic on the highway had slowed to a crawl. The patrolman shouted, "Hey, let's get someone out there to handle the traffic. Get those cars moving." His partner came up the bank from the wreck. "Got an ID for you, Brent." "So, was I right?" "Yep, it's James." "Oh yeah." Half his body went through the windshield, and he's wrapped up in the hood. They're going to have to cut up the car to get him out of there. The patrolman scribbled it all down. Well, now we won't be able to play tag with him anymore. Too bad. The partner looked down into the gully where several men were cutting and winching the front of the car apart, trying to extricate the body. Boy, the way he could corner in that thing. Never missed a move. He must have had a blowout or something. Probably fell asleep at the wheel. In the middle of the day. The partner frowned. Not him. He was a good driver. I'm kind of surprised. Or, the other guys will figure it out, so don't worry about it. Let's just do our job and get out of here. James Bardeen was as crumpled and crushed as his car. His blood trickled to the ground even as the medics began to pull his body out of the twisted metal. It was tedious work, and they were taking it slow. But during their grim task, no one smelled the odor of sulfur, or saw the yellow eyes peering from the rear of the car. They didn't hear the fiendish snicker, or the sudden rushing of black, leathery wings as the spirits soared away. Lucy Brandon and her daughter Amber got home about 5 in the afternoon, and both of them were tired, cranky, and disoriented. Lucy's day had been traumatic enough with the filing of the lawsuit and everything that entailed, and she dreaded the thought of her face being on television that night. Amber's day had been a shambles. She'd spent most of the day at Claire's house instead of in school with her friends, and she still wasn't entirely sure why. Lucy found some stew in the freezer. She could heat that up in the microwave and then make some salad, and that should take care of dinner for now. She was too tired and preoccupied to put any big effort into a meal tonight. Amber took off her coat and plopped down on the floor in the living room among her dolls and toys. She picked up one doll, a blonde baby in a long, pink dress, and cuddled it, rocking it gently. "Mommy?" she asked. "Yes, honey," Lucy answered from the kitchen. "Can't I go back to the school?" Lucy didn't like that question. It made it all the more difficult to keep her mind made up. "No, honey, not the Christian school. We'll try to get you back into Miss Brewer's class. Would you like that?" Amber rocked the doll and looked down into its little, painted eyes. "I want to go to the Christian school." Lucy punched the buttons on the microwave and set it whirring. We'll just talk about that later, Amber. It's been a confusing day." Amber sank deeper and deeper into a melancholy mood. "I don't want to go back to Miss Brewer's class. I don't want to do those things anymore." Lucy looked into the living room. "Amber, hang up your coat, please." The little girl ignored her. "Amber." She sat there very still, her blue eyes staring forward and blank. The doll had fallen from her arms. Lucy approached her to give the command more emphasis. "Amber, I said to hang up your coat." "Ah!" The little girl squealed in delight, her face breaking into an ecstatic smile. She was looking at a little toy car on the coffee table. Lucy froze where she stood. Oh no, it was happening again. Amber rose to her horse. She whinnied like a wild stallion, her blue eyes dancing. She tossed her head, causing her blonde locks to whip about her shoulders. "Indeed. All is well, Amber. Indeed, have no fear, for your friends do go before you." Lucy didn't know what to do. She was just getting so tired of this. "Amber, that's enough. You don't need to be Amethyst. I don't want you to be Amethyst. Now hang up your coat." Amber trotted up to the coffee table and grabbed the little car. Varoom. She raced it around the table, mimicking the sound of squealing tires. Lucy was angry now. "Amber, do you want me to?" She was going to say the word spank, but now it didn't seem to fit. "Faster," said Amethyst. "Faster, faster to your death, to your death." Then, with a final squealing sound and a powerful thrust of her hand, she sent the little car off the end of the table. It flew across the room and nosed into the carpet, tumbling end over end. "And now you are gone, removed from that which is called life," said Amethyst with a raucous laugh and another whinny. "You were just so clumsy." Lucy backed away as her daughter danced and pranced around the little upside-down car. She took Amber's coat and hung it up herself. Ex-attorney Wayne Corrigan had been patiently listening to Tom Harris's story up to this point and had hardly said a word. This was his first question. Tom tried to back up a bit to explain. She was channeling a spirit. Corrigan rested his forehead on his fingertips and stared down at his desk, paging through the lawsuit as purely an emotional outlet. Looking down felt safer right now than looking Tom Harris and Pastor Mark Howard in the eye. Channeling. Well, yes. We used to call it mediumism. A person allows a demonic spirit to speak through him or her. Well, yes, I know what it is, but and then Corrigan couldn't think of the right words for his feelings. He could only shake his head. This was his last appointment of the day, and now it would probably be his worst. He was trying to be pleasant, but it was tough. Oh, what so many people expected of him. Here he was, in his 40s, a small-town lawyer just scraping by, a reasonable man with a dear wife, 4 kids, mortgage payments, and a life of struggles and mistakes just like everybody else. But once again, someone with a need and no funds was sitting there looking for him to perform some miracle and suggest quick, simple answers to a case that was going to be complex and difficult. It just wasn't fair. Pastor Mark decided to get into this. "Mr. Corrigan, I can assure you that Tom is a reasonable and truthful man. I believe what he's saying, and besides, Mrs. Fields can concur. She was there, she saw it too." All right. Corrigan stopped to think for a moment. Should he hear the rest of this? How far should he let these two go before he turned them down? Maybe he should just tell them how much defending a case like this would cost, and that would end this whole conversation. He wasn't too familiar with Tom Harris, but he knew Mark Howard and liked him. This gentle, genuine man in his 50s had that grey head found in the way of righteousness that the Bible talked about. Corrigan considered him a decent man of God, and most everyone agreed that the Good Shepherd Community Church was doing a lot of good for its people and for the community. Corrigan shook his head. It always happens to the good people, he thought. He leaned back with a sigh. Okay, go on. Tom wasn't sure he wanted to. She came to our school just about 3 months ago. Her mother brought her in and, yes. She signed her acceptance of them. She knows our doctrinal positions. What about the paragraph in the handbook about corporal punishment? Well, I assumed that she'd read it. All right, go ahead. Tom regathered his thoughts and picked up the story again. Amber got along fine with the other kids for a while. It took her about a month to fit in. Then, during recess, she started teaching the children how to relax. Relaxation techniques. Tom and Mark looked at each other with a ray of hope in their eyes. You've heard of it? Tom asked. We had a case a year ago involving yoga being taught in a physical education class, and relaxation techniques were a part of it. Some parents, Christian parents, complained the school was teaching Eastern religion. So Mark was curious, what happened? We complained to the school district, but we didn't get the results we wanted. The school simply changed all the terms and sanitized the program so it wouldn't sound like religion, and then just kept doing it. So ventured Tom, I guess you lost that one. We didn't exactly lose it. We dropped it. Let's hear the rest of your story. Well, I saw what Amber was doing and I asked her what was going on, and she told me that it was what she learned in Miss Brewer's class that would be at the Bacon's Corner Elementary, and that it was fun because it helped you feel better and meet special friends, imaginary guides. I didn't know quite how to handle that, so I let it go. The other kids didn't seem that interested anyway. Well, then the kids started playing like they were in a horse show, and some of them were acting like horses and doing tricks while the other kids were the trainers. Kids play pretend games like that all the time. It was nothing odd, really. But then, Amber became the leader in the group, and her horse, the one she was pretending to be, was showing all the other horses how to prance, and do tricks, and how to, be good horses, I guess. And that was fine. But after recess, she wouldn't stop pretending to be a horse. She'd prance into the room and sit at her desk for a while, then prance over to the pencil sharpener, then prance up and down the aisles for no good reason, and she'd make horse sounds whenever I called on her, and we started having a real discipline problem. She was disturbing the class and disrupting things at every turn. Mark prompted, "Tell her about the horse's name." Tom recalled that part. "Oh yeah, right. I got after her once. I said, 'Amber, now you sit down and be quiet,' and she." Tom made the motions with his hands, pawed the air like a wild horse, and whinnied, and said, "I'm not Amber. My name is Amethyst." Tom shrugged. That was enough. I had to take her into the office with Mrs. Fields and have her paddled. Ah. Corrigan looked at the document on his desk. I think that's the second item on the complaint. Was the procedure followed correctly? I think so. We followed the procedure clearly stated in the handbook and agreed to by any parent who enrolls his or her child. We use a paddle when a child decides to force his will against the teacher's will, and we've carefully considered all the circumstances. We get alone with the student, we pray with them, we immediately try to contact the parents. Could you contact Mrs. Brandon? No. We tried her at home and at the post office, but she just wasn't available and the situation was getting pretty intense. Who's Mrs. Fields? It's our policy that the girls must be spanked by a woman and the boys by a man. Oh, that's good. Did you have a witness? Yes, our art teacher was there that day, and she served as a witness. We made a record of the whole thing, and then we finally contacted Mrs. Brandon that night and told her what had happened. So what was her reaction? That's the strange part. She agreed with our action. She wasn't opposed to spanking Amber if Amber needed it. Corrigan looked at the lawsuit again. Somebody's changed her mind. But when did you Tom knew what Corrigan meant. Just about a month ago. After we punished Amber, things went pretty carrot smoothly for about 3 days, and then Tom stopped to think. I think it must have started up again during noon recess. Amber became a horse again, just like before, and came back into classes as Amethyst. This time I wasn't about to tolerate it, and I got firm with her, confronted her, and then Tom had to stop. He looked like he would cry. He forced himself to continue. And then something came over that little girl. Her entire personality changed. She began to blaspheme, and curse, and mock the name of Jesus, and I had to get her out of there. The other kids were really being disturbed by it. I took her by the arm and had to physically drag her from the room. She was grabbing onto the desks and the chairs and even the other kids. Mrs. Fields could hear the commotion from clear across the hall, and she came running to see what was going on, and it took the two of us to get her out into the common room and hold her down. She was just having a real tantrum. No, worse than that. She wasn't herself. She wasn't Amber Brandon. Tom stopped. Neither Corrigan nor Mark said anything. There were no questions. They were both waiting to hear the rest. Tom pushed ahead, was manifesting a demon, and I confronted this Amethyst in the name of Jesus. I ordered it to be silent, and to come out of her. Corrigan slumped in his chair and exhaled a long sigh. Mark interjected, but she was all right after that, wasn't she? She was herself again, yes. Corrigan asked, so naturally you assumed that this demon had left Amber, that you'd succeeded in casting it out. Tom was obviously embarrassed. Yes, I guess so. But she must have told some real tales when she got home. Mrs. Brandon came in for a conference the next day, and by then she was beside herself, accusing me of physical abuse, terror, intimidation. Corrigan looked at his bookshelf, steadily slumping lower in his chair. You tried to cast a demon out of a 10-year-old child, Mark protested. Mr. Corrigan, you know what the Bible says about demon activity. You know demons are real, don't you? Corrigan flopped his arm over his desk and pointed it in Mark's face. Do you think a jury will buy that, Pastor? Go ahead. Pull a stunt like that and then try convincing any jury in this country that your behavior was appropriate. Now he used both hands because he needed a bigger gesture. A child, a 10-year-old child, and you tried to cast a demon out of her. Well, what was I supposed to do? Tom asked. Corrigan sat up before he slid off his chair. He leaned over his desk and leafed through the complaint in front of him. Well, to start out, you shouldn't have acted alone and you shouldn't have gone ahead with this act, without getting some counsel. Then Tom protested, but legal counsel. How was I supposed to know about that? Since when did Paul and Silas seek legal counsel before they ended up in jail, remember? Corrigan snapped, and for him to use a voice that was even a little loud had to mean he was upset. They were beaten and thrown in jail for casting out a demon, and you're up against the civil version of the same thing. A civil suit isn't going to get you thrown in jail, but you're still going to need some kind of a Philippian earthquake to get you out of this. The American Citizens Freedom Association has their fingerprints all over this thing. I suppose you know that. Mark and Tom looked at each other. The AGFA, that infamous association, one could say conspiracy of professional, idealistic legal technicians, whitewashed, virtuous, and all for freedom on the exterior, but viciously liberal and anti-Christian in its motives and agenda. Nowadays it was getting hard to find any legal action taken against Christians, churches, or parachurch organizations that did not have the AGFA and its numerous, nationwide affiliates behind it. Mark said, "We thought maybe that was the case." Corrigan tapped the bottom of the first page of the complaint. Ames, Jefferson, and Morris are members of the AGFA. They run the local chapter, and they've been the liberal, legal bullies around here for years. Why else do you suppose the press knew about your kids being taken away and were right there to hassle you at your home and in the police station? Why do you think they were right there to record you being served your summons? To create a scandal and smear you in the press, that's why. Why do you think your 2 kids were taken away in the first place? As soon as the AGFA heard about this case, they leaked the information, probably embellished quite a bit to the child protection people, and pulled them into it. They want this kind of spicy news. Now you're branded a child abuser, Tom, before you even get to court. The AGFA plays dirty. Well, just look at the complaint here against the pastor, the headmaster, the church, and the church board. Outrageous religious behavior against a child, casting out the demon, of course, physical abuse by spanking, excessive religious instruction, all this stuff is dynamite. It's going to make the case difficult because the AGFA will use all these hot issues to get the public's attention and stir them up. And did you catch those big key words, federal funds? That's what's going to get them through the door of the federal courts. Violating mothers' civil rights by teaching religion using federal funds, a violation of the Munson-Ross Civil Rights Act and the Federal Daycare and Private Primary School Assistance Act. Single quote. Federal funds. Ask Tom. Lucy Brandon works at the post office, right? She's a federal employee, and under this Federal Daycare Act she receives a subsidy to help pay Amber's tuition. Didn't you know that? Tom was obviously surprised. It's news to me. She didn't say a thing about it. Interesting. Maybe she didn't want you to know. Anyway, if you're getting federal funds, that means you can't discriminate or impose religion or spank or cause mental anguish by suggesting a child is demon-possessed, or whatever else the AGFA wants to test in a court of law. That's the whole point of this thing. They find a vague law and then work up legal cases just like this one to stretch that law as far as they can in the courts. This Federal Daycare and Private Primary School Assistance Act is a big, vague, anything-goes cloud of smoke, a clever move by Congress that most people never heard about. Now the ACFA's ready to get it defined through case law, legal precedents, maybe a Supreme Court decision. That's why they're going federal with this, citing federal law. Look here. You are commanded to appear at 9 in the morning, 2 weeks hence, at the Department of the Honorable Emily R. Fletcher of the Federal District Court, Western District, Room 412, Federal Courthouse, blah blah, blah. This is a federal case, guys. So what do we do? Asked. You mean, you won't take this case? Mark asked. Corrigan gave a nervous chuckle and shook his head. Well no, I can't. He quickly blurted, now before you say anything or ask me why not. Then he stopped. Oh brother, here I go again, having to explain this to another bunch of naive martyrs. Listen, no offense intended, please understand. I mean, I can appreciate your position. Corrigan pushed his chair back from his desk, waved his hands around a little, and looked at his bookcase as he tried to find the words. But I've just about established a new policy in this office not to defend Christians anymore who can't pay for my services. Mark thought the statement a little strange. But we didn't think you'd do this for free. It wasn't a good enough escape for Corrigan to look down at his desk. Now he looked down at the rug. Pastor Howard, you're the last guy on earth I'd ever want to turn down, but well, let me just share some depressing information with you. Okay, I'm a Christian and everybody knows it. The police know it, the local judges know it, the county prosecutor knows it, worst of all the Christians around this county know it. That means, when the Christians get into a legal predicament, they call me, because I'm a brother in the Lord. But then, because they're Christians, they come into it having some convictions about how my services are going to be paid for, if paid for at all. They sit in my office and tell me about faith and God's provision and usually throw something in about God rewarding me for all my time and sacrifice. But in the meantime, my practice goes down the tubes from bad debts. But please don't get me wrong. I'm not blaming them. It's just the way the system works. The little people, the Christians, get into legal tangles because the state, or the AGFA, or some other rabid, Christian-eating secularist organization decides to pick on them, and those people always have all the power, connections, and finances they need to win any battle they want in a court of law. Not so with the Christians. They have to put on spaghetti dinners and car washes and jogathons just to hire some poor, minor league attorney like me who supposedly has such a love for righteous causes that he doesn't care about the money. Corrigan saw that Mark and Tom were listening without any signs of malice, at least not yet, so he proceeded. Now that's half of the problem. The other half is that all too often Christians just aren't credible. You know, I've actually instructed some clients not to testify in court that they are Christians because in too many cases that information would damage their credibility. The world out there, the system, thinks it understands us. It has us pegged, categorized, defined. We believe in God. We believe in absolutes. Therefore, we can't possibly be credible. He chuckled wryly. When I was in law school it was the other way around. The perception was that people lacked credibility if they didn't believe in God. We've come a long way, haven't we? So anyway, I'm faced with two options. I can be retained by Christians and find out later they can't afford my services, or I can take their case for free or on a reduced basis, usually a drastically reduced basis. In this case right here, there would be about a 0 chance of any contingency recovery. I could only hope to receive part of the settlement, but even then the system is already so stacked against me that I have no fair chance of winning, and therefore no chance of being paid that way either. Am I making this clear for you? To put it simply, I can't afford it, monetarily or reputationally. I've been too close to bankruptcy too many times to take another case like this. I think what you need is a fresh visionary, a brand new horse who still has some miles left on him, somebody you can run ragged for next to nothing. Corrigan stopped. He felt released now, but also a little ashamed. He looked at the wall where his eyes fell on his license to practice law, and concluded with, "Sometimes I almost admit to myself that I hate this job. Look what it does to me, makes me dump all my feelings on good people like you." Mark looked at the legal torpedo on Corrigan's desk and sighed. So where can we go from here? Tom's children are taken from him, and he still doesn't know where. Now the school is slapped with a lawsuit that corner. We could have gone elsewhere, but we came to Claytonville to see you because, and I'm not ashamed to say it, we knew you were a Christian. We knew you'd have the right perspective. Corrigan looked at the minister just a little sheepishly. Well, I guess I've blown that notion out of the water. But what about Tom? He could be bitter right now. He lost his wife in a car wreck just 3 years ago. His salary is pitiful, but he's stayed right here with his 2 children and served as the headmaster at our Christian school for 4 years now, doing an excellent job. And what thanks does he get? His children taken away and a lawsuit against the school that could jeopardize everything he and the rest of us hold dear. It isn't fair. It isn't right. Even so, he's remained true to his calling. He's a righteous man, a man of principle and conviction. Hence the pitiful salary. Excuse me. Go on. Mark was getting disgusted. I'm through. Corrigan sat quietly, rested his chin on his knuckles, thought for a moment, then nodded in agreement to his own thoughts. And to think it all started in Bacon's Corner. I guess it had to happen somewhere. He sat up straight and folded his hands on the desk. For the first time in several minutes, he looked directly at Tom and Mark. "Pastor, the AGFA isn't after your little school. Tom, they're not really interested in you either. As for this allegedly traumatized child, they couldn't care less about her. No, what they're really after is a legal precedent, something that's going to affect not just you, but everyone. They have all the money and skill they need to pull this thing off, and they know that you don't, and that's what they're counting on. That's why they chose a little place like Bacon's Corner and a little dirt-poor church like yours. And I guess they have me where they want me. I can just see those AGFA lawyers sitting in their office over at Ames, Jefferson, and Morris saying, 'Yeah, hit Bacon's Corner. That Wayne Corrigan is a burned-out tube, he'll never take the case.' Now wouldn't that be just peachy for them?" He looked at the papers on his desk again. "All right, I'll tell you what. I'll repent, sort of. I'll take this case, but I'll take as little of it as possible. That means you do the work, you do the hoofing, you do the research, you build the case. I'll tell you what to do, I'll write up the affidavits, I'll take the depositions, I'll plead the case and present the arguments, I'll advise you, but any information relating to this case is your responsibility. I suggest you get yourselves a private investigator to help you out. As far as my involvement, you'll get what you pay for," and he swallowed hard, came to a reluctant decision, and added, "I'll reduce my fee by half, but you must agree to raise the other half." Tom and Mark exchanged a quick glance and quickly agreed. "Okay, so what comes first?" Mark asked. Corrigan leafed through the papers. "Number 1, you've got a temporary injunction here that restrains you from just about everything named in the complaint. I think what it's going to boil down to is that you'll have to cease and desist from spanking and from any further, outrageous religious behavior. Guess that means you can't cast out any more demons until the court hearing in 2 weeks." "What happens in 2 weeks?" asked Tom. "We have to appear in court, to show cause, if any you have, why you and all persons acting on your behalf or on behalf of the school should not be immediately restrained from spanking, hitting, or otherwise having physical contact with children at the school for any reason whatsoever, and why you and all persons acting on your behalf in concert with you, should not be immediately restrained from any further religious behavior which could prove harmful to the mental, emotional, or social welfare of the child, or any excessive religious instruction, direct or indirect, of any kind, at the school or day care facility, that could prove harmful," and it goes on and talks about all this other stuff. "Just what do they mean, excessive religious instruction?" asked Tom. "That has yet to be defined." "What should we do?" asked Mark. "Try to behave yourselves for the 2 weeks. Don't be outrageous, whatever that means. In the meantime, you need to give me some good arguments why you should be allowed to continue the above-mentioned activities. Then I'll file the briefs and affidavits with the court, and then we'll go in and see if we can turn you guys loose from this restraining order. That's the first thing." "And then?" asked Mark. Corrigan suddenly looked worried and careworn. "One bite at a time, Pastor. You're going to be busy for a long, long time." "What about Ruth and Josiah?" asked Tom. "No easy answers there. It's going to be a tangled mess, and could be even worse, depending on whom you're dealing with in the system. I think you're entitled to a hearing within 72 hours to determine if the removal of your children has merit, but that's usually a rubber stamp session where the judge approves the removal of the children based on the testimony of the social worker. You might be called to appear, you might be barred from the hearing altogether. It just depends on who's running the case. I'll look into it. But won't I get my kids back?" Corrigan hesitated to answer the question. "You'll probably have to go through a trial first, and that could mean a wait of 6 months or more." Neither Tom or Mark were ready for an answer like that. "That can't be all there is to it," said Mark. "There have to be other options, something we can do." "You can pray," Corrigan answered. "Specifically, pray for some friends in the right places. You've got a fight ahead of you. Sally would be staying at the Rest Easy another night. She had the whole $10,000 to spend on this one room if she wanted to, if no better ideas came to her. Right now she had no better ideas. She'd used up the afternoon thoughts down as they came to her. Now, as the day outside the windows gave way to evening, she sat at the table and leafed through page after page, her day's work. The first page was no masterpiece. Crazy My Name is Sally Rowe, followed by a full page of aimless lines and squiggles. Apparently she'd failed to capture her thoughts. But that was depressing. Maybe this was an accurate record of her thoughts. She didn't even remember doing it. The next page had some scribbled words that looked like they might be death and madness, but she couldn't be sure. After that, her writing broke down into chaotic scribbles again, and then at the bottom of the page she'd written her name several times, encircled by some strange, dark doodles. She remembered making those in a pit of depression when she didn't feel like thinking or writing anything. It just felt good to doodle, to pour her feelings onto the page without using any language. The third page sounded so great when she'd first written it. I think, I exist, but know nothing of the grasping of the essence of all that is under or over the abysmal attitudes that so rack our awareness in the last autumns of mayhem upon the earth. Now not even she could decode all that. Apparently her brain had been working while her mind was disconnected. But she felt encouraged, not because her afternoon's project had produced such drivel, but because she could sit quietly now with her mind clear and realize it was drivel. She'd just come through some kind of spiritual storm, some raging, agonizing battle. Just like the old days, she thought. So many of the impressions, the hallucinations, the mindless wanderings were so familiar. Her mind had not slipped over the edge like that in almost 10 years. No doubt it was this new, mysterious terror that had brought it all back. She had stepped in the way of an old evil, and she recognized it all too well. It must have recognized her too, and that was why it was chasing her now. With only a little imagination she could sense it still lurking outside the walls of the motel room, ready to pounce on her again should she ever rest own death, and she figured there never would be. That story, her life, her name, were now buried, tucked neatly away in the archives to be forgotten. She flipped to the front page and studied a large photo. Some blonde lady was handing a guy what looked like a summons. Well, this was more news from Bacon's Corner, a Christian school scandal. Tom Harris, headmaster at the Good Shepherd Christian School, accused of child abuse. Accusations brought by local postmaster. Sally's eyes froze on those last words. The local postmaster. She read the paragraph again. The child's mother, the local postmaster, first became suspicious when her 10-year-old daughter was playing games of pretend and began to recount questionable behavior by her teacher at the school. Sally checked the time. A little after 5. Maybe there was something on television. She clicked it on. Well, nothing much, just the sale of a pro football team to some unknown millionaire, a cleanup of hazardous waste in some small Midwest town, a new paint job for a historical building in the state capital. She let the television talk to itself while she finished reading the newspaper. According to reliable sources, Tom Harris's 2 young children were taken from his home by child welfare workers yesterday afternoon. The CPD had what it felt was adequate reason to remove the children from the home. If we must err on the side of the child, said the source. CPD is beginning an investigation into the alleged abuses of children at the school. Postmaster Lucy Brandon and AGFA lawyers have filed a suit against the school, charging the school with outrageous religious behavior against a child, physical abuse by spanking, excessive religious instruction harmful to the child, harassment, discrimination, and religious indoctrination using federal funds. The little girl reported that Harris tried to cast a demon out of her. Oh, there it was on the television. Sally turned up the sound just as the on-the-scene footage began to roll. There was the little school, and there was Tom Harris, the headmaster, standing in the doorway. Yes, and there was the blonde lady, handing him the summons. Chad Davis. Narration. The lawsuit on behalf of Ms. Brandon once again raises the question of how much religious freedom is too much, especially where young children are concerned, and calls for a limit to extreme fundamentalist practices that violate the laws of the state. Next shot. Lucy Brandon, the postmaster, and Amber. Neither of them said anything, they just went to their car and got in. Davis narrated, the case could have implications at the federal level because federal funds were involved in the child's education at the school. The AGFA argues that the practices and teachings of the school are extreme, harmful, and clearly violate the laws concerning separation of church and state. The blonde lady came on the screen. Her name appeared below her face. Claire Johansson, AGFA, we are concerned for the welfare of our children, she said, and want to protect them from any more vicious and inexcusable abuse inflicted upon them under the license of religion. Next came a quick interview with a Child Protection Department lady, Irene Bledsoe. We always investigate any reports that come to us, she was saying, and we are looking into it. Davis pressed a question from off-camera. Have Mr. Harris's children been removed from his home? Yes, but that's all I can say. In the meantime, Davis continued in his voiceover, the federal district court has handed down a temporary injunction against the school, barring any further spanking, religious teaching that could be harmful to children, or outrageous religious behavior, pending a hearing to be held in 2 weeks. Back came the anchorman, staring soberly at the camera. Thank you, Chad, for that report. We'll definitely keep working on this one and bring you more developments as they happen. Speaking on the lighter side commercial. Young bucks running and hollering and opening bottles of beer. She turned off the television and sat on the bed, stunned. Irene Bledsoe, that same woman with the ratty brown hair and crinkled moon face. That same scowl. The woman at the intersection. That was her. Those were Tom Harris's kids. Lucy Brandon. Amber. Oh, and just when my mind was clearing up. Thoughts began to fill Sally's mind with the bursting rhythm of popcorn, carrying it away in a tumbling flood, driving it forward like a wild automobile with no one at the wheel. It raced and swerved headlong from one thought to another, skipping over memories and colliding with replays, snagging and dragging scenes through her consciousness faster than she could watch them, flushing out conversations, facts, faces. She clapped her hands to the sides of her head as if being attacked by a horde of noises. Please, one at a time. I can't hear you when you're all screaming at once. Slow down. She looked at the news photo of Tom Harris again, standing in the doorway of the little school, getting his big white envelope from the blonde lady. So he had met little Amber too. Sally's hand went to the ring hanging under her shirt. It seemed that bad things happened to people who had run-ins with Amber Brandon. She went to the table and found the first piece of paper she'd scribbled on that day. It was all she had. Perhaps some legible writing would show up against all that nonsense. Unless she just wrote more nonsense. It was going to be a struggle, but she would try again. She would try all night if she had to. Her head was boiling with scattered, unruly thoughts, and sooner or later they would have to spill out in some clear fashion. Then suddenly, all around the motel, such an unexpected legion of harassing demons began to shower down that Chimon and Sion could no longer hide and had to throw any subtlety to the wind. They were in full glory, bright and visible, swatting and slashing as the demons swarmed around them like vile, biting bees. The intensity of the onslaught was shocking, surprisingly strong. It seemed each spirit would be swatted away only to be replaced by 2 more, and the air was filled with them. They were bold, brash, reckless. For Destroyer, they screamed as their battle cry. For Destroyer. So that was it. The demonic warlord was trying a new tactic now, and this difficulty could only be caused by one thing: something had happened to their prayer cover. "Well," said Judy Waring, you just never know about people. I always did wonder about him. We voted on your recommendation, we went along with it, and now what are we going to do?" Mark was trying to end this telephone conversation and get back to the meeting. The parsonage telephone had been ringing all day, and he was about to pull the plug out of the wall. "Listen, Judy," he said, "we're about to have an emergency board meeting about it right now, so I have to hang up. But let me assure you that Tom's handling this whole thing very well, just really open and forthright. I think we can trust him." "Well, I'm hearing a lot of things, right? Let me say something about that before I hang up. I don't want any more gossip going around about Tom or the school or any of these matters. If there's anything to be settled, it will be settled at this meeting, with Tom present and able to speak for himself. Now please. You did hear what the news said tonight. Judy. Now listen to me. You don't need to get your information from the news, not when all this is happening to us, in our own church. Now you just sit tight and don't listen to any more rumors, and please don't spread any, all right?" "Well, all right, but I don't know if we can keep Charlie enrolled at the school with this going on. We'll have our meeting tonight, and then we'll take care of your concerns. Just be patient." Judy was about to say something else. She always had. Kathy Howard was nearby, making coffee for the men gathered in the dining room, and overhearing Mark's end of at least the 20th conversation. Mark told her quietly, "Maybe you can unplug this thing, or leave it off the hook." She made a questioning face. "Or take the calls?" Mark asked. "Just go ahead and have your meeting," she said with a chuckle. "I'll screen the calls for you." That deserved a kiss. Kathy, a striking blonde with fine Nordic features, was remarkably serene. She'd kept her composure during this rough time, and Mark was thankful for her, more than he could say. Of course she didn't enjoy tribulation, who does? But right now, when extra strength and resilience were needed, she was supplying them, and that gave Mark a quiet assurance that they would get through this crisis. He stepped through the kitchen door and out into the dining room. The 4 church elders were gathered around the table, listening to Tom's account of what had happened up to this time. "So what was it this spirit said?" asked Jack Parmenter, a hard-working, durable farmer with silver hair. Tom didn't enjoy the memory of it. "Oh, it said we were all fools to worship Jesus, that he was only a liar, and not God at all, but just an illegitimate childer." The spirit used another word, of course, and then it went on to accuse Jesus of sexual perversions in graphic terms. "All that coming from a 10-year-old, said Bob Healy in disgust. Bob was a Vietnam vet, a diesel mechanic who kept all the farm machinery around Bacon's Corner running. His hands were rough and grease-blackened. "Sounds pretty weird to me," said Doug Parmenter, Jack's son and the spitting image of his father. "What do you think, Mark?" "I've never seen someone demon-possessed before." Mark took his place at the head of the table. "I have, and I think Tom's impressions were correct." Vic Savin, who ran the farm right next to the Parmenters, concurred with that. "Well, what that little girl or that demon had to say fits right in with everything else the devil's saying nowadays about Christians and about Christ. Just look at all the slander he's been spreading in the papers and on the television, and I don't mean just our own situation. Seems like it's everyone else's civil rights and freedoms that matter, but when it comes to Christians, people and I guess demons can say and do whatever they want." "Well," said Mark, like Wayne Corrigan said, a lawsuit, a test of Christian freedom, had to happen somewhere. Looks like that somewhere is here in Bacon's Corner, and at our school. But isn't it just like Satan to use a child?" said Jack. "I mean, that's getting really low." "Well, he can use God's own people, too. How many of you have heard some destructive talk about this before coming to the meeting tonight?" Every man put up his hand. Vic related, I ran into the Jessops at the filling station, and they were wondering how many other kids got abused. Tom cringed at that. Abused. Just what do they mean by that? You can fill in the blank, Tom. Well, we have the newspaper and KBZT to thank for that, said Jack. They've been tossing that word around like it was a fact. And that's my point, said Mark. We're the elders of this church, and we've got to keep a lid on this thing. There are going to be questions flying and a lot of accusations and gossip, and we'd better be thinking of how we're going to handle it. Vic raised his eyebrows, shrugged one shoulder, and said, well, as far as the Jessops are concerned, they're taking their and they said I was a fool for keeping my 3 in there, said Bob. The phone out in the kitchen rang again. They could hear Kathy answering it. Mark commented, that's probably another family with the same concerns. He looked at Tom. Well, Tom, let's get the first item covered and then we can go from there. Kathy peeked in. Ted Walroth's on the phone. He saw the news tonight, and he wants to know if we're going to have a congregational meeting. Tell him I'll call him back, said Mark. Kathy went to tell him, and Mark returned his attention to Tom. You want to tell them? Tom didn't hesitate. I'm stepping down as headmaster of the school. I'm going to take a leave of absence until this whole thing gets cleared up. Jack was ready to debate that move. Who says? The school's in trouble because of me. If we're going to save it at all, I've got to get out of the picture. He was right. Every man at the table hated to admit it, but he was right. There was a long, fidgety silence. They all looked at the table or out the window or around the room, and only occasionally at each other. Mark decided to break the silence. Tom and I talked and prayed about it, and we agreed that all of us have to face the facts as they are. The ruckus is over him. He's the center of the controversy. Now I know we're all standing with him, but the matter of his innocence is secondary. The biggest and most immediate concern right now is the confidence of the parents and the community. That confidence is taking a real beating right now, and it's going to be hard to get it back if we keep Tom in his position. Jack fidgeted, looked this way and that, and then gave the table a pound. But, Mark, we can't do that. It'd be like admitting Tom's guilty. Doug jumped in. But, Dad, some people, Mark cut in. But that's part of the warfare, guys. Satan set this whole thing up so he could weaken us with gossip and slander. We need to do as much as we can to protect ourselves from that, or at least provide no fuel for the fire. Tom explained, if I stay at the school, we won't be able to convince anyone that we're truly concerned about all this. I'm concerned. I'm willing to step down in good faith until we can get all this trouble resolved. We'll do all we can to keep the academy open. Mrs. Fields will stay on and teach the remaining kids in her classes. I'll take charge of the remainder in the upper grades. Tom, what's the prospective enrollment? Tom had scribbled down a tentative list. I guess we should go for a worst-case scenario, which would mean that Judy Waring will take out her son Charlie, and then there are the Jessops and their 2 and then the Wingers with their 3. What about the Walroths? Asked Jack. Mark answered, I'll be calling him. I think I can talk him into hanging on for a while. So we'll leave those 2 children in? Asked Tom. For now. Tom wrote 'em back in. Okay. That means 5 kids are out of Mrs. Fields's class. Her enrollment's cut in half. My class is down by 1. That isn't too bad. So for now we'll be able to survive, said Mark. But tonight we'll have to talk about Tom's salary while he's out, plus some more volunteer help to keep things running. I won't have time to do all the bookkeeping and administrating. Then we'll have to reassign the bus route now that the Wingers are out and get someone else to organize the hot lunches now that the Warings are out. Donna Hemphile called today, Tom remembered. She's very supportive of the school, and willing to put in any time she can spare when she's not tied up at the door factory. Who? Asked Doug. Donna Hemphile, said Mark. She's a supervisor at the Bergendore Company, a single gal. Yeah, she's nice, said Jack. Anyway, said Tom, she says she'll take care of hot lunches, probably 2 days a week. Good enough. Mark wrote it down in his own notes. Okay, other things to discuss tonight. We need to update you on what Wayne Corrigan told us, and what we have to do to fight this thing in court. Mark looked at Tom. And there's also the latest report on your kids. Tom looked tired. He'd been through quite a battle already over that issue. Wayne Corrigan called this afternoon. He finally got in touch with someone at the district court in Claytonville. They had the hearing today, in Judge Benson's court. It took about 10 minutes, I understand. I guess I didn't miss anything. They would have barred me from the courtroom anyway. The judge approved the removal and set a date for the trial in October. October, Jack exclaimed. So what happens in the meantime? I'm supposed to get some counseling, but from a court-appointed counselor. I'll be able to visit the kids, I don't know exactly when, and it'll be controlled. A social worker will have to be there. Single quote. Tom couldn't continue. Well, I say we fight this thing, said Jack. Let the others run and hide. If being Christian is too tough for them, well, they can't say Jesus didn't warn them. But let's fight it. Let's go to our knees, and beseech the Lord to show us a way out of this. Our God is greater than any lawsuit or any bunch of social service bureaucrats. He'll stand with us, and that's my final word on the subject. Mark looked around the table. So how about the rest of you? Let me hear from you now, before we take another step. Let's fight it, said Doug. We're in this for the Lord, said Bob. He'll help us. Vic raised his hand to be counted. Hey, if it had to happen to us, then it had to happen to us. Looks like we're first in line, guys. If we fall, all the other Christian schools are going to fall next. We'd better give 'em a good fight, with the Lord's help. Mark felt the hand of God upon these men. He met Tom's eyes, and through Tom's tears he saw a quiet confidence. Then let's go to prayer, he said, and let our agreement this night be settled in heaven. They joined hands around the table, making their covenant with each other and God. High above the town, hovering between heaven and earth, his wings a soft, blurred canopy, Captain Tal overheard the transaction. The saints had bound themselves together in prayer according to the will of God. The Lord Almighty had received their petition. There was agreement, and that agreement was now sealed. Good, said Tal, good enough. In Claytonville, the demons abruptly called it a day. The last of them swooped down, spit out some insults, and then soared off like a crazed swallow into the night, leaving Chimman and Cyan alone on the roof of the motel. The sudden silence was jarring. Well, said Chimman, did we get a prayer? Looks that way, said Cyan. They sat on the roof, their swords resting on the shingles, their eyes scanning the sky. Below them, Sally Rowe was lying down to sleep. Perhaps now they would all have some peace for the night. The Bergendore Company was a noisy, dusty place employing about 100 people, the only real industry to be found in Bacon's Corner. It was morning, and during the regular work shift the Uyanas, sanders, saws, and drills produced such a deafening din that ear protection was required and also a lot of lip reading. Ben wore protection little sponge rubber earplugs and also safety glasses as he walked through the factory. He'd never been here before, and found it a fascinating place, with the smell of sawdust filling the air, and doors everywhere, some stacked, some standing, some riding the forklift down to the loading dock. Small doors, big doors, cheap doors, exquisite doors. He was catching a few glances from the employees as he passed by. The sight of a uniformed police officer often roused curiosity, as if something was up. He just smiled cordially at the hefty women, the sawdusted men, the part-time students, the single mothers. He recognized many of them, including Donna Hemphill, busily supervising a big material sorting project. She recognized him and waved. "Hey, Ben, what are you doing here?" she hollered. "Oh, just a little business," he answered, probably not loud enough for her to hear him. He was hesitant to talk about it. Up ahead, at the center of all the hubbub, was the enclosed office space of the floor supervisor, Abby Grayson. She spotted him through the office window and gave him a wave. The front office had already called ahead, and she was expecting him. "Come in out of the racket," she said, throwing open the door. He stepped inside the little cubicle and she closed the door after him, shutting out the noise. "Have a seat," she said. "You must be that new cop. I don't think we've met before, and maybe that's a good thing, you know." They went through some friendly introductions. Abby was a homely but personable lady in her 40s. She and her husband were real career people in this place. She'd just received her 20-year PIN, and he his 25. "Well," she said, "we're all pretty shocked. Sally was a good worker. It's too—" She didn't open up a little more. "We thought she might have some deep problems, but hey, we tried to be friends. What can I say? I've heard from several people that she was reclusive," Ben said. "Yeah, pretty much a hermit. We invited her to the last Christmas party, and I think she almost came, but then she found some excuse and stayed home. She didn't get out much as far as any of us could tell. You wouldn't have any photographs of her, would you? Funny you should mention that. I guess she hated having her picture taken. We were all going to pose for a company picture. When was that? I think around Labor Day, and I remember she just kept hiding behind people and turning away. Some people are like that. So what kind of person was she really? What were some of your impressions?" Abby took a moment to consider the question. She was bright and intelligent, good with her hands, and caught on to the job right away, really easy to train. But there was always something a little strange about her. Abby smiled about a thought that came to her. "Well, I suppose I can say it now. You know, I think she was hiding something. A lot of us thought that." "Hiding something?" Abby shook her head and chuckled. "Oh, we came up with all kinds of silly notions, talking about her maybe being a fugitive from the law, or an ex-con, or a witch, or a hooker, or a lesbian. It was pretty silly, but when people are that secretive, that quiet, I don't know. She just acted like it, I guess." Ben chuckled to keep the atmosphere relaxed. "Well, how about a description? What did she look like?" Oh, Abby's eyes drifted about the room as she reconstructed an image of Sally Rowe in her mind. "About my height, and I'm 5'6". Red hair, long. I saw her brushing it out once. It went down to about the middle of her back. But she kept it bound up in a checkered scarf when she was working here, so you never saw much of it." Color of eyes. Color of eyes, boy, I never gave it much thought. Seems to me they were brown. How old was she? 30s. Maybe a little older. How about her weight? Pretty good, and with that comment Abby laughed. "I don't know, she looked all right to me, enough to be jealous about, anyway." Ben had heard enough for now. He stood up. "Well, thanks a lot. If I think of any more questions I'll give you a jingle." Oh, he scribbled his phone number on a piece of paper. "If you come up with anything you think I'd want to know, just give me a call at home." "It'll be fine." "Sure thing." She stood and shook his hand. "Well, it was a real shock, just really tough news." He nodded. "And then that news this morning about the Christian school and what the teacher was doing. Anger was nothing significant, nothing to bow to, worship, revere, or dread. He was small, thin like a spider, and ugly. Oh, he knew it. He lived with it. He put up with the taunts of the other spirits who lorded it over him, ordered him this way and that way, took his glory, gave him their blame. It was all part of the warfare, all part of the Master's plan for the earth, and each spirit had his own role, his own station, his own level of power. He knew his was a lowly station. To the rest of the demonic kingdom, what was the Bacon's Corner Elementary School? What did it matter among all the schools in the world? His lips stretched open, and his jagged teeth clicked and gnashed as he hissed a giggle. Oh, this place did matter now. The other spirits had laughed and chided, but somewhere, seated loftily at the peak of power, the strongman himself had chosen this place to begin the plan. He had spoken the name of Ango as the spirit to be placed in charge. Now little ugly Ango had the strongman's favor and the other spirit's envy. But why not? He deserved it. It took years to take control of this school, to oust the resistors, to implant the sympathizers, to blind the parents to what was happening to their children. It was no small task. But it happened, and all because of Ango. Let the other spirits call him little and ugly. At this school he was Bar al Ango, the beautiful and mighty. All the deceivers who flitted, darted, and hovered around that place were at his command, and through them many of the teachers, as well as the principal and the vice-principal. That was a precious power, a constant titillation, a marvelous reward for all those years and all that work. As he sat on his haunches on the expansive tar roof, he indulged himself in some hacking, sulphurous laughter. He was thinking of all those young, impressionable children sitting in all those classrooms down there, and what they must be learning right now. As usual, most of his spirit underlings were occupied with that task. They were the best, and he reveled in the fact that for the past several years, ever since the laws had been changed, their job had been so much easier. Oh, how quickly men could accept the most outrageous of lies once the truth was removed from consideration. Yes, there were protests, parent-teacher conferences, telephone babblings, and notes to the teachers, but Ango wheezed out another sulphurous laugh and rolled like a playful pup on the black tar. No matter. They were losing. Let 'em protest. He held all the power here. Mota, strong, tall, and deep bronze, stood with his sword in his hand, his piercing eyes on the Bacon's Corner Elementary School, and his feet in about 8 inches of chicken manure. His Oriental friend and fellow warrior Signa stood beside him, as deep into the same predicament. Were they not angelic spirits, it would have been most unpleasant. As it was, they were not disturbed by their surroundings, and the 800 cackling leghorns were not aware of their presence in this old chicken house. It was Friday, and almost time for lunch and the noon recess. "She's on her way," said Signa. "Now," said Mota. They were gone. The bell rang for lunch. Ango could hear all the classroom doors opening and the mobs of children filling the halls. Recess would be an enjoyable time, just like always. What corruption the teachers could not spread in the classroom, the children could spread among themselves on the playground. "Hail!" came a booming voice behind him. "Ack!" Ango's sword was immediately in his hand as he spun to face the heavenly warrior. Oh, he was a big brute. A massive Polynesian, shining like lightning, with wings that scattered the fire of the sun. His sword was forces. Ango screamed, and 50 demons popped up through the roof like startled gophers with squawks and hoots of surprise and rage. They surrounded the big warrior. "What brings you here?" Ango demanded. But Mota wanted a little more space. He raised his sword, held it straight out at waist level, and began to sweep it in a wide circular arc around him. The seething, hissing spirits backed off when the tip of the sword passed under their chugging noses. Now he was more comfortable, and spoke. "I'm looking for a petty little lizard called Ankle Inkle. You seek Ango." Single quote. Mota smiled and raised his index finger. "Yes. Ingo, that's it. Ango," the demon corrected. 2 guards were at their posts by the main door when Signa dropped out of the sky like a ball of lightning and knocked them both to the ground by his sheer presence. "Forces!" they screamed, struggling to their feet, grabbing their swords. 20 demons were immediately on hand, swords drawn, eyes gawking at this visitor. One spirit shot out of the school in careless haste, not wanting to miss anything, his sword waving, his wings whirring. He got too close to the warrior. Wusul, the sword moved so fast it looked like a disk of light. Shredded particles of the spirit fluttered and floated in all directions, trailing red smoke and dissolving out of sight. The tip of the sword was now poised and ready for the next brazen attacker. No one felt that brazen. They remained like statues, their eyes on this warrior. He remained motionless. Sally Rowe reached up and pulled the bell cord. The little bell at the front of the bus went ding, and the driver slowed for the next stop along the Toe Springs Claytonville Road. She could see the Bacon's Corner Elementary School just ahead. She'd never been inside, but somehow she'd just have to find her way around without being seen by too many people. She'd done as much as she could to look unlike Sally Rowe. She had her hair black, now braided and pinned behind her head. She'd found some sunglasses that could pass for tinted eyewear. Although they bothered her, she knew her old factory clothes would not be a good idea, so she'd managed to purchase a casual outfit: slacks, blouse, loafers. Apart from that, she could only hope that no one at this little school had ever seen her before or knew who she was. The bus pulled to a stop, and she got off right in front of the school. Mota still seemed unsure. No, it cannot be Ango. I see no one here who fits what I have heard of him. I seek Ango the small, weak, and pitiful. Ango could feel the stares of his subordinates. Of course they wanted to see what he would do. He raised his sword, and they all did the same. The Ango you seek is mighty. He is Baal of this place. Baal? Mota asked. A spirit with only half a heart, and less of a brain. Gah! Ango cried, raising his sword over his head. I am Ango. He brought his sword down in a red, glowing blur. The huge sword of the warrior was there instantly and took the blow. Mota was surprised. This little demon could strike hard, with much greater strength than Mota expected. He hid his concern, however, and only acted as if he finally realized whom he was addressing. "Oh forces!" Ango screamed. Mota thrust his sword right under Ango's nose. "Before you attack," Ango swallowed the order, "I would like to state my—" "And now," he said, "we'd like to take a look inside this school." The guard spit sulfur at him, and for a moment he was blinded. He raised his sword in defense and tried to clear his eyes, stumbling backwards out onto the school lawn. The guards followed him, pushing him back, waving their swords. The other spirits felt a new courage, and moved in closer, hissing, spitting, holding their swords high. They were not watching the door. Sally walked briskly up the front walk and through the door. The clock in the main hall said she was on time. It was 11:50, time for lunch break. Now to find Miss Brewer's classroom, room 105. It was either to the left or the right, but first she'd have to pass by the school office. There was a receptionist standing behind the counter, and several office personnel working at desks behind her. Well, she thought, if I just look like I know what I'm doing, maybe they won't ask to help me. She headed for the hall, walking by the reception counter, keeping her eyes ahead, not slowing her walk, not looking bewildered. "Come on, Sally, make it convincing. Don't you move," said the demon behind the counter. "Don't you come one step closer to me." Chimon and Cyan had come in with Sally, and were now standing at the counter, their wings unfurled, totally blocking any view of the hallway. Their swords were drawn, but at their sides. They didn't speak, but just looked at this slimy creature yelling at them. "How did you get in here?" the demon demanded. "Guards." Suddenly Cyan's hot blade rested right between the demon's yellow fangs. He thought it best not to pronounce another word. The receptionist looked at the clock. Miss Brewer was expecting a visitor today. The receptionist thought she'd heard someone come in, but, miracle that that lady behind the counter had not seen her. Oh well, now to find room 105. Good. Here was room 103, and now room 104, and bingo. Room 105. She stood in the open doorway and knocked on the jamb. Miss Brewer, the young and pretty fourth-grade teacher, rose from her desk with a welcoming smile and extended her hand. "Hello. You must be Mrs. Jensen." Sally took her hand and replied pleasantly, "And you are Miss Brewer. Please come in." "I can't believe I'm doing this," Sally thought. She immediately stopped thinking such things it could ruin her act. Miss Brewer motioned Sally to a chair beside her desk and then continued to the bookshelf behind it. "So how are things at the association?" Sally sat down and kept her eyes on Miss Brewer. "Well, just wonderful so far. I'm really glad to be working for them now." "Well," said Miss Brewer, pulling a loose-leaf binder from the shelf, "we've certainly enjoyed this curriculum, and the kids really take to it. Most of our parents are very pleased." She set the binder on the desk in front of Sally, and Sally smiled as she picked it up. On the cover were the words, "Sexual Understanding and Family Life, 4th grade." At the bottom was the name of the publisher, Freeman Education Associates. She began to leaf through it. "Could I help you find what you're looking for?" "Oh, don't take your lunchtime to help me. I have a whole list of revisions. Let's see, this is the just what was the problem?" Sally had her story well rehearsed. "Well, the quotes are accurate enough, but the sources didn't feel the attributions were clearly enough stated, so now I have to prepare a reply and, wouldn't you know it, I left my copy in the last town. Well, such are the hazards of being on the road. It must be exciting, though, servicing so many schools around the state." "Has the curriculum been well received in other school districts?" "For the most part, yes." Miss Brewer paused to think, then chuckled, sitting on the edge of the desk. "Having trouble with the right-wing fundamentalists?" Sally chuckled back and nodded. "That's one reason I have to review all the attributions, to make sure everybody's legally covered." "Oh, what a world." Sally took a chance. "Speaking of fundamentalist problems, I understand Amber Brandon was in your class." Miss Brewer smiled with curiosity. "Now how did you know that?" "Well, yours is the only 4th grade class, and the paper said that the child involved in the lawsuit was in the 4th grade, and I learned somewhere that the child was Amber, so Amber's former teacher nodded sadly. "Isn't it awful? I'm glad they're taking this thing to court. We've just got to stop all this harassment and censorship. Enough is enough. Listen, don't let me keep you from lunch." Miss Brewer set out for the door. "Can I bring you any?" And with that, she was out the door and down the hall. Sally waited just a moment, then closed the binder and placed it back on the shelf it came from. Then she looked among the other binders, books, and materials for the title she was after. The kids in the class had drawn pictures of strange faces, weird animals, gods, and bizarre cartoon characters, and the drawings were still displayed on the walls, along with several complex, mesmerizing pattern studies. The curriculum had to be here. She found it. Ango began to curse at Mota as his demon warriors became steadily braver. "Out. Begone, you. This is our territory, and none of your concern." Mota decided to push this demon a little. "Oh, is that what you think?" He made a move toward the roof, ready to pass through it and invade their little operation. "Attack!" Ango screamed, and every demon rushed forward, red blade flashing. "Away with him!" Mota shot skyward, drawing a horde of spirits after him. He stopped, flipped, faced them. His sword became a continuous ribbon of light. The first demon became 2 halves TNAT passed by Mota on either side and then sank into oblivion. The second and third he swatted aside. He kicked and bowled down a cluster of 8. But they just kept coming, faster and faster, swinging and slashing with more and more strength. Mota had planned on putting on an act to keep them following him, but suddenly he found he was no longer acting. This fight was real. The next wave of spirits surged upward. He backed away, his wings reaching higher and higher. He couldn't let this end too soon, but he was beginning to wish he could. To the west he saw Cigna involved in a similar skirmish, taking some real attacks, whipping his sword about and drawing the guards away from the school. He was backing away, about to be surrounded. Chimon and Cyan could hear the "Yaa." Suddenly 4 huge demonic thugs exploded through the walls on every side, their teeth bared, their talons ready to tear. Chimon and Cyan shot through the roof of the school like 2 rockets, retreating, totally surprised, and angry about it. Where did they come from? Chimon hollered. Cyan was too busy defending himself against their swords and sharp teeth to answer. It was like being chased up a huge tree by a foaming pack of rabid dogs. They backed away, higher and higher, trying to stay clear of those whistling red blades. What horrible situation had they walked into? Sally's hands were shaking and she was afraid to open the 3-ring binder now in her lap. The title sounded harmless enough. Finding the Real Me: Self-Esteem and Personal Fulfillment Studies for 4th Graders. She flipped the cover open and quickly perused the title page. She didn't recognize the author's name, but the name of the publisher immediately turned her stomach. The Omega Center for Educational Studies. With great effort, she turned several more pages, skimming the contents. She found a particular index tab and skipped far forward to a later chapter. Her heart was pounding as if she'd sprinted up a hill, and her hands were getting slick with sweat. They were shaking. The old torments. Her mind was beginning to race again. She could hear the voices calling, mocking, cursing. There were spirits in the room. She had to get out of there. She carried the binder to the shelf and tried to put it back. A large atlas fell over, blocking the slot. She almost whimpered out loud as her fingers dug after the fallen atlas, trying to get a grip on it. She lifted it, it slipped out of her fingers, she lifted it again, tried to hold it in place while she jammed the binder in. The binder got hung up on a bulging, began to ease. I've got to get out of here. Right now. She dashed for the hallway and then ran down to the north entrance, pushing her way outside as if running from a fire. Above and all around the school, the demons were just returning from a glorious rout. They had chased those pesky warriors of heaven away at last, and now the territory of the glorious Ango was safe again. Far above the school, a safe distance away, Mota, Cigna, Chimon, and Cyan gathered to update each other. What happened down there? Chimon wondered. Ango and his imps were never this strong, said Cigna, still rubbing the burning sulfur out of his eyes. Cyan was checking a good-sized cut in his leg as he said, we were all playing the fool to go into that thinking only of a diversion. They meant business. Far below, looking as small as an insect on the vast green terrain, Sally was running back to the Toe Springs Claytonville Road. She would probably run to the next bus stop instead of waiting in front of the school where she might be seen. At least 5 taunting, torturing spirits were following her, buzzing about her head like angry hornets. They'll follow her to her next destination, said Cigna. When they're clear of this place we'll take 'em out, said Mota. We can't fight 'em here. Cree and C are already at Omega. They have no idea what's in store for them. They all knew the problem without anyone having to say it. Mota finally did. The prayer cover. We're losing it. Tom Harris pushed his grocery cart up and down the aisles of the Pricewise grocery, making his weekly rounds. He was having a little trouble with his shopping list. Cereal, there was still plenty of that. The milk in the refrigerator was going sour. He decided he would pour it down the sink and just buy a quart today instead of the usual 2 half-gallons. Hey, Mr. Harris. Oh, it was Jody Jessup, the little 5th grader. It was strange seeing her here in the store during a school day, but then, Tom wasn't usually in the store during the school day either. In any case, he was happy to see her bright smile again. Hi, Jody. How are you doing?" She came running down the aisle past the cornflakes and oatmeal, her long brown hair flying. "I'm with my mum. I get to help her buy groceries." She pressed against his side, and he gave her a little hug around the shoulders. "Well, it's great to see you. It feels funny not being in school anymore." Tom agreed. "Yes, it sure does." Then came an alarmed voice from down the aisle, "Jody. Come here." It was Andrea Jessup, Jody's mother, pushing her shopping cart with Jody's younger brother Brian by her side. Tom was shocked and incredulous at the coldness in her eyes. He waved. "Hi, Andrea. Good to see you." "Hi, Brian." Andrea ignored him. "Jody. Come here right now. I don't want you talking to Mr. Harris." Jody hurried back to her mother. Andrea bent and barked the order directly into Jody's face. "You stay with me now, and don't talk to strangers." Jody started. "You stay away from that man," she was saying. "Don't you go anywhere near him. And that goes for you too, Brian." Brian started asking questions, but Andrea hushed both her children and continued down the aisle. Tom's life came to a halt, right there next to the breakfast cereal. The Jessups used to be such good friends, and so supportive. He'd shared dinner with them on several occasions, he'd played with their kids, they'd gone together on field trips with the whole school. Jody and Brian were used to be two of his best students. No more. Everything had changed. Tom tried to think of a good reason, but couldn't. He tried to think of what he had to buy next, but he couldn't think of that either. "Lord," he finally prayed silently, "I haven't done anything. Why did Andrea treat me like that?" Then he began to wonder how many more of his own brothers and sisters in the Lord felt the same way about him. Andrea kept pushing her cart along, grabbing pickles and relish off the shelf with hardly a glance, and moving on. She wanted to get out of the store before she saw that man again, before her children saw him again. She'd never been so upset at anyone in her life. The nerve of that man. A small spirit, Strife, followed Andrea. He had nervous, agitated wings that never stopped quivering and a blaring mouth that more than made up for his size. He ran along the tops of the jars and boxes, hurdling the saltine crackers and leaping over the paper towels. "He lied to you all along," he shouted to her. "And you know, Pastor Mark is lying too, trying to protect him. You don't know half of what went on in that school." On the other side of the aisle, rushing through the flour and sugar and somersaulting over the cooking oil, gossip filled in all of Strife's pauses. "Sexual. He has problems with sex. It has to be sexual. You'd better ask around and see." Andrea got more enraged, the more she thought about this whole Christian school scandal. That Tom Harris needs prayer, she thought. But she hadn't done much praying. Mulligan's ears were so red they almost glowed. "Cole, you were just that far from being canned." Mulligan towered over Ben's desk like a rotting tree about to fall, and Ben felt he should stand up to keep from being crushed, except that Mulligan might interpret that move as aggressive. Mulligan pointed his finger, it seemed a bit red too, right in Ben's face. "Were you out at the Potter place the other day?" "Wednesday afternoon, sir," Ben replied, noting that he'd called Harold sir. "Wow, I must be scared. And just who ordered you to go out there?" "The visit was voluntary, sir. I had a little free time, So you thought you'd snoop around without authorization, isn't that right?" Ben drew a breath and then released it slowly before he said another word. He had to be careful now because he was upset. "I was not aware, sir, that the Potter residence was off limits to a law officer, especially when his presence there was with the full invitation and welcome of Mrs. Potter herself. So how about that little visit out to the door factory? What about that? They were glad enough to have me there. And I say you misused your badge." Now Ben did stand up, tall and straight. "You might be interested in what I've found out, Sergeant Mulligan, sir. The descriptions of Sally Rowe that I got from Mrs. Potter and from Abby Grayson at the Bergen Door Company were consistent. Sally Rowe was in her mid to late 30s, about 5'6", with long red hair. What of it? The woman we found in the goat shed was younger, and had black hair, probably shoulder length, but no longer. Mulligan smiled a smile of pity. He put his big hand on Ben's shoulder and spoke condescendingly. Cole, come on. It was dark in there. You only saw the body for a second. I don't know what's gotten into you. Harold, why was the house ransacked? Did you authorize that? Sure I did. We were looking for evidence. Evidence of what? You said it was a suicide. Standard procedure. Isn't your shift about over? I do have a message for you from Mrs. Potter. She'd like to have that mess cleaned up by whoever it was that made it. That's taken care of, don't worry your little head about it. And whatever happened to Sally Rowe's pickup? Mulligan looked at him just a little funny. What pickup? Sally Rowe always drove a '65 blue Chevy pickup. I let Mrs. Potter go through our vehicle ID book yesterday, and she pointed out the make and model to me. The truck's nowhere around the property. Rowe had to have driven it home from work the evening she allegedly killed herself. I was wondering if the same people who ransacked the house may have made off with her truck. Mulligan looked a little worried. I don't know anything about that. And since we're on the subject, I'm still wondering about that bloodstained shirt we found. Did the coroner ever check the blood type? That scene was full of signs of violence. Coroner's report on the death of Sally Rowe. Read it for yourself. Death by asphyxiation from hanging. Not murder, not a struggle, not anything. Now if you disagree with the coroner, why don't you come up with another body for him to examine? There might be one. Mulligan actually grabbed Ben's shirt in his fist. His eyes were wild, and he hissed the words through jaws locked shut in anger. Stop right there. Not another word. Ben said nothing, but he didn't back down either. Mulligan didn't like that at all. Your shift is over for today, Officer Cole, and if I hear one more word about this from you, your job is going to be over, you got that? Mulligan let go of Ben's uniform with a feisty little shove. Ben did what he could to straighten out the wrinkles. I'll be watching you, boy, I mean really watching you. You drop this Sally Rowe thing, you hear? One more false step from you, and I'm going to have myself some real joy ripping that badge right off your chest. Well, those guys mean business, I guess. Wayne Corrigan sat at his desk after hours, drinking one last cup of coffee from his thermos and looking through several pages of notes Mark Howard, Tom Harris, and the church board had compiled in answer to the temporary injunction against the school. All the usual arguments for corporal punishment were clearly laid out, the scriptures from Proverbs about the rod, of course, and a definitive procedure for spanking clearly outlined in the Student Parent Handbook. Lucy Brandon's signature on the enrollment agreement constituted her agreement with the handbook, so that wasn't going to be hard to argue. It was obvious the church board had done their homework many times over in this area. As for their argument against any restraint from further religious behavior which could prove harmful to the mental, emotional, or social welfare of the child, or any excessive religious instruction that could prove harmful, they did a pretty good study on that, with scripture after scripture declaring the existence, purpose, behavior, and casting out of demons, as well as a general apologetic for the basic gospel message. This was definitely a matter of religious belief, supposedly protected by the Constitution, sure, but an exorcism perpetrated upon a 10-year-old child. A minor, with no parental consent. Where was that provided for in the handbook? When did Mrs. Brandon agree to that kind of treatment for her daughter? He stopped cold. This case was too big and the stakes were too high. It was more than he could handle. Yeah. Those AGFA guys found just what they were looking for. The way they would handle the case, the Constitution would be just so much toilet paper when children were involved. Well, Corrigan, you did it again. You said yes too easily. Now the hearing's in 12 days. Better do something. Lord God, he prayed, I'm in over my head again. I need your help to bail me out, to bail all of us out. He started scribbling out a brief for the court, trying to cover the items in the complaint. Misuse of federal funds was easy to refute, and discrimination and harassment were basically a walk in the park, but then came the tricky stuff, and he began to pray in earnest as he wrote every line. On Monday morning, a week after Ruth and Josiah were first hauled from his home, Tom got a call from an unidentified lady at the Child Protection Department. Without consulting him, and with no prior notice other than this call, an appointment had been set for him to visit with his children for 1 hour under the supervision of a child welfare counselor. The appointment was for 11 that morning, at the courthouse in Claytonville. He barely made it in time, pulling into a visitor parking slot at the courthouse at 10:52. He double-checked his appearance in the visor mirror, straightening his tie, smoothing down his hair, his hands trembling and his stomach queasy from the anticipation. He grabbed a brown bag of things for the kids, locked up the car, and bounded up the concrete steps of the old stone building. The inside hall was cold marble, tall, gray, and imposing. Every footstep echoed like a public announcement, and he felt naked in this place. Lawyers, clerks, and other just plain folks passed him on every side, and he wooden bench against the wall. I'll let 'em know you're here, she said. He sat there and slowly scratched his chin, looking down at the marble floor. He felt angry, but he knew he couldn't let it show, he couldn't let it come out, or he'd only make things worse. He prayed repeatedly, "Oh Lord, what can I do? I don't even know what to say." He naturally thought of Cindy, now gone for 3 years. Difficult times such as this reminded him of how much he always needed her, and how much he had lost. He'd recovered from the initial grief, yes, but sometimes, when life was at its darkest and the struggle was the most uphill, out of habit he would reach for her, think of her, rehearse the words to share his pain. But then would come that same, persistent reminder, the realization that she was gone, replaced by a closely following shadow of sorrow. Cindy, he thought, you just wouldn't believe what's happening down here. I guess it's the persecution Jesus and the apostles warned us about. I guess it always seemed like something far away, maybe in Soviet Russia, or during Roman times, but not here, not now. I never thought it would actually happen to me, and I sure didn't think it would happen to the kids. He pulled his handkerchief from his pocket to wipe his tears away. He couldn't let the kids see him like this, and what would the state people think? Mr. Harris. He sucked in a breath and immediately, even desperately, tried to compose himself. Tom, whatever you do, be cordial. Don't give her anything to use against you. He was, before I take you upstairs to see your children, I need to remind you that this visitation is a privilege that can be revoked at any time. We expect you to remain on your best behavior and to comply with my instructions at all times. You are not to touch your children, but remain on your own side of the conference table. You cannot ask them anything about where they are staying. Any other questions that I may deem inappropriate will be disallowed, and the meeting can be terminated at any time if I find it necessary. Is all that clear to you? But, Mrs. Bledsoe, are we going to have a chance to talk this thing out? I want to get this whole mess cleared up and get my children back home with me where they belong. That won't be possible at this time. Our investigation is still in progress. What investigation? I haven't heard a thing from anyone, and I haven't even been able to get through to you. We have a very heavy caseload, Mr. Harris. You'll just have to be patient. Tom felt an anger, even a hunger for revenge rising inside him, something totally un-Christian, he knew, but it was irrepressible. He just couldn't think of any words that would be civil. Irene Bledsoe asked him again, more firmly, is all that I have said clear to you? All he could do was give her the right answer. Yes. What is this package? Single quote. Tom opened it for her to see. I brought some things for the kids. They don't have their Bibles, so I brought them, and some pens and stationery. Fine. She took the bag. Come with me. She took off at a hurried, efficient pace, the pock, pock, pock of her heels telling everyone on the floor she was passing by. Tom just tried to step. She led him up the winding marble staircase to the second floor, along the balcony overlooking the front entry, and through a heavy, uninviting door with big brass hinges and a knob that had to weigh 20 pounds. They passed through a cold and bare antechamber with one tall window letting in grayish light. A security guard stood by an archway to the right, looking just a little bored but manning his post. Tom followed Mrs. Bledsoe past the guard and through the archway. Tom's heart leaped into his throat, and tears flooded his eyes. There, seated on the other side of a large table, were Ruth and Josiah. They were on their feet in an instant at the sight of him, crying "Daddy," their voices shrill with excitement. They ran for him. Irene Bledsoe stood in their way and blocked them with her arms. Sit down. Sit down at the table. I want to see my dad. Josiah cried. Daddy, was all Ruth could say, her hands outstretched. He couldn't take them in his arms. He couldn't touch them. All he could do was cry. Sit down now. Do like Mrs. Bledsoe says. Ruth began sobbing, almost wailing. Daddy, I love you, Ruth. Daddy loves you. Go ahead. Sit down. Everything's going to be all right. Irene Bledsoe encouraged the children to sit down with a firm hand on their arms. Mr. Harris, you may sit in this chair facing your children. Let me remind you of what we discussed downstairs. He slowly slid the chair out and sat down. He couldn't waste this time crying. He tried to sober up, and pulled out his handkerchief to wipe his eyes again. How are you two? I want to go home, Daddy, said Ruth, still sobbing. Josiah was trying to be brave, and wiped his eyes like his father. We miss you. Is Mrs. Bledsoe taking good care of you? Mrs. Bledsoe answered that one. Your children are in very good hands, Mr. Harris, and I think that should be the last of that sort of question. Tom glared at her. He couldn't hide his anger. Then I'd like to ask you some questions afterward. She smiled pleasantly in the children's presence. We can discuss that later. Tom noticed the bump on Ruth's head the moment he saw her. Now he was ready to ask about it. What happened to your head, Ruth? Bledsoe cut right in on that question, even rising a little from her chair. We can't discuss that. I'm sure you understand. I bumped it in the car, said Ruth. Ruth, don't you talk about that or I'll take you away. She started crying in anger now. How come? It's all right, Ruth, said Tom. We don't have to talk about it. He turned to Josiah. So what have you guys been doing? Josiah was unhappy and made no attempt to hide it. Nothing. We sit around and watch TV. Tom was unhappy to hear that, but he didn't show it. Oh, does Mrs. Bledsoe let you watch TV? No, Mrs. Henley does. Irene Bledsoe was right on top of that. Josiah, we can't talk about who our foster parents are. That's a secret. Tom tried to get the conversation back into safe territory. So, how about reading? Have you read any good books? No, said Ruth. They have some video games, Josiah volunteered. Those are kind of fun. So are there other kids around to play with? Tom cringed even as he asked the question, but Irene Bledsoe let that one go. Yes. There's a boy named Teddy and another boy named Luke. But I don't like them. Oh, they're bigger, and they pick on us. They pick on you. Yeah, they push us around and use bad language. They're not Christians. Ruth stuck her lower lip out and said, Luke calls me names. Oh, Ruth, that's too bad. Have you tried to be friends? She looked at him, and her eyes flooded with tears again. I want to go home. I want you to come home too. Tick, tick, tick. Irene Bledsoe was tapping the table with her fingernail and glaring at Tom. Josiah must have caught that signal. He was a sharp little 9-year-old. Ruth bumped her head on the side of the car. "Now that's enough," said Mrs. Bledsoe. Tom looked at Bledsoe. Mrs. Bledsoe looked at him with her eyebrows raised and her head tilted forward, so condescendingly. "Mr. Harris, we've found that children will usually concoct stories to protect their parents." Tom caught her meaning. He had to choose seriously, strenuously choose to stay calm and cordial. And just what story did both Ruth and Josiah concoct, Mrs. Bledsoe? She raised her chin and appeared to look down at him. "Mr. Harris, I can understand how you would be concerned about the injury to Ruth's head. But you should know, so are we. I'm sure that, given time to get over their fears and prior conditioning, your children will be ready to tell us the truth. For now, I think this visit is concluded." She rose from her chair. "Children, say goodbye to your father." "We just got here," said Josiah. "I don't wanna go," Ruth wailed, her face filling with fear. "Children, we're going," said Mrs. Bledsoe. "Just one moment," said Tom. The meeting was shot anyway. He dove for the opportunity. "Josiah, go ahead. Tell me how Ruth got that bump on her head." "We almost got in a wreck, John," Mrs. Bledsoe yelled. The security guard walked into the room and just let his presence be known. Tom didn't want any trouble. He made no moves. Bledsoe grabbed both children by the arms. "Mr. Harris, I warned you to control yourself, and you can be sure that your behavior will go down in my report." "Which part didn't you like? When I bit the chair leg or when I broke out all the windows?" She started hauling both kids to something. The guard stood in his way just like Mulligan had stood in his way a week ago. It was happening all over again, right before Tom's eyes. Mrs. Bledsoe was pulling Ruth and Josiah by their arms, taking them away screaming. She reached the archway. He wanted to stand in her way, he wanted to reach out and stop her. He couldn't. All he could do was watch it happen. "What wreck, Josiah?" he asked. "Children, come on," Bledsoe shouted, pulling them into the antechamber. "I hit my head," Ruth repeated. "She stopped too fast and I hit my head." Josiah went for broke. She went through a stop sign and almost hit a blue pickup truck. Ruth hit her head on the door of the car. You mean Mrs. Bledsoe. Irene Bledsoe had Ruth through the door and jerked Josiah through before he could complete an answer. But he was nodding a firm yes as he disappeared. "Kids, I'm proud of you. Real proud of you. I love you." They were gone. "Give Em a few minutes," said the guard, not letting Tom follow. Tom sat at the table again. The guard went to the door to make sure Mrs. Bledsoe was in the clear. Tom noticed the brown paper bag on the floor. Irene Bledsoe had left the package behind, and the kids had not gotten their Bibles or stationery. He couldn't touch them in this way either. "Okay," said the guard, "you can go now." His job completed, the guard went out the door and on to other business, leaving Tom alone in the cold, vacant room. "Oh Lord," Tom broke. The tears ran down his face. But they weren't entirely tears of grief, and they certainly were not tears of despair. He'd seen his kids, and they had shared something, despite Irene Bledsoe, despite the guard. He knew that their souls had touched, that their hearts were still together. It was not enough, of course, to see them for just those few minutes. Such a cold and regimented visit could never be enough. But for right now, it was enough to know they loved him. They loved their daddy. They wanted to be with him. Now his doubts were gone. Amid all the pain and challenge, the smearing, the soiling of his name, he'd found himself wondering where he really stood. There were voices in his mind telling him horrible things he'd never thought about himself. He tried not to give place to such lies, but still, because the voices were so relentless, he'd wondered if there was something wrong with him, something he'd been blind to. Maybe, the voices would say, he deserved what was happening to him. But now he knew. He still had his integrity, and before God he still had the hearts of his children. Right now, it was just so wonderful to know that for sure. Ben and Leonard quickly ducked into Don's wayside, trying to look casual, even though they were in full uniform, carried their nightsticks, wore their guns, and had their portable radios on their belts, hissing and squawking. Every eye in the place was instantly drawn in their direction. It was a bust. It was something for everyone to watch and then talk about at home. The contractors sitting at the counter and the truckers sitting at the tables looked up from their lunch and wagged their stubbly jaws only enough to finish the last bite of soup and sandwich. Some kept talking only to look natural, but they were watching, all right. The name was muttered around the room by several, and rose above the general hubbub. Krantz. Yeah, the Krantz boy. He's still at it. At the end of the counter, Kyle Krantz sat under the watchful eye of bald and chubby Don Murphy, the proprietor, and two blue-jeaned farmers' sons who were well built for hay bucking, steer handling, and cornering shoplifters. Hey, Kyle, said Ben. What are you up to now? Caught him dipping into the cash register, said Don. Then he took off for the door trying to get away. Bub and Jack were just coming in and held him until you could get here. How much did he take? Asked Leonard. $85, said Don, indicating a wad of bills on the counter. Leonard gave Kyle a careful visual scrutiny. The boy was only 15, skinny as a rail, with shaggy, unkempt black hair and pimples. His face was dull and expressionless, and his eyes were red and watery. You know, son, said Leonard, I think I have cause to believe you might be carrying something illegal. I'd like you to empty your pockets for me. Kyle hesitated. You heard the man, said Big Jack, tilting his hat forward to emphasize his lean toward the boy. We can help you if you're unable, said Bub. Kyle began emptying his pockets. First he set some change on the counter, then some cigarette papers. Jacket pockets, directed Leonard. Kyle hesitated, then wilted in surrender, dug into his jacket pocket, and produced a plastic bag full of ground green leaves. The front door opened. Said Don, sorry to have to miss the rest of this. Customer. Ben glanced at the man who had come in. He was middle-aged, handsome, well-dressed. Ben recognized him. Joey Parnell, the county coroner. Leonard was handling the Krantz boy okay. Ben said softly, hey, you've got it under control. Leonard shrugged. Go for it. Ben walked to the other end of the counter where Parnell had taken a stool and was perusing the simple menu. Excuse me, said Ben. Joey Parnell. Parnell looked up and smiled. Yes. Ben introduced himself. Can I join you for just a minute? Parnell was agreeable. Ben took the stool next to him and tried to think of where to start. Just off the record, unofficially he began, and felt a little sheepish even saying that. I wanted to ask you what your findings were in that Sally Rowe suicide case. Piercing the darkness. Parnell looked at the menu again, a clear signal that he wasn't interested in talking about it. I handle a lot of cases, Officer Cole. Just what is it you want to know? Well, now I know this may sound a little strange, but, were you able to make a positive identification of the body? Parnell looked at Ben as if he were joking. Well, I should hope so. I wouldn't be a very good coroner if I couldn't even determine whose remains I was examining. Ben knew he was looking foolish, but he tried to press on. Well, what about that plaid shirt with the blood on it? Did you get that? Parnell didn't answer right away. He seemed to be having trouble remembering. Yeah, I think I got that. Did the blood types match? What do you mean, did the blood types match? Well, did the blood on the shirt match the blood of the deceased? Parnell broke into a grin and eyed the menu again. Well, I don't know. I guess I never checked that. Why should I? Was there a wound on the deceased that could explain where the blood on the shirt came from? I don't remember that there was. And what was the cause of death? I think you said asphyxiation by hanging in your report. That's right. I do remember that. I was there on the scene, Mr. Parnell, and what I saw indicate was thrown violently to the floor, and there was no rope around the neck. Parnell just looked at him, listening, without comment. Ben pressed some more. Could you tell me, just so I know for sure, a description of the deceased? Don came down the counter, and Parnell ordered a beef sandwich and some soup. Parnell took his time, and seemed to enjoy not having to talk to this young, inquisitive cop. Ben waited politely. Finally Parnell turned to him and with a wry smile said, "No, Officer Cole, I couldn't." That didn't sound right to Ben. That's privileged information. That's right. Well, what about the color of the hair? I recall seeing a woman with black hair, in her 20s, medium height. How about asking me something else? Ben stopped, considered, and then asked something else. According to what I've seen around the station, and then at the Potter's rental, something's missing, perhaps something that belonged to the dead woman. Would you have any idea what everyone is looking for? Parnell was clearly getting impatient. Now that question I don't understand at all. Well, Sergeant Mulligan sent someone to the house to search it, and I know he was asking you about something. No comment, sir. Parnell was visibly upset. Ben figured he'd better retreat from that line of questions. But now what? Ah well, just one more question. Parnell was emphatic. One, is it still possible to see the body? Parnell chuckled at that. Afraid not. It's been cremated. Now, is that going to do it for you? Ben smiled. Sure. Thanks a lot, Mr. Parnell. Sorry to bother you. All right. Parnell unfolded a copy of the Hampton County Star and gave it his full attention. Ben joined Leonard, who now had Kyle Krantz in custody, and they went out to the squad car. Sally Rowe was far from Bacon's Corner, sitting on a hard bench in a bus depot in another town, looking the part of a wayward, hitchhiking vagabond, dressed in her old jeans and blue jacket, her dyed hair braided and tucked under a wool cap, her nicer clothes hidden in a large duffel bag on the bench beside her. She was oblivious to the passing travelers and their whining children, the used sections of newspapers strewn on the benches, the gum wrappers on the linoleum floor, and the occasional squawking announcements of departures and arrivals over the public address. Her bus would be leaving in 1 hour. She would spend that hour writing in the spiral notebook in her lap. It would be a letter, her first, to Tom Harris. Dear Mr. Harris. She stopped. How do I start this? He doesn't even know me. Guess I could say that I don't know how to start this letter. After all, you don't even know who I am. But let me introduce and piercing the darkness. Explain myself, not just in this letter, but I hope in many more to follow. Perhaps by the time I have written my last letter to you, everything will be dear to both of us. My name is Sally Rowe, formerly a planer sander at the Bergen Door Company. You may have read the recent news story about my death by suicide. Sally could see it all happening again, even as she searched for the words to recount it. The day had been perfectly normal and downright boring. Working at the factory always was a bore, especially working in the sanding department, operating power sanders that hummed, whirred, and vibrated until it seemed they would make a milkshake out of your brains. After a full day and a quota of 25 doors, she finally drove the old blue pickup down the gravel driveway to her house. She was tired, tasting sawdust, and had no other plans than to shower, grab dinner, and go to bed. But then there were the goats, Betty the doe and her 2 kids, Buff and Bart. Pets, mostly. Sally inherited a buck and a doe from a lady at the factory who couldn't afford to keep them. Sally sold the buck, kept the doe, had her bred, and now had the mother and 2 babies who were the cutest in the world and good company, always glad to see her come home. Sally parked the truck and headed for their pen. She would greet 'em first, give 'em some feed, have her usual one-sided conversation with 'em about her day, and then go inside and collapse. The goats were excited, but not with happiness. They were glad and eager to see her again, but mostly because something was disturbing them. Hay settled down their mama's home. She dug a pail of rolled ration from the feed bin beside the house and stepped through the gate into the goat's pen. Betty circled her, happy but upset. The kids just kept bleating and bounding back and forth along the fence. Sally shook the pail to get their attention. "Come on, get some treats." She went to the shed, hoping they would just follow her and calm down. The neighbor's dog must have been around. He often got a real kick out of terrorizing her goats. She stepped into the shed windpipe before she even knew what it was. The pail of feed fell and spilled on the ground. With incredible strength, an unseen assailant heaved on the loop of rope, jerking her body backward, lifting her feet off the ground. She kicked, she grabbed at the rope. No air. Her feet found the wall, and she pushed. She and her attacker fell back against the feeder, and it cracked. The rope went slack and she wriggled free, dropping to the floor, rolling in the straw, pulling in air. A woman in black, eyes wild with hate, a knife. The killer pounced like a leopard. Sally ducked to one side. The knife caught Sally in the shoulder with searing pain. Sally tried to wriggle out of the corner in which she was trapped, kicking and clawing the straw and dust. The woman's knee came down on her chest and held her there. The rope fell across her neck again. Sally kicked the woman with one free leg. Wumple just that fast. Like a rag doll, the woman crashed against the opposite wall of the shed, her head and limbs slapping against the boards, as if a giant had grabbed her and thrown her there. Sally had hardly made contact with her kick and felt some amazement, but at least the woman was off her. She scrambled out of the corner, her eyes on her assailant. The assassin slid down the wall to her feet and stumbled forward, her eyes blank and wandering, her jaw hanging. Oof! Something struck the woman with such force, it lifted her off her feet. She flopped into the straw, her arms limp and flailing, her head crooked, her body lifeless, the rope still in her hand. I didn't take any time to look. I just got out of there, still trying to breathe, totally occupied with just staying alive. I remember getting through the gate and then falling to the ground and retching. I can't blame Betty and the kids for running away. Maybe it was a good thing they did. Sally leaned back from her writing and absent-mindedly tapped the pen on the notebook, just thinking. It was a pretty bizarre way to open a letter. Maybe if she just kept writing. What can I say, Tom? How can I qualify myself as a reliable witness? If you were to ask me who I am, I would have to reply that I don't know. For years I have asked myself the same question, and now I wonder if, in the writing of these letters, I might be reaching out for an answer. You see, Tom, I want to help you. In my own way, and drawing from my own experience, I can relate to your situation, and I know how you must feel as one lost entity without source and without destination in a universe that is ultimately meaningless. I can't tell you where my concept of wrong ever came from. Call it sentiment, call it the way I was raised, figure I'm just taking a desperate stab at meaning through antiquated morality. I still feel it. What is happening to you is wrong, and I'm sorry for your pain. She looked up at the big clock above the depot door. Her bus was scheduled to leave in half an hour. Soon the public address would be squawking out the announcement. If you would indulge me, I would like to at least act as if something matters. I would like to do one right thing. I might be concocting my own concept of good deeds in an effort to run from despair, to convince myself that life isn't futile after all, but I have nothing to lose. If despair is the final truth we all face, then let me hide from it, just this once. If hope is a mere fiction of our own making, then let me live in a fantasy. Who knows? Maybe there will be some meaning in it somewhere, some purpose, some reward. At any rate, I'm going to retrace some old steps and find some things out, for your sake and for mine. I hope to share some useful information with you before long, information sufficient to get you out of trouble and, most of all, bring your children back to you. Please keep this letter, even if it sounds strange to you, even if you don't believe it. I'll write again soon. I remain sincerely yours. Sally signed her full name, Sally Beth Rowe, carefully took the pages from the spiral notebook, and folded them. She had a box of envelopes in her travel bag. While in Bacon's Corner, she'd looked up Tom Harris's home address and written it in the front of her notebook. She now copied that address onto the envelope and stuffed the letter inside. She didn't seal it yet, but rose from the bench and walked over to the small depot cafeteria to get some dimes. If she hurried, she could get this letter mailed before she left for the next town. Chimon and Sion walked beside her, wings unfurled, swords drawn. For now, the demons were hiding. Chimon looked down at the letter in Sally's hand. The word of her testimony, he said. That's one, said Sion. Turgar, Prince of Bacon's Corner, was glad for some good news, and was ready to share a rare smile with Ango, the little prince of the Bacon's Corner Elementary School. Chased him away, eh? Said Turgar, strutting up and down the school's tar roof with Ango at his side. Ango was ecstatic with this great honor. To think that all his underlings were now seeing him in the company of the Prince of Bacon's Corner. Before this, Turgar had never even known his name. Ango was rising to the occasion and giving his report like a real commander in the field. It was a brazen onslaught, my Baal. An incredibly large heavenly warrior challenged me on the roof, and another challenged my guards at the front door. 2 warriors were caught inside, but were immediately chased away. But you overcame them all. Not without a deadly struggle. I am most proud of my warriors, who showed themselves brave, fierce, and daring. And I am proud of you. With my commendations to you and your warriors, I leave you now. Turgar stopped in mid-sentence. Both demons heard a familiar sound, and began searching the eastern horizon. From somewhere beyond the treetops, a low, droning rumble reached their ears, growing steadily louder, closer. Now who could that be? Ango wondered. The deceivers and guards in and around the school heard the sound as well and paused in their duties, buzzing and flitting out into the schoolyard for a look, or popping up through the roof for a better view. Turgar's wings billowed and lifted him from the roof. He drew his sword as he peered toward the east. Then he tensed just a little and called down to Ango and his troops, "They are ours." But who? Turgar looked grim, and shook his head in dismay. I believe it is Destroyer, with fresh forces from the strongman. That word brought a mutter of fear from all the ranks below. Then the visitors appeared, still a mile away, approaching like a low-flying squadron of bombers. There were at least 100, flying in an arrowhead formation and coming closer, closer, closer. Now the red glow of their swords appeared against the dark shadowy blurs of their forces. Ango yelled. They fluttered up out of the school and schoolyard. He ordered them to assemble in orderly ranks on the front lawn. They formed the ranks immediately, a motley, sleazy crew of some 300 tiny spirits of anger, hatred, rebellion, huge, lumbering giants of violence, vandalism, destruction, clever deceivers with their wily ways and shifty eyes. They looked sharp, all lined up in neat rows, the tallest in the back, the shortest in the front, and every demon's sword held across his chest. Destroyer's squadron came over the town, casting a spiritual shadow upon the entire length of Front Street and putting a chill in the air that the humans down there could feel. The shadow passed over the fire station and then the row of homes along the Strawberry Loop, and dogs all over the neighborhood began to howl. Turgar, Ango, and all the assembly of demons could now see the squadron's leader well in front, at the tip of the arrowhead. They could see the yellow glint of his eyes and the red glimmer of his sword. They all bowed low. Destroyer and a terrifying battalion of the strongman's hand-picked best descended on the school like a cloud of monster locusts, their wings producing a roar that could be felt and stirring up such a wind that some of the smaller demons on the front lawn blew over and rolled like leaves across the grass. Destroyer alighted on the roof of the school with 12 hideous captains surrounding him. The rest of the battalion took positions all around the perimeter of the school grounds. The wings settled, the roar subsided. Now Turga and Ango found themselves in the presence of a spirit so evil that neither of them could look up for stark fear. Destroyer took a moment to look all around. He gazed with narrow, fiery eyes at the troops gathered on the lawn. He wasn't impressed. He walked slowly toward the two bowing princes of this place, his toes settling into the tar, his talons gripping tightly with each step. He stood in front of them, his captains standing on either side like tree trunks. "So, Turga," he asked in a voice as cold as ice, "it seems you have reason to be giddy." With numbing fear, Turga suddenly felt the hot edge of the Baal's blade under his chin. He followed the blade's prompting and raised his head. "Who is this beside you?" "This is Ango, the prince of this school, a brave leader." The burning sword raised Ango's chin. "You are prince of this place." Ango tried to speak in a strong voice, but couldn't keep it from quivering. "Yes, my Baal." Destroyer leaned close to Ango's face. "I have received word that you had a confrontation here with the host of heaven." Ango smiled faintly. "It was my duty and joy to please such as you, and drive the heavenly warriors away." "How many heavenly warriors?" "4, my Baal. One assailed me on the roof, one attacked our guards at the front, and 2 launched an attack from inside. We chased them all away immediately." Destroyer pondered that for just a moment. He had no immediate compliments for Ango's actions. What else happened that day? Ango wasn't at all prepared for the question. What else? Did you have any unexpected human visitors to the school? Destroyer was staring, waiting for an answer, and now Ango could feel a stare from Turga. But he couldn't come up with an answer. I know of none. Can you give me any good reason why only 4 of the enemy's hosts would suddenly appear here, only to allow themselves to be chased away by spirits as petty and weak as you? Ango shuddered. This conversation was taking a bad turn. "That is your explanation." "That is yes, that is what I know." Destroyer sheathed his sword, and everyone breathed a little easier. "Go back to your duties, Ango the Terrible, you and your warriors. Do your worst with these little children. Turga, I'll have a word with you." Turga followed Destroyer to the other end of the roof, while Ango dismissed his demons to return to their duties. When Destroyer came to a stop, satisfied with the place, the 12 captains surrounded him and Turga like a castle wall. Turga was worried. Destroyer glared down at him angry, but calculatingly controlled. She was here. Turga, of course, did not want to believe it. "How do you know, my Baal? Where did she go from the motel in Claytonville? Did your petty pranksters follow her? Did they have her under their careful watch at all times?" Turga felt he would melt right through the roof. The host of heaven. We were confounded. They got in our way. We couldn't see her anymore. You lost track of her. She eluded you. Turga knew full well that Destroyer's own ravagers were following the woman too, but now did not seem an appropriate time to remind him. Ah yes. But she wouldn't come back here greater than to the place of greatest danger. Danger. Turga didn't even see Destroyer's huge hand before it struck him, dashing him to the roof. Turga made no move of retaliation. He never had any intention to do so, and besides, 12 huge swords were only inches from his throat. All he could do was look up at the furious face of Destroyer as the wicked spirit unloaded his venom. "You fool!" Destroyer shouted. "Why wouldn't she come here? This is where our plan began, or don't you recall all our years of development, our infiltration of this place? You were here, you were a part of it." Did you think we carried it all out with no object in mind? I'm sorry, my Baal. Destroyer's foot caught Turga under the ribs and kicked him several feet in the air. Turga's body struck the immovable chest of one of the captains and then tumbled down to the roof again. You're sorry, muttered Destroyer mockingly. You let her elude you in Claytonville, you let her sneak into this school under your very nose, you let her escape again, to disappear until she pops up again to do more damage, to uncover more of our plan, we know not where, and all you have to say is, I'm sorry. Turga wanted to say he was sorry again, but knew that would not be accepted. Now he had no words left to say. Go, said Destroyer. Take care of your little town. Leave Sally Rowe to me. One of the captains, built like a bull, took Turga by one wing and flung him into the sky. Turga tumbled and fluttered skyward until he could recover control of his wings, then shot away in shame. Destroyer watched until Turga was gone, then spoke in low tones to the 12 demons with him. The strongman does have all his players in place and a strong network ready to be used, but we have seen ourselves how vulnerable the plan can be, especially when the host of heaven are interested in our enterprise, and most certainly interested in Sally Rowe. They are trying to set up a hedge around her, screen her from his plan. He is committed to it. An easy position for him to take, Destroyer hissed spitefully, fingering the handle of his sword. If the plan should fail, it will not be his head that rolls, but ours. He will see to that. We must succeed. He stopped to think for a moment, his black talons pulling like hooks at the stiff hairs on his neck. I am learning more and more about this Tal. He is quite the strategist, a master of subtlety. Thus far the host of heaven have been effective and yet largely invisible. Tal is waiting, maneuvering. He is a layer of traps, a setter of snares. Another spirit, scarred and grotesque, growled, I was there in Ashton. I saw the ambush. Destroyer spit sulfur and let his anger rise. So you know that Tal waited until our forces could wait no longer and flew headlong into his patient trap, brash and unaware. We had only our confidence, but Tal was ready. We will not make that mistake again. Destroyer scanned the town from this rooftop perch. If Tal is so subtle, we will be even more so. If he depends on the prayers of God's people, then we will work all the harder to keep God's people from praying. He chuckled a sulphurous chuckle. You don't know about the little imps I requested from the strongman. Strife, division, gossip, and a host of others flooding this town at this very moment. These humans are only of flesh, of mud, and I suggest there is one force stronger than their zeal for God, their own self-righteousness. We will make them proud, pure in their own eyes, vindictive, unjust judges over each other, and stir up such a noise among them that the simplest prayer will not be uttered. The warriors were impressed and muttered their awe and approval. In the meantime, Destroyer continued, let us not forget that our people are praying as well, devoting much time and worship to our Lord, and he is responding with great favor toward us, sending more and more forces to bolster our ranks and confound our enemies. Time is on our side. Then he stopped and grinned. So, if Tal is a master of, we will not fly into another ambush. Destroyer's eyes narrowed with cunning. We will wait, as Tal does. We will watch, we will follow, until our moment is right, until this mighty captain of the host is not so mighty, but is confounded, stripped of his power by the saints of God themselves. And then sometime, somewhere, Sally Rowe will have her Gethsemane. She will be alone. Her escorts will be unaware, unready, small in numbers. The moment will be ours to take her. But how will we know? Asked a fourth demon. We will know, just as before, because a Judas will tell us. All we have to do is find him. Destroyer hacked a hideous chuckle. Such a marvelous thing, betrayal. Ben would be getting out of the station and out on patrol a little earlier this morning. He had plans to sit behind the trees at the west end of the Snyder River Bridge and NAB speeders for a while, maybe get his citation quota up a bit. But first, if he could do it quietly enough, he thought he'd use the police teletype to request a crime check on Sally Rowe. It just might turn something up. Cole, it was Mulligan, and there was something strange about the tone in his voice. Yes, sir. Mulligan came out of his office and over to Ben's desk. He leaned on it with his big fist and cut into Ben with his eyes. Ben was ready to talk, but not to be stared at. Something wrong, Harold. Mulligan was almost smiling. You been snooping around again? Snooping. Leonard tells me you were bothering Joey Parnell, the coroner. Ben was a little stunned to hear that such a report had come from Leonard, of all people. If Leonard told you I was bothering Mr. Parnell, I would have to disagree with his terms. I don't think I was bothering Mr. Parnell at all. I sat next to him over at Don's and just asked a few questions. It was all very casual. Didn't I tell you to drop this Sally Rowe thing? What's wrong with your memory, Cole? Ben had been a wimp long enough. He stood to his feet and faced Mulligan eye to eye. There is nothing wrong with my memory, Harold, Mr. Sergeant, sir. I have never been able to forget what I've seen pertaining to this case and the way it's been handled. I've been bothered by it, I've lost sleep over it, and quite frankly I've been very disappointed by the incompetence I've seen on the part of some duly elected public servants who should know better. If we must discuss memories, I found that Mr. Parnell's memory is no better than your eyesight in regard to the dead woman we found and her true identity. Forgive me for speaking so freely, sir. Mulligan leaned toward Ben so that their faces were only an inch apart. I thought you and Leonard were supposed to be doing a drug bust at Don's. I don't see any contraband, Cole. Where is it? Leonard took care of that, sir. Mulligan called. Leonard. Leonard was doing something in the back. Yeah. Did you bring any contraband back from that drug bust? Yeah. About 1/4 kilo of marijuana. Ben took care of it. Ben made a face and smiled a bit at the mix-up. Leonard, you handled that whole case, remember? I was over talking to Parnell. Leonard came into the room, his face filled with astonishment. Ben, have you slipped a gear? I gave that pot to you to file as evidence. Ben was incredulous. No way. Mulligan looked back and forth at the two men. Guys, we are missing some pot. Now where is it? I gave it to Ben to file as evidence, said Leonard. No, said Ben. Absolutely not. Mulligan smiled cunningly. How's about we just take a look in your locker, Cole? Sure thing. But even as Ben said that, it occurred to him what might be happening. As they went down the hall to the lockers, he knew he wouldn't be surprised if Mulligan threw open the locker. The plastic bag of marijuana fell out and landed on the floor. Mulligan raised an eyebrow. It was no secret that he was getting a kick out of this. Looks like you filed it in the wrong place, Cole. Ben nodded with full knowledge of what was happening. Yeah, right. He looked at Leonard. Next time I'll have to get a lock on my locker instead of trusting the people I work with. Leonard countered quickly. Careful what you say, Ben. This could be serious. Serious. Guys, this is pitiful. Ben reached for his chest. Hey, how about it, Harold? I'll bet you have a spicy report written up already. Don't worry. You won't need it. Guys, the game stops here. I'm not playing. He removed his badge and held it out for Mulligan to take. Mulligan took it. Turn in your uniform by tomorrow. You got it. Ben went quietly to his desk, removed his gun, radio, and other gear, and set them down. He opened the drawer, removed a New Testament and some other personal items, then slid it shut. As he put on his jacket, he realized he had happened. He felt sorrow and anxiety over losing his job, but at the same time elated and relieved. At least he was losing his job for the right reasons. Hopefully the Lord would bless him for that. Mulligan and Leonard stood in the hall together, watching him go. He examined their faces for just a moment, and then went out the door. The 2 weeks were up. The hearing convened on schedule, at 9 o'clock in the morning, in the department of the Honorable Emily R. Fletcher of the Federal District Court, Room 412, the Federal Courthouse, in the city of West Haven, some 60 miles south of Bacon's Corner. Tom and Ben rode with Mark and Kathy. They challenged the freeway, waited for the lights, made the correct turns, and arrived in West Haven with just enough time to park in a multi-storied concrete parking lot, get their parking stub, dash across the street to the courthouse, and catch a crowded elevator up to the 4th floor where they finally found room 412. Right away, they knew the whole experience was going to be imposing, foreign, frightening, and inscrutable. It was bad enough being in this vast building with heavy marble walls that seemed to close in on you. It was worse to know next to nothing about what was going to happen and how your fate was going to be decided by so many three-piece suited professionals you'd never seen before. It was even worse than that to find no less than 100 people crammed into the hall outside the courtroom trying to get in. Who were they, anyway? Tom cringed. Many were reporters. They weren't allowed to bring their cameras in, praise the Lord, but they were certainly gawking at him and muttering, swapping information, scribbling in their notepads. Some artists were there, easels and chalk ready to sketch a quick portrait of these strange Christians from an obscure little town. Where was Wayne Corrigan? He said he would meet him here. Oh, there was his hand, waving in the air above a tight circle of reporters. He elbowed his way out of the circle and hurried up to meet them, the reporters following him as if connected to his body with string. "Let's get inside," he said, made it to the big wooden doors and pushed through. Now they were in a cavernous courtroom, with deeply stained woodwork, a thick green carpet, tall, draped windows, and a bench that rose like a mountain in front. The gallery was almost full. Corrigan showed Tom and Mark to the defendant's table. Ben sat with Kathy in the front row of the gallery. Mrs. Fields was already seated there and doing some cross-stitch. 3 board members, Jack and Doug Parmenter and Bob Healy, were ready to testify as well. Corrigan spoke to Tom and Mark in muffled tones. "The judge may not take any oral testimony, but it's good to be ready in case. It's a real circus, let me tell you. The AGFA is here in full force, and the press, and I think some people from the National Coalition on Education. We're in the hot seat. It's." Lucy Brandon entered the courtroom, wearing a blue dress and looking very formal. She was flanked by the blonde Claire Johansson and a tall, youthful-looking man, obviously her attorney. "That's Gordon Jefferson, Brandon's attorney. He's AGFA." In came an older attorney, his chin high, holding a black briefcase in front of his stomach. Wendell Ames, Brandon's other attorney, senior partner at Ames, Jefferson, and Morris. His father was the state founder of the AGFA back in the 30s. The 4 sat at the plaintiff's table without looking their way. "2 attorneys?" Tom asked. "They're out to win. What can I say? I did the best I could with the brief. It only came to 12 pages. The affidavits, the sworn statements of yourselves and Mrs. Fields seem effective enough, but our scriptural arguments are going to have trouble standing up against psychological reports. They've hired a shrink, you know, some child psych." They looked and saw a balding, dark-skinned man of apparent East Indian descent. "What did he have to say?" asked Mark. "What do you think? He has Amber diagnosed as a sick and traumatized little girl, and it's all your fault, naturally." "Naturally," muttered Tom. "We'll see how we do, guys. Just remember, it's only the first battle, not the entire war." A door to the left of the bench swung open. The bailiff stood to her feet and declared, "All rise." They all rose. "Court is now in session, the Honorable Emily R. Fletcher presiding." Judge Fletcher was a dignified woman in her 50s with close-cropped blonde hair and a pleasant facial expression. She took her place behind the bench and spoke in clear tones. "Thank you. Please be seated." They sat. The case is Brandon v. The Good Shepherd Academy. Today is a hearing on a temporary injunction issued by this court 2 weeks ago restraining the Good Shepherd Academy from she perched her reading glasses on her nose and referred to the documents before her. Outrageous religious behavior against a child, physical abuse by spanking, excessive religious instruction harmful to the child, harassment, discrimination, and religious indoctrination using federal funds. A counsel ready to proceed. She looked toward Lucy Brandon and her 2 attorneys. Ames stood to his feet. "Yeah." She looked toward Tom, Mark, and Wayne Corrigan. "And the defendants, are you ready?" Corrigan rose and replied in the affirmative. She looked over her reading glasses at the crowded courtroom. This case is obviously one of great public importance and intense public interest. If there are no objections from counsel, the court is prepared to grant permission for the use of cameras and recording devices by the press. Gordon Jefferson stood up immediately. "No objections, Your Honor." Corrigan noticed the immediate headshake from Tom and Mark. He stood. "Your Honor, the defendants would request that no cameras be allowed." Jefferson countered, "Your Honor, as you have observed, this case does reflect matters of great public interest. I think the public would be well served through first-hand information that television can provide." Corrigan whispered to Tom, "The AGFA loves to try cases in the press. They're going for this one." Judge Fletcher didn't take long to ponder the issue. "Mr. Corrigan, the court sees no harm in such camera coverage, certainly not so much harm that the importance of public awareness does not outweigh it. Cameras will be allowed." Several reporters bolted from the courtroom to grab their gear. The judge flipped to the next page before her. "I have read the briefs and affidavits presented by both sides in this case. Well done, excellent on both sides, and as one might expect, in sharp dispute. In light of the short time frame, and in the interest of expediency, we will avoid oral testimony if counsel agrees, and hear this case on the basis of the affidavits and oral argument of counsel." Wayne Corrigan whispered to Tom, "It's okay. It's to our advantage. They have to meet a higher standard of proof if there's no oral testimony." He spoke to the judge. "We have no objection, Your Honor." Ames and Jefferson were still whispering too. Finally Ames answered, "Are no objections, Your Honor." The judge seemed pleased with the progress they were all making. "Well then, if counsel are ready, Mr. Ames or Mr. Jefferson, you may proceed with your argument." Jefferson rose, buttoning his jacket. "Thank you, Your Honor." He walked forward and began to form his argument, wandering back and forth, studying the carpet, waving one hand in the air as if leading a choir. "Your Honor, this is not a difficult case. As the court has seen in the brief and affidavits, the complaints against the Good Shepherd Academy are well-founded. We do believe in religious freedom, of course, and far be it from us to suppose we can infringe on that sacred right. But how, Your Honor, does a child of 10 have the power to decide freely in such matters when surrounded by a coercive and repressive environment such as we have found at the Good Shepherd Academy?" Tom listened raptly to Jefferson's speech. The guy was being slanderous, he thought, but selling it all very well. The press was going to eat this up for sure. "You have seen the report by Dr. Mandenhey, a distinguished psychologist well acquainted with emotional trauma in children. He has clearly stated that young Amber has been severely traumatized by the outrageous religious behavior of these people, and has demonstrated such symptoms as illness, headaches, loss of appetite, and bedwetting, not to mention severe religious delusions and even __ personality disorders which can be attributed to the curriculum taught and example set by the leadership at the Good Shepherd Academy. I must also inform the court that Mr. Harris is currently under investigation by the CPD for possible child abuse, and that his own children have been removed from his home pending that investigation." Corrigan bolted out of his chair. Objection. Sustained, said the judge. Mr. Jefferson, Child Protection Department matters are strictly confidential and are not to be discussed in open court. You will refrain from any further mention of it. And in light that cameras and recording devices be barred from the courtroom. The request is denied, said the judge, but then she looked toward the members of the press. But the press is ordered not to publish anything about that revelation. Corrigan said, "Thank you, Your Honor," and sat down. He whispered to Tom. Jefferson knew what he was doing. Jefferson continued, unruffled. As for the outrageous religious behavior, the details are clear in the court file, of course, and I hardly need to comment on the behavior described, that of attempting to cast a demon out of Amber, and even suggesting to an impressionable child that she is possessed by a spirit. Your Honor, this is a most unusual twist, a new and obviously bizarre form of child abuse. This must fall outside the protective umbrella of religious freedom, and we would ask the court to so rule. The physical abuse by spanking is clear enough as well, and even the defendants admit that the spanking did occur. As the court well knows, this practice is already forbidden by the state in any foster homes and in the public schools, and we would suggest that the precedents in law and in society are clear on this issue. This is not proper behavior toward a child, but is another form of abuse, and should also be extricated from under the umbrella of religious freedom. Tom and Mark could see the case forming. This clever lawyer was whittling away at something he repeatedly termed the umbrella of religious freedom. It was clear to them that umbrellas had little to do with it. Religious freedom itself was the object of his attacks. But Jefferson was good at what he did, they had to admit that. His oratory was forceful, well choreographed, and persuasive. The disturbing thought now was, is Corrigan going to be able to top it? As for excessive religious instruction, Jefferson continued, who can object to teaching basic virtues such as honesty, self-esteem, the golden rule? Our difficulty is in the pervasive fundamentalist idea that we are all feeble, despicable, worthless sinners, incapable of any good in ourselves, but dependent on some. We have no hope at all. An idea we must suggest is destructive to the mental health and well-being of any child, and Dr. Mandenhei's report reflects this. To quickly close the matter, and not take any more of the court's time, the above-mentioned offenses do necessarily constitute a form of harassment and discrimination because no opposing view of these fundamental beliefs is allowed. This is intolerance, of course, and the seedbed of bigotry. But, of course, an even greater legal issue here is that these teachings and indoctrinations are being supported and paid for by federal funds, since Mrs. Brandon is a federal employee and is receiving a child care subsidy under the Federal Daycare and Private Primary School Assistance Act, part of which she has used to pay her daughter's tuition. Judge Fletcher interrupted. Counselor, it is the court's understanding that Amber has now been removed from the school. Yes, Your Honor, for her own well-being, of course. But we submit that the issue of separation of church and state is still viable since federal funds were used in the religious indoctrination of Amber while attending the school, which would bring the school into accountability to the state. This is covered in detail in our brief on the applicability of the Munson-Ross Civil Rights Act and the Federal Daycare and Private Primary School Assistance Act. While Congress intended to assist working parents with child care, no one in their right mind would argue that federal funds should be used for religious instruction. Our brief shows how legislative history and prior case law make this abundantly clear. Finally, we would ask that the court consider not only Amber, who was fortunate enough to be removed from the school and therefore saved any further harm. We would ask the court to also consider the children still there, still subject to this excessive behavior and instruction, still very much in harm's way. We don't know who the other children in the school are and whether or not federal funds are being used to supplement their tuition as well. That is why we are asking the court to order that the defendants produce the name of each child and any financial information concerning the child's enrollment in the school, in addition to continuing the restraint. Your decision here today will affect the future well-being of the other children also, and therefore we are sure the court will rule in their favor." Jefferson sat down as every television camera in the room followed him to his chair and cameras clicked away. Tom and Mark looked at Corrigan. He was hurriedly going over his scribbled notes, apparently hoping for an inspiration. It didn't seem to be coming to him. "Mr. Corrigan," said the judge. Tom gave Corrigan an encouraging pat on the shoulder. "Godspeed, brother." Corrigan rose to his feet. This was his moment. He buttoned his jacket as well, not to signal his determination to do battle, but because his nervous hands needed something to do. It also gave him a moment to pray. "Your Honor, counsel for the plaintiff has taken great pains to paint a bleak and gruesome picture of the Good Shepherd Academy. We can assure you that things at the school are much different than they've been made out to be. First of all, we haven't had a chance to meet with Dr. Mandenhy and discuss his findings, and therefore we can't be certain that Amber's problems are entirely due to her attending the school. As we've tried to show in the affidavits, she came to the Good Shepherd Academy with some problems already, and I suggest it would not be fair or accurate to attribute all her problems to the environment at the school. We should have the opportunity to have our own expert examine Amber, as I'm sure another expert could balance the report of Dr. Mandenhy. As for corporal punishment, this is certainly not the anachronism that the plaintiff is trying to make it out to be, and we are not going to resolve that issue in this case. Spanking, when administered by loving parents, or by a Christian school headmaster following agreed-upon procedure, is not abuse at all, but proper discipline, and as we have shown in our court file, a matter of biblical doctrine, a matter of deep religious conviction. Also, I would remind the court that the guidelines for corporal discipline are clearly spelled out in the Academy Handbook, and that Mrs. Brandon signed a letter of agreement to those guidelines. Both items are included in our brief, and speak for themselves. Would not be fair or accurate to label it as child abuse. To do so would invade the privacy and convictions of millions of parents across this country who still believe in spanking, and yes, there is the matter of religious conviction and religious freedom. These must be protected and should not be infringed upon. We must also object to the plaintiff's accusation of excessive religious instruction. What the plaintiff refers to is a fundamental part of the gospel, but I must remind the court that the gospel is the good news, not bad news. The message of the gospel does not leave us all condemned, or as counsel for the plaintiff stated, feeble, despicable sinners. We believe, that is, the doctrinal position of the Good Shepherd Academy is that yes, man is a sinner. He is separated from God because he has transgressed God's righteous law, and, by himself, has no salvation from his predicament. But this message is never forced or imposed on any child without the positive side of the message, that God sent his Son to pay the price of our sins with his own life, and thereby save us and reconcile us to God. Now, I realize I may sound like a preacher here, but this is, after all, one point of contention raised by the plaintiff, and I must answer it. Corrigan brightened a bit as a thought hit him. But maybe it would be appropriate for me to point out right here that clearly this is a religious matter. Your Honor, we are discussing religious doctrine, and in a court of law. Yes, Your Honor, we do challenge the plaintiff's contention that any excessive religious instruction has occurred that would be harmful to Amber. But also, we remind the court that through this complaint, the plaintiff has asked the state to rule on the propriety of a particular religious belief, and this is something the state is constitutionally barred from doing. You got 'em there, thought Tom. We also deny any harassment or discrimination, and as the court file shows, even though the plaintiff has obtained the professional opinion of Dr. Mandenhy regarding alleged trauma to the child, the plaintiff has failed to prove any specific allegations of excessive or outrageous behavior. The judge looked up from her notes with a quizzical expression. Counselor, your brief included at least a cursory reference to the alleged, outrageous religious behavior, cited by the plaintiff. Do you now deny the plaintiff's allegation that Tom and Mark were certain that Corrigan would be cornered on this one, but he didn't seem to balk at the question? Apparently he'd done a lot of thinking about it. The allegation is open to challenge, Your Honor, inasmuch as there could be many different interpretations, many different definitions of the word demon. Single quote. The judge leaned forward, lowering her chin to just inches above the bench. Would it be fair to suppose a Judeo-Christian or biblical interpretation of the word demon in this case? Tom could feel his heart pounding and his stomach turning into knots. Corrigan drew a breath and came back with his answer. I suppose it would, Your Honor, but then, even within the parameters of a biblical interpretation, you would have to decide between whether it would be a liberal, allegorical interpretation of the word, or the more fundamentalist, literal interpretation. The judge smiled just a little. Someone in the courtroom snickered. I suppose we could belabor that point, Counselor, and indeed enter into a theological argument. Please proceed. Tom looked at Mark. Was that a good or bad sign? They couldn't help trying to guess what the judge was thinking. Corrigan tried to cap off his argument. We are here today, Your Honor, to show just cause why we should not be restrained from certain activities. Well, first of all, I would argue that these allegations of activities are spurious and unfounded at best, and that the plaintiff in this case has fallen sadly short of proving the truth of any of them. This being the case, a restraining order against the school is simply uncalled for, and I would suggest entails a violation of the separation of church and state, in that the state is encroaching on the free exercise of religion by the Good Shepherd Academy by placing itself in a position to decide for the Academy what is acceptable religion and what is not. I hope that we will not find that kind of a situation developing here, and that this restraining order will be removed. It is appropriate here for the court to remove the restraint because the plaintiff is no longer affected by the school's policies, and no other student is a plaintiff, and therefore this case is moot. Thank you. With that, Corrigan sat down. Thank you, Mr. Corrigan, said Judge Fletcher. Then came the long, second-by-second wait. Judge Emily R. Fletcher leafed through her notes, scribbled some notes next to her notes, and then stared at her notes as a tense silence fell over the great chamber. Finally Judge Fletcher set down her pen and spoke, alternately looking through her reading glasses at the papers in front of her and then looking over them at the lawyers, litigants, observers, and television cameras. I doubt that either side will be entirely pleased with my decision, but contrary to Mr. Jefferson's opening assertion, this is a difficult case, and it puts me in an even more difficult position, where I'm called upon to balance, as it were, the Constitution and the best interests of a 10-year-old child. In trying to achieve that kind of balance, it's inevitable that both sides in this dispute are going to lose something and find their respective desires not totally satisfied. I've read the file and heard the arguments of counsel. I believe this is a case where some injunctive relief is warranted. However, there are some strong and some weak arguments on both sides, and some issues that seem to me to be, at least at this point, unarguable. I'll address the separate complaints one by one. To go down the list pertaining to outrageous religious behavior against a child, I agree with the Constitution that there is a place for individual religious persuasion and practice. But I hold that there is certainly a place for proper restraint, and no place at all for any violation of the laws of the state. The complaint of the plaintiff is clear and direct, that Amber was harassed and effectively branded as someone possessed by a spirit, a demon, whatever the definition of that word might be. I do believe the propriety of such behavior should be called into question. I think this protection should remain. Therefore, the restraining order against such behavior shall issue until the matter is resolved in trial. I will say the same for any further spanking of any child at the academy. The state has an interest in protecting its children, and there have been many cases where corporal punishment has been found to be inappropriate. While religious conviction has its rightful place in our society, the possibility of child abuse still exists, and therefore I think it is appropriate that a restraining order should issue along the lines requested by Mrs. Brandon, and that the matter proceed to trial. As for the next three complaints, excessive religious instruction harmful to the child, harassment, and discrimination, I would agree with Mr. Corrigan that these are rather vague complaints that have not been established to the satisfaction of the court as harmful to the children. The court agrees that these are religious matters, and it is clear that the religious position of the Academy was well advertised and clearly stated so that Mrs. Brandon was aware of the religious nature of the Academy before enrolling her child. If the plaintiff argues that such beliefs and teaching are inappropriate for any child, then let counsel build a case and present it in trial. As for the final complaint, religious indoctrination using federal funds, Mrs. Brandon has removed her daughter from the school, and as long as no further tuition is paid to the school out of Mrs. Brandon's salary, there is, in my opinion, no further violation of the law, and no further harm done until this matter can be decided in trial. The restraint is moot, then, and therefore removed. I will sign the appropriate written order when completed by counsel. Counsel should discuss the appropriate bond to be placed in the order. If you cannot agree, call my clerk. I am withholding a ruling at this time on the production order plaintiffs seek. I'm concerned about that. Further argument may be needed, or it may be moot, but it is an important issue. By this order I'm not saying the plaintiff's claims are unfounded, just that all the restraint requested pending trial is not warranted. The whole matter will proceed to trial in due course. She picked up the gavel and rapped it sharply. This court is in recess. All rise, said the bailiff, and they all rose, and the muttering and mumbling started as Judge How did we do? Asked Mark as Kathy took his arm and listened. Well, we still have a long battle ahead of us. To review, your school can stay open and you can keep teaching your normal curriculum, but spanking is out and casting out demons is taboo. The judge says you don't have to produce the names and financial records of any of the other kids, so that's one hassle avoided. I would say we did pretty well, considering how it could have gone. Let's get out of here. Mrs. Fields and the Parmenters were full of questions too. Can the school stay open? Mrs. Fields asked. Yes, it's all right, said Tom. Kathy gave her a hug and said, we're going to have a meeting with everyone and explain it all. Jack Parmenter was still itching for a fight. We've got to get that Jefferson punk. We don't have to stand for that kind of talk. Let's talk about all that somewhere else, said Corrigan. He led the way, and the others followed in a single file through the courtroom doors. The camera lights were blinding. It was like daylight in the hall outside. Mr. Harris, came the first reporter. What is your reaction to the judge ruling? No comment, said Wayne Corrigan. What about your children? Asked another reporter. How long have they been removed from your home? So much for the judge's order, Tom thought. Is it true that you tried to exercise a demon? Corrigan grabbed the microphone. We intend to try our case in a court of law, not in the press. Thank you. More questions. Let's go, Corrigan said to Tom and the others. They kept moving, even slinking, through the crowd. They passed a cluster of reporters and cameras gathered around Lucy Brandon and her two lawyers. Jefferson was holding forth with quite a comment for the press. The judge's decision was just what we expected. While we can't believe that anyone would allow their children to be subjected to this kind of curriculum and the harsh treatment it requires, I can understand why the judge was reluctant to rule on the abbreviated evidence that one can produce for a short notice hearing such as this. We are, however, pleased that the judge chose to protect the children of Bacon's Corner from further physical abuse at the hands of Tom Harris and his staff. these fundamentalists. Tom heard all that and turned. He had to say something. He couldn't let that get into the press. "Come on, let's just go," said Corrigan, tugging at his arm. They hurried from the courthouse. The Wednesday night prayer meeting at Mark and Kathy's house was packed. Attendance wasn't that bad on any normal Wednesday night, but this night was not normal at all, and there weren't enough chairs for everyone. All the board members were there along with their wives, as were some of the people on the prayer chain. Donna Hemphill, Lester and Dolly Sutter, Tim and Becky Farmer, Brent and Amy Ryan, and the widow Alice Buckmeyer. Ben Cole was there with his wife Bev. Mrs. Fields was there, even though she regularly attended the local Baptist church on Wednesday nights. Wayne Corrigan was there as well and would probably be the center of attention. The one person noticeably absent was Tom Harris. He'd taken his leave of absence, and felt compelled to keep his distance. Besides, Mark felt the evening's discussion would be freer and any grievances could be more easily voiced if he was not there, and Tom agreed with that. Some other absences were a little unsettling to Mark, who, being the pastor, was more prone to notice. Andrea and Wes Jessup, who usually attended the midweek meeting, were absent, as were the Wingers. Mark knew why they were gone. There were still some disgruntled people out there who needed to have their fears and false information cleared up, and naturally, being the ones who needed most to be here, they were not. Peeling with them was going to be a tough and unpleasant project. In all, the house had to be holding no less than 50 people. This had to be a crisis indeed. But the house was also filled with other visitors, no less than 50, almost an even match in attendance. Tal was there, along with Gilo, recently returned from his surveillance near the mountain town of Summit. Nathan and Armith were ready at Tal's side, and at their command was a formidable troop of warriors. Motor and Signa, having completed their assignment at the elementary school, were in attendance and overseeing the hedge of guards now surrounding the house. This would be one meeting uninvaded by any marauding spirits. "Messengers are ready," Nathan reported. "All they need is a word from you." Tal looked around the room and managed a grim smile. "Maybe we'll get a better idea where the trouble is, and where our prayer cover went. May the Lord grant his people a special portion of his wisdom tonight." He took one more look around the room and then said, "The messengers will wait for my word." "Done. What of Sally Rowe?" Chimman stepped forward. "Cyan and I have just—" Chimman and Cyan vanished to their next assignment. Wayne Corrigan stood to address the group and field their questions. "I would say it was about a 50% victory," he said, "which is a positive way of looking at it. The academy should be able to run smoothly without too much interruption. Until some of those kids find out you can't paddle them," said Tim Farmer, who was a farmer, showed a missing tooth whenever he grinned, and had his boy in the academy's 5th grade. "Whatever you do, don't tell Jesse about this." They all laughed. They were glad it was Jesse's father who'd said it. "You will be under a handicap, certainly," said Corrigan. "You'll have to come up with some other means to deal with discipline problems." Judy Waring, always the hearer and bearer of bad tidings, was bursting to say her piece. "Well, I want to know what got us into all this trouble to begin with. Just what is Tom Harris doing with our kids?" Judy. Mark cut in. "We're here to cover that to everyone's satisfaction, don't worry." Amy Ryan asked a simple question. "Mark, could we hear it from you? Did Tom try to cast a demon out of this little Brandon girl?" Mark knew he was going to have trouble as soon as he said it. "Yes, he did. She was." "Now there was a dumb move," piped Brent, Amy's husband. He was a muscular public utilities contractor who considered his areas of competence to be natural gas, the Word of God, and dumb moves. How did he know if it was a demon or not? Judy Waring was more than ready to whip that horse. He didn't have any idea what he was doing, and now he's gotten our school into hot water. Now before we all run off in 100 different directions, let's just be quiet and first hear what Wayne has to say. Direct your questions to him, one at a time. We've done something wrong, Judy insisted. We wouldn't be in court if we didn't do something wrong. Judy. She closed her lips, but with a defiant expression. Come on, Saints, said Tal, you can do better than that. Gilo muttered, you were wondering where our prayer cover went. Wayne Corrigan tried to start again. I want to give you an accurate picture, but also I don't want to sound too negative. We are in the middle of a lawsuit, but it's not the end of the world or of the school. It's possible we can pull through this thing and come out unscathed with the help of the Lord and everyone who can pitch in. For right now, the school is under a restraining order forbidding the use of spanking or of any religious behavior that could be construed as harmful to children. Casting out demons, Brent muttered under his breath. Everyone heard him. No, now let me comment on that right now. You have to realize how the system works, and how the AGFA works. Casting out demons isn't the ultimate point of all this. It's just the issue that keeps moving to the forefront because it's sensational in nature and mostly because it involves a child. The AGFA knows that and they're playing it for all it's worth, making it the rallying point. But it would be better to follow and watch the phrase, outrageous religious behavior. You see, what could happen in this case is that the courts for the sake of a child will have to rule that some particular action by a religious group constitutes outrageous religious behavior. Once that legal precedent is set, it can be used in future cases to widen the original definition of just what kind of religious behavior is outrageous and can be legally challenged, whether a child is involved or not. We would ultimately open the gate for the courts to establish what kind of religious belief is acceptable and what is not, to put it bluntly. But what about religious freedom? Asked Lester Sutter, one of the senior citizens of the congregation. Since when does the government tell us how to live our lives and how to raise our children? Exactly. That is the real issue here, and I want all of you to understand that. This lawsuit is not about spanking or demons or anything else. The AGFA is behind this whole thing, and you can be sure they are working to set some legal precedents that will give the federal government the power to control religion and religious schools. They can't do that, said Amy Ryan. They're doing it, said Brent. But what about the Constitution? Brent shrugged. What about it? Corrigan stepped in. Brent's aware of my point. The popular notion these days is that the Constitution is a living document that can be reinterpreted by the courts as society continues to evolve morally. Or decay morally, said Frank Parmenter. Or spiritually, said Mark. Listen, people, this isn't just some kind of legal battle. This is a spiritual battle, don't forget that. Yeah, said Brent, showing a slight turnaround in his attitude. What if it was a demon? Pretty soon it's going to be against the law to cast one out. But who says we have to do what the government says? Asked Tim Farmer. What about the apostles? They didn't obey the Jewish rulers when they were told not to preach about Jesus. Corrigan replied, that's an important point, and something you all need to consider seriously. You may choose to be civilly disobedient as the apostles were, and to obey the law of God rather than the law of man. Let's do it, said Frank Parmenter. But, Corrigan was quick to add, remember that the apostles went to prison, were beaten, tortured, and martyred for their stand. And as I've said before, Paul and Silas cast out a demon in Philippi and ended up in prison for it. Civil disobedience is not without a price. Now the room was quiet. Corrigan continued, and that price could also mean extreme damage to your credibility in this lawsuit. Your arguments on appeal will be harder to sustain. Now of course you must follow your conscience before God, and there is scriptural precedent for civil disobedience. The Hebrew midwives who violated Pharaoh's orders to kill the male Hebrew children, Rahab who hid the spies, the apostles who preached in the name of Jesus when ordered not to. But my advice to you is to work through the system first, the old Romans 13 approach. It will go better for you in the trial. What if we lose? Asked Brent. Then Corrigan hesitated and considered his answer. Then you'll just have to do what you have to do. He hurriedly added, but please remember, the legal process takes time. You must be patient and not do anything rash that could hurt your chances of winning in court. Remember, the AGFA plans to go national with this case, as far as it can go, with national media attention and as much negative publicity as they can generate. They're using the Daycare Act to get into the federal courts as well, so this case could easily have damaging precedents that could affect every other church, every other Christian school in the country. You're not just making choices for yourselves tonight, but for your brothers and sisters everywhere. You're the first domino. Remember that. The first domino, Brent said quietly, and then shook his head at the thought. Looks like the persecution started, folks. Mark stepped in. So what's coming up next, Wayne? The hardest part of all, I suppose. We'll have to send interrogatories to the other side, take depositions from them, and a defense. For those of you who don't know what those mean, an interrogatory is simply a list of questions, things we to find out from them. We want to know what their grievances are and what they know, so we can counter whatever their argument is going to be. The depositions are similar. We will meet with the witnesses who will be testifying against us, and they will answer our questions under oath with a court reporter there to take down a verbatim with our witnesses, and supposedly both sides will know what testimony and evidence are going to be presented so they can prepare their arguments for the courtroom. So what can we do to help? Asked Jack Parmenter, and every face in the room agreed with the question. Well, Corrigan looked at the ceiling for an answer. Any lawyer is only as good as his information, and as I've already discussed with your pastor and with Tom Harris, I'm hard-pressed as far as the availability of my time to do all the homework. He wasn't sure if he should say his next thought. Well, with some reservation, let me just say this. Obviously we're up against some aggressive people, very organized, highly motivated, with contacts and assistants all over the country as near as their phone. They mean business, they mean to win, and their methods are not always above board. They're a bunch of crooks, in other words, said Brent. Well, Corrigan tossed up his hands. I guess I won't debate that opinion. What I'm trying to say is, you need an investigator, someone who can dig after the facts that our opponents are going to do their best to hide. I've dealt with the AGFA before, ND. They do not cooperate when it comes to supplying any information in answer to interrogatories. They're sneaky, conniving, stealthy, and ruthless. Within Christian propriety, of course, you need someone who can be just as ruthless and find out what you need to know even if the AGFA is trying to hide it. That takes time, skill, and experience. You need someone who can help you with that. So who do we call? Asked Jack Parmenter. I don't know of anyone nearby who'll do it for any price you can afford. Suddenly Ben Cole spoke up. Well, maybe I can work on that. I'm out of a job right now. I have the time, for a while anyway. Bev looked at him for just a moment. You gonna tell, Em? Ben hesitated, so Bev jumped in. You wanna talk about shady dealings going on? I think Ben got caught sticking his nose where certain people didn't want it. He was onto something, I know. Ben was apologetic. Well, that's off the subject. But Bev didn't drop it. Tall, lean, and athletic, she was no weakling and could be very persistent when it came to fighting for the truth. It might be right on the subject. You know that suicide that happened a couple weeks ago? Some did, some didn't. Few could see what it had to do with anything. Ben thinks it was a murder, but the cops are covering it up. I think he was getting too close to finding something out and that's why they fired him. Ben held up his hands and smiled apologetically. Hey, it's a great story. I'll tell it to everybody later. Mark said sincerely, Ben, we'll pray about all that tonight. Ben nodded. Thanks. Anyway, all I wanted to say was that I'll be happy to do what I can. I'll do some of the hoofing. Just tell me what to do." Mark thanked Wayne Corrigan and then stepped to the center of the room. "Let's go to prayer. I think we're going to have a real mountain of things to do, and all kinds of battles to fight on the natural level. We'll be fighting against the schemes of men, against all the curveballs hiding in the law courts, against the financial challenge this is going to be. But none of the battle is going to succeed if we don't fight first of all where the real battle is taking place, and that's in the spiritual realm." "Pastor," said Donna Hemphill, "may I just say something?" "Go ahead." Donna Hemphill stood to her feet and addressed the group. "I have to do is move in and take that victory, just pick it like ripe fruit." "Right on," someone said. "Amen," said Jack Parmenter. Donna kept talking along those lines. An address from her to the congregation usually took longer than was necessary, but her words were always encouraging, so they all learned to bear with it. Tal could feel the Spirit of God speaking, and noticed Kathy Howard hearing the Lord's gentle voice. Kathy leaned over and whispered in Mark's ear, "Honey, I feel a check." "I don't trust her." He squeezed her hand to acknowledge her words. Donna kept going. "We have the right to speak what we want and see it happen. We need to search our own hearts for the strength that's ours." Okay, that was enough. Mark quickly, very courteously got the floor back from Donna and continued, "Let's call upon the Lord tonight, and ask Him to help us and guide us through this thing. Like Jonathan said, the Lord is not constrained to win by many or by few. If God is on our side, He'll bring things around just the way He wants them." Let's pray. The saints joined together in prayer, a genuine concert of praise and petition. They agreed from their hearts, and as a body they were one in purpose. They asked for the Lord's special guidance for Wayne Corrigan as he worked on the case, and cried out to the Lord for the sake of the school. Jack Parmenter prayed for the kids still in the school, that their education and spiritual training would continue with strength and clarity. Mrs. Fields prayed for Tom, that the Lord would give him strength and reunite him with his children. Brent Ryan prayed for Lucy Brandon and the others who were suing them. Mark prayed for Ben and his job presence in the group. Somewhere, somehow, Destroyer had planted an invisible, insidious infection, and Tal could feel it growing. Destroyer had done well. On the surface, the infection was almost impossible to notice. It was going to be hard to expose, and even if the heavenly host could reveal it, the hearts of the people themselves would have to change before the germ could be rooted out. But in the usual way, unaware of the undercurrents, the saints continued to pray, and for now it was enough. Ben prayed for help, any help, that the Lord could bring their way someone who would know what to do, where to look, how to fight. And Tal got his order from heaven. "Go," he said. Nathan passed the command to two messengers waiting just outside the house. "Go." Fire. The two messengers instantly exploded into brilliant figures of light and shot into the sky with a rushing of jeweled wings. They soared higher and higher, the town of Bacon's Corner shrinking to a cluster of tiny lights below them, lost in the center of a vast, flat table of patchwork farmlands. Then they streaked toward the east, passing over green hills and forested mountains as if with one instantaneous leap, the winding rivers, rural roads, and interstates appearing ahead and vanishing behind in an eye's twinkling. And then they arrived at their destination, another cluster of lights, though much larger than Bacon's Corner, in the middle of farmlands and countryside. They dove headlong for that cluster and it grew before them, becoming a distinguishable grid of streets, alleys, neighborhoods, a new mall, and a quaint college campus. Automobiles were still moving steadily up and down Main Street, dark little bugs with red lights on their tails and headlights carrot peering into the pools of light they formed on the street ahead of them. The streetlights glowed in warm, welcoming amber. Up the hill above Main Street, porch lights glimmered on all the houses where families were tucked away for the evening with homework, after-dinner dishes, perhaps a football game on television. The two messengers pulled out of their dive and shot up Main Street, etching two brilliant trails between the streetlights. Then they slowed to a hover above, dropped through the sky and landed in the front office area. The place was deserted. It was after hours. They paused a moment to look around. This humble little home of the town's newspaper hadn't changed much since they were here the last time. The three old desks were still there, but now one of the typewriters was replaced with a word processor, and the telephone system had been upgraded from one line to two. The glass-enclosed office of the editor was still the same, still out of place in this cluttered, cramped building, and still a bit messy. On the wall above the desk was a small calendar in 111, beating all the games in the upcoming season of the editor's favor. 1. If 5 football team, and on the desk, in a special corner undisturbed by any papers, galleys, photographs, or scribbled notes, were framed photographs of a lovely red-headed woman and what had to be her daughter, also lovely and also red-headed. Just behind this enclosure was the teletype room. The two messengers checked the recent news releases. They found just the right one, separated it neatly from the other wire copy, then carried it into the editor's office and set it squarely in the center of his desk. Then they waited. He was going to see it. They were there to make sure he did. At precisely 8 o'clock, a key worked in the front lock, the door opened, the little bell at the top of the door ding-alinged, and the editor came in, switching on the lights, raising the thermostat, hanging up his coat, and heading for the coffee maker. He poured in the grounds, filled it with water, and plugged it in, then stepped into his office. The two messengers were there, watching his every move. He wasn't looking at his desk yet, but instead started fumbling with some scribbled notes on the bulletin board above the filing cabinets, muttering some unintelligible words of frustration against someone who didn't do what they were supposed to do when they said they were going to do it. He dropped some of the bulletin board pins, so he had to pick them up, and then, having removed some of the items from the bulletin, then he went to the phone on his desk and picked up the receiver. His eyes fell on the wire copy the messengers had placed there, but he didn't take much notice of it. The Lord spoke. The messengers heard his voice clearly and wondered if the big, red-haired fellow had also. He wasn't dialing the phone yet, but was holding the receiver next to his head and not moving. He stayed that way for just a moment. He jerked his head a little, his way of shrugging that was smaller than a shrug, and then started to dial the phone. The Lord spoke again. He stopped in mid-dial and hung up the receiver. The messengers drew closer for a better look. Yes, he was reading the news item. It was about the recent hearing in the city of West Haven, and about the Christian school scandal that was rocking a tiny, obscure farming town called Bacon's Corner. The Lord spoke. The big man sat down at the desk and listened, holding the news item in his hand, reading it again slowly. Finally, with a low, husky, mourning voice, he said, "Well, Lord, what do you want me to do?" Near the East Coast, up in the green hills above a picturesque river, people from all over the world had found a special place to gather. With devotion, vision, and sweat they had worked to convert an old YMCA camp into a special campus, a center for learning, personal enrichment, and community. The Omega Center for Educational Studies was now in its 14th year of existence and growing steadily every year, supported and enhanced by teachers, professionals, scholars, artists, intellectuals, and spiritual pilgrims from all walks of life and many nations of the world. Their binding, motivating spirit, a vision and hope for world peace and community, oneness with the rhythms of nature and the eternal expansiveness of the universe, the accepting of the impulse to change. Among its neighbors, the Omega Center was described in many terms of varying shades, from such labels as a real vanguard in human potential to such accusations as a satanic cult. The people who worked, lived, and studied at the center took it all in stride. They knew not everyone would understand their mission and purpose right away, but they clung to the dream that, given time, the unity of all mankind would manifest itself. They were dedicated to seeing that happen. It was early on a Friday morning. Cree, his wings spread and motionless like the wings of a gull, dropped over the tops of the bordering maples and glided just above the glass-smooth surface of Pauline's Lake, silently passing the small summer cottages, diving rafts, floating docks, and beached canoes. He would come up behind the center, hopefully avoiding any spirits that might be on watch near the main administration building. He slowed, rose from the lake, and drifted to a silent, stalled landing on the swimming beach. The sand was wet with dew, and a mist rose from the lake. Rowboats lay on racks belly up. The roped swimming area reflected the boat dock like a flawless mirror. To one side, back among some trees, was the equipment shack. He ducked through its walls and found a hiding place among the canoe paddles, volleyballs, and tennis rackets. Then he listened. There was no sound. The timing was right. The center was almost deserted now. It was a short time between two educational retreats. The weekday group had finished, packed up, and left Thursday night. The weekend group was due this evening. Most importantly, the prince over this place was away, feeling lax and confident during the lull, probably on some errand of mischief along with the bulk of his demonic hordes. The prayers of those faithful few saints in faraway Bacon's Corner were having their effect. The prayer cover was slight, still decaying, but enough for now, provided Cree and his warriors timed things just right. The heavenly troops were here to find one particular resident faculty member, a lady who lived in the faculty dorm. Cree, in appearance a Native American, with powerful drew his sword and let just the tip shine through the window. From trees nearby, from boats on the lake, from cottages and boathouses, from the thick woods across the lake, tiny points of light answered, the tips of hundreds of angelic blades. All warriors were in place. They were ready. Cree waved a quick little signal with his blade. A warrior appeared from behind a rowboat, skimmed across the water, zigzagged through the trees, and joined Cree in the shack. Another warrior emerged from a boathouse, shot across the water, ducked behind the swimming dock, then made it to the shack as well. Two more, darting from tree to tree and flying low, completed the number Cree wanted. They remained for a moment in the shack, tight against the walls, listening, watching. "She'll be awakening soon," said Cree. "She'll have four guarding her. They aren't strong, but they do have big mouths. Don't let them cry out." They drew their swords and set out across the campus, working their way from building to building, tree to tree, smoothly, steadily. Course now, the drones aren't much good for anything after they've gone flying with the queen, so they just get thrown out of the hive with the garbage. Hey, I know a lot of men who are just like that, only good for eating and mating. Mr. Pomeroy, a jolly retiree in jeans, flannel shirt, and work boots, was talking about bees, his hobby and obsession, and Sally just let him talk. The more he talked, the less she would have to, and the less questions she would have to answer about herself. They were riding in Mr. Pomeroy's old Chevy pickup with the rack over the bed and the dented right side. He'd run over a stump trying to pull out another one, and he told her all about it. He was just on his way up to a fellow beekeeper's house to check his hives when he spotted this lone, wandering gal out on the highway, dressed in jeans and an old blue jacket, a blue stocking cap on her head, and a large duffel bag over her shoulder. He was a neighborly sort and didn't like to see her lecture about the dangers of hitchhiking, and then asked her where she was going. "The Omega Center," she said. She almost expected a negative reaction from this local, traditional thinker, but apparently he'd grown used to the center being around and had no hard feelings, just curiosity. "Must be an interesting place up there," he said. "I don't know. I haven't been there in years." "Well, we're all searching, aren't we?" Sally didn't want to get into any deep discussions, but she answered anyway. Yeah, we sure are. You know, I've found the God of the Bible to be a terrific answer to my questions. You ever thought about that? Single quote. Sally noticed the bee helmet and veil behind the seat and used that to change the subject. Hey, you take care of bees. And that was what got Mr. Pomeroy started about workers, drones, queens, hives, honey, extractors, and on and on. Sally was glad. It got him off the uncomfortable subjects and excused her from having to talk. That center's just up the road here a few more miles. I can drop you off right at the front gate. How about that? The faculty dorm was a new structure, 2-storied, with 20 units. The dark-stained, grooved plywood siding and shake roof matched the general motif of the campus: rustic, woodsy, but functional. Cree and his warriors found plenty of places to hide in the thick shrubbery just beneath the rear windows. At one end of the building, a dark, slick hider playfully back and forth along the wall. Yes, there were enemy spirits about. This one must belong to another resident faculty member. That was his room. The opposite end of the building was a blank wall, void of windows and flanked by some large trees. Cree appointed a sentry, and then, as the sentry watched from the bushes, the other 4 warriors ducked around that end of the building, floated up the wall, and disappeared into the attic space. Then the sentry followed. They crouched just under the rafters, their feet in the pink fiberglass. Now they could hear a faint, whining sound, not unlike a violin in the hands of a beginner. It was coming from one of the rooms not too far from them. They moved forward, the roof bracing, passing right through their chests as they walked. Now they were above the sound. Cree pitched forward, sinking slowly through the fiberglass and ceiling joists until he could look into the room. Yes. They'd found the room of Sybil Denning, a kind and matronly educator of many years, just dozing in her bed, not quite awake. She was apparently enjoying some half-dreams still playing in her head, and was not ready to open her eyes just yet. Sitting beside her on the bed, a playful, elfin spirit moved his finger about in her brain as if stirring a bowl of soup, singing quietly to himself, giggling a little between his sing-song, scratchy phrases as he painted pictures in her mind. "You will enjoy this one," it teased in a crow's voice. "Go ahead, leave your body and touch the moon." There were 3 other spirits in the room, one hanging from the wall like a bat, one flat on his back on the rug with his clawed feet in the air, and one lying on the end of the bed as if asleep. They reminded Cree of young delinquent boys hiding in some forbidden hangout, gleefully committing sin in secret. "Oh, don't give her that one again," said the spirit hanging from the wall. "Why not?" said the dream painter. "She always believes it. I can do one better. Tonight will be your turn." Cree looked up at the warriors. They were ready. The dream painter's yellow eyes danced with delight at his own cleverness. "Ooh, remember this place. You've been here before. It is a part of you." A blinding flash. 4 angels, 4 demons. Flashing swords, red smoke. Mrs. Denning awoke with a start. Oh, it was morning. What had she been dreaming? Walking on the moon, touching it, knowing it as if she'd made it. Yes. How beautiful. Maybe it was true, just buried behind a veil of forgetfulness. Someday she must analyze what it could mean. She sat up. She felt rested, but not energetic. Somehow her usual inspiration wasn't with her. Maybe the previous week's work had drained her power. Cree and his warriors regrouped in the attic to watch her. The room was empty now except for her. She got up, got dressed, and went down the stairs. Perhaps a short walk on this crisp, clear morning would reawaken her inner potential and get the creative juices flowing. It always worked before. "Yeah, here it is," said Mr. Pomeroy, pulling over next to a wide, gravel drive that wound back into the woods. Just next to the road was an attractive, sandblasted sign. Omega Center for Educational Studies. Sally swung the door open and hopped out. "Thanks a lot." God bless you now, said the kind man. More traditional thinking. Sally thought. Sure. Take care of yourself. He nodded and smiled. She closed the cab door and pulled her duffel bag from the truck's bed. She gave him a wave, and the sound of the old pickup faded away, and then there was only the quiet of this mountain morning. Sally stood motionless for a moment, just looking at that sign. She figured they had probably repainted it at some point, but apart from that, it was still the same. The gravel drive looked the same as well. How many years had it been? At least 10. She was afraid, but she just had to take the chance. She started walking up that gravel drive, watching carefully on all sides. She tried to remember what it was like, where everything was. She was hoping nothing would escape her notice and surprise her. MN Pomeroy's old pickup roared up the mountain road and around a long, steady curve. When the road passed behind a thick grove of trees, the sound of the truck faded quickly, replaced by a whispered rushing of silken wings. Where the road reappeared, a dark East Indian, was aloft, his wings unfurled and his sword in his hand. With a burst of power he went into a steep climb and circled back toward the center. Mrs. Denning felt a little better out in the fresh air, walking on the smooth, asphalt path between the classrooms and meeting halls. Soon the campus would be full of people again and this restful solitude would be ended. It was certainly pleasant now. There went a chipmunk up the tree, and how the birds were chattering. Oh, what was this? An early arrival. Just beyond the sports field, a young lady was coming up the main road into the complex. Their eyes met. Cree touched Mrs. Denning's eyes. Easy now, don't see too well. Then he darted into the trees and out of sight. Somewhere the other warriors were present, ready and invisible. Sally looked carefully at this woman she was approaching. She wasn't sure who she might be. She was afraid they may have known each other before. She kept walking. Finally the two women came face to face in front of the quaint log cabin. Sally smiled, but her mind was instantly far away, more than 18 years away. I know this woman. The woman before her, dressed in grey pants and a casual Omega Center sweatshirt, was 18 years older, grayer, with more lines in her face. But the grey eyes still had that same sparkle, the head still had that same playful tilt when she spoke. This was Sybil Denning. Sally found her tongue and the name she'd decided to use. I'm Bethany Farrell. I was just passing through the area, and someone told me I might find a place to stay up here. Mrs. Denning smiled. Oh, you just might. We have overnight camping here, and some nice cabins. We're expecting people to arrive for a weekend retreat this afternoon, but they're a small group. I'm sure we'll still have some rooms empty. What did you have in mind? Oh, just a warm place out of the rain, some blankets, maybe a mattress. Mrs. Denning laughed. Oh, we can do better than that. Listen, the office doesn't open for a few more hours. I think the Galvins are up by now. Maybe they'll open the cafe and we can get a cup of coffee. All right. All right. Mrs. Denning turned toward the log cabin cafe, and Sally followed her. By the way, I'm Sybil Denning. Pleased to meet you. Excuse me. What was your name again? Bethany Farrell. Mrs. Denning paused on the large patio in. Don't know why you seem so familiar to me. How do you spell your last name? Farrell. Mrs. Denning shook her head just a little. No, that doesn't sound familiar. Tell me, have we ever met before? Sergeant Mulligan drove over to the post office the moment he got the call. He parked the car quietly, went up the steps quietly, and quietly found Postmaster Lucy Brandon, then just about broke a blood vessel containing himself. Hi, Lucy, he said, probably too loudly. Oh hi, Harold, she replied from behind the counter. She was helping a patron decide whether to send something first or fourth class, and the little lady couldn't seem to make up her mind. She turned to Debbie, who was just handing a giddy junior hire a box of baby chicks. "Debbie, could you finish helping Mrs. Barsino?" Debbie stepped over and began checking the weight of the package on the scale. "Fourth class." Mrs. Barsino still wasn't happy. "Well, I don't know, that's kind of slow, isn't it?" Lucy hurried to the back room and opened the employees-only door for Mulligan. He stepped inside, his hand on his hip and his feet shuffling nervously. Lucy said nothing, but quickly stepped behind a partition for privacy. Mulligan followed her, and when they were both safe from any watching eyes, she showed him a letter, still in a sealed envelope. He took it in his big fingers, read the address and the return address, actually, today. And look at the postmark. Just 3 days ago. Again Mulligan couldn't think of what to say. Lucy was quite troubled. "I don't understand. I guess it could have gotten lost somewhere, or rerouted, I don't know, but there's only one postmark, and that's halfway across the country." Mulligan murmured, "Somebody's being a real sicko. It's a joke. Well, there's no address to return it to. I just don't know, can we open this thing?" "No, we can't tamper with the mail. It's kind of scary, though. The postmark is after Sally Rowe's suicide. What if Sally Rowe is still alive somewhere?" Mulligan didn't handle that question very well. "She isn't. That's crazy." She put her finger to her lips to shush him. Debbie's attention was caught, however, by that outburst. She was finished with Mrs. Barsino and could see just a little of what was going on behind the partition. He struggled for an answer. "Well, listen, I don't know what this is all about, but let me take this with me and check into it." "But it's mail." He held his hand up. "Hey, we're only delaying it, that's all. We need to check into this. But if Tom Harris ever got this letter, you never know, it might hurt your lawsuit." Lucy hesitated when he said that. "But I'm concerned about the law, don't worry about it. We'll cover for you. I'll just have some friends check this out, and we'll get it back to you. You're not going to open it, don't worry. Just don't worry." He put the letter in his pocket and got out of there, leaving Lucy troubled, curious, nervous, and yes, worried. When he put the letter in his pocket, Debbie saw him do it. She didn't know what it all meant. She just thought it might be something worth remembering. Debbie wasn't the only one who saw it. 2 little spirits were following Mulligan, flitting about his shoulders like oversized mosquitoes, carefully eyeing that letter, snuffing and hissing in a frantic, secret conversation. Mulligan climbed into his car and cranked the engine to life. He would have some phone calls to make when he got back to the station. The 2 spirits had seen enough. "Destroyer," hissed one. "He will reward us for this," slobbered the other. They shot up the street, careening over the tops of the trucks and cars, dodging the utility poles, darting this way and that between and through the stores and businesses. Destroyer must still be nearby. They would find him. Just beneath them, unnoticed, a brown Buick eased down Front Street. The big man driving the Buick was taking it easy going through town, just getting a feel of the place. It wasn't much of a place. On the one side was the only gas station in town, boasting cheap prices and fixing flats for ladies free. Next to it was the Bacon's Corner Mercantile, a sagging old veteran of many a hard season, just like the old rusted tractor parked alongside in grass as high as the hubs. On the other side of the street seemed to be getting a lot of business. There were a lot of weathered pickup trucks parked around it and a lot of John Deere hats around. Then came the grain elevators, the towering sentinels that were visible for miles and bore the name of the town for anyone who might be wondering what all these little buildings were doing out in the middle of nowhere. The Pricewise grocery seemed out of place. It needed a mall around it to look right. "So where now?" the big man asked his wife. She sat next to him, at least as radiant in real life as she was in that picture he always kept on his desk. "What was that church we passed back there?" "Methodist, I think." Oh, here's a Lutheran. Yeah. Very nice. So where do you put a community church? We're running out of community, Kate. We'll have to turn around. Guess we'd better ask somebody. He pulled over in front of Max's barber shop, much to the interest of the two easygoing retirees sitting in their wooden chairs on the front porch. Hello there, he said, and they both stood and came closer. Well, hi, said Ed. Yeah, said Mose. I'm looking for the Good Shepherd Community Church. The two greyheads looked at each other and exchanged a silent, inside joke with their eyes. Well, in a way, he was. Ah, not exactly. Mose stood behind Ed to ask his question, even while Ed just stayed there, his nose almost through the window, looking this big fellow over. Don't think anyone's there now. The school's in session, though, and maybe the pastor's there, but he and that other lady Mrs. Fields, said Ed. Yeah, they'd be up to their gizzards in kids right now. But Tom Harris is the real hot item. If you want to see him. The man looked at his wife. She already had one eyebrow raised. This thing was big news around this town. He turned to Mose and Ed, who was unavoidable. Okay, where can I find Tom Harris? You're almost there. Head on up to the bank there, turn right. That's Pond Road. You go about half a mile, and you'll see the church first, on the left, and then Tom Harris's place is just the other side of the pond, on the right, a little white house with a glassed-in south side. Where you from? Asked Ed. You've never heard of the place. Just wondering. Ed stood away from the car and gave a little wave as the Buick drove away. Mose just watched with a smile on his face. Ed nodded with great conviction. He's a reporter, Mose. I can tell. Tom was reading through some notes he'd made for some upcoming interrogatories. Wayne Corrigan said the AGFA probably would skirt having to answer most of them, but he was going to ask them anyway. He had a lot of questions to ask those characters, and then he opened the door. His first thought was that he was facing another set of reporters, but these two were probably married, the way they stood next to each other. The man was tall and strong-looking, about middle-aged, dressed casually. His wife was attractive, also dressed casually, but exuding a quiet dignity. Tom Harris? The big man asked. Yes, he answered, and made no effort to hide his wariness of these two strangers. And just who are you? The name is Marshall Hogan, and this is my wife Kate. We've come a long way, and we'd like to talk to you. Tom made a lunch of it. He invited Mark and Kathy, Ben and Bev, and Wayne Corrigan. Corrigan was in court and couldn't make it, but the others got right over there. They pulled their sandwiches, chips, salad, and soft drinks and met with the two out-of-towners in Tom's backyard for a meeting of the minds, a serious checking out of this Marshall Hogan. Sure, he was a Christian, and sure, he'd been through an interesting spiritual battle himself, but piercing the darkness. He was also a member of the press, and by now the press was not considered friendly or trustworthy. They sat in a circle of chairs in the yard, munching on sandwiches and talking seriously. Marshall recounted in crisp, news copy fashion the adventure he'd had in the town of Ashton. They were amazed. Naturally, the occult-based conspiracy to take over Ashton and the thwarting of that conspiracy went unreported in the national media. No one sitting in the yard that day had ever heard of the place or what happened there. And I never would have heard of you people either, he said, if the whole thing didn't have such scandal potential. Hey, this kind of stuff the press calls news. It sells papers, and that's how it got to me, over the news wire. From what I read in the wire copy reading between the lines, of course you folks are up against the same thing we were facing, only religious behavior. Maybe you are outrageous. Maybe you're like too many Christians who see a demon under every doily. Maybe you deserve the lawsuit and the press you're getting. Marshall looked every one of them in the eye as he spoke. Or maybe this whole thing is legit. If it is, then I might stick around and do what I can to help you out. I've got a young gal who can run that paper while I'm away. I can take care of my own expenses up to a point. I'm a good snoop, I know how to dig things up, and I know how to fight. If this thing is what it looks like, then I'm ready to make myself available, and so is Kate. Could this be an answer to prayer? Mark was willing to explore it further, and the others agreed. They decided to tell Marshall the details of the lawsuit and the strange incident with Amber Brandon that started the whole thing. Marshall listened intently to the whole story, and he appeared to believe it. Then Marshall asked, "So did Amethyst ever show up again?" Tom thought about that question. Not in the same way. Amber stayed quiet, but she was still really strange, depressed, edgy, unattentive. She couldn't sit still during our morning devotions, and she couldn't stand hearing the Word of God. Now we know why. Amethyst wouldn't manifest at the school anymore, but she never really left. A tougher case than you figured on, I suppose. Tom turned to Kathy Howard. Why don't you tell him about what Alice Buckmeyer told you? Alice Buckmeyer's a widow who attends our church. She's a dear, Kathy explained. It wasn't too long ago, just about the same time this lawsuit began, that Alice was in the post office mailing a package when she heard this big commotion and saw Amber screaming at a woman patron. Lucy Brandon, the postmaster, came out of the back room and tried to quiet Amber down, but she just kept screaming, and Alice says Amber was prancing like a horse again, just running circles around the woman and screaming at her and scaring her to death. Who was the woman? Kathy shrugged. Alice didn't know, she never saw her before. Anyway, Lucy Brandon chased Amber around the post office lobby for a long time, and I guess Amber finally calmed down and acted like nothing happened, like a total personality switch. Now that sounds well. Marshall whistled at the story. This is getting more convincing all the time. Tom shook his head sadly. Just try convincing the rest of the world. Right. Marshall pulled some news clippings from his attaché case. The Hampton County Star seems to have you all figured out. And most of the big papers too, said Mark. It's gone out over UPI and app. I imagine the whole country's buzzing about it now. Oh sure. I see they're cashing in on the child abuse angle. Child victims of bizarre fundamentalist behavior. Nice. Or how about this one from the East Coast? Religion as abuse. Behind the doors of a private school. Oh, I was going to ask you about this one. Christian school responds to court order. It says here that you still hadn't decided if you would obey the court order or not. Where's that quote? Oh, we must obey the laws of God rather than the laws of men, said Pastor Mark Howard. Single quote. Mark nodded and had to laugh. Yes, I did say those words, but I think my entire statement was that we had heard from both sides of the question, and that some said we should obey God's appointed authorities, and some said we must obey the laws of God rather than the laws of men. I guess they caught the last part of my statement but not the first. So what did you decide? For now, we'll submit to the court order. We figure it would be in our best interests until this lawsuit is settled. Then we'll just have to look at the question again. Bev piped up. Just goes to show how people with the power can decide what we know and what we don't know. It's just like what happened to Ben. That's nothing, Ben started to say. Bev was indignant. Nothin'. It's got you out of a job, babe, and I don't call that nothin'. Kathy was in Bev's camp. There's some other hanky-panky going on right in the police department. A lady was killed a few weeks ago, and they're calling it a suicide, but Ben thinks it was a murder, and now they're just covering it all up. And the Star's covering it up too, said Bev. Did you see that little puny article calling the whole thing a suicide? Marshall only began to shake his head. Well there. See, you didn't see it either. They didn't want anyone to see it. Marshall got a question in. Ben, what happened to your job? They canned him, said Bev. He knew too much. Ben laughed and put his arm around Bev. That's the way I see it, yes. Marshall considered that. Okay, maybe we'll talk some more about that later. But let's get back to the core of this problem, and that's Amber. Tom, you said something about her claiming to have learned all this stuff in her class at the elementary school, right? Miss Brewer's class. I can believe it. The schools have been experimenting with a lot of new curricula. It could be that some kind of thinly cloaked occultism got in. What do you know about Miss Brewer? Zilch. I think she's new this year. Kathy confirmed that. Yes, she's new. I have some friends who know her. All right, we'll have to talk to them and see what they know. Miss Brewer may have brought a curriculum in with her, or maybe the school board's trying out Brewer a visit. She looked up from her notes and smiled at the thought of the adventure. Looking forward to it. Now, people of like interests tend to clump together, just like we're doing right now, and that's called networking. Once they get networked, they start working together, and that gives them a lot of clout they didn't have before. I'd like to know how much this town is networked by any occult or cosmic type groups. They might already be in the schools. Maybe they've infiltrated into other areas of power as well. There's Lifferkirkle, Mark said. Some kind of occult fellowship. Oh yes. You hear a lot about them around town, and they sell herbs and mystical, holistic literature down at the Mercantile. They call themselves something like, a supportive circle of friends devoted to personal growth and evolvement. Single quote. Who belongs to this bunch? They all started looking at each other. No one knew for sure who was involved in it. I don't know anyone right offhand, Mark explained. They don't function much in public. They're not very visible. What about Miss Brewer? No one knew. How about Lucy Brandon? This Lifferkirkle outfit, but what we're looking for is some kind of connection, some kind of link-up between these AGFA guys, Claire Johansson, Lucy Brandon, Miss Brewer, and ultimately Amber. We've got to know the enemy before we can deal with him. Marshall finished the last few drops of root beer. And I guess you know this is a spiritual battle. How are things in that department? Do you have some good prayer warriors? The reaction wasn't immediately affirmative. There was doubt all around, on every face. Mark tried to explain. It's been tough because of the lawsuit, because of the accusations leveled at Tom. The people here today are all praying, but the church is really struggling with this whole thing, and there are a lot of very unhappy people. I'm still trying to get a handle on all the talk going around. So they're talking and not praying. Mark nodded. That's about it. Marshall thought about that and nodded. Sounds like a smart move on Satan's part. If he can divide the church and split you into camps, his job will be a picnic. Well, said Mark, we can sure pray now, just us. I know we're together on this thing. Yeah, let's do it, said Ben. They prayed, and took quite a bit of time at it. Marshall and Kate joined them, and that meant a lot to everyone. There was definitely a unity here, a oneness of spirit. This big man from far away and his wife were not strangers at all, but fellow combatants. This was the hand of God. Not long after Mark said the final amen, Marshall popped the final question. So how does it sound to you? You want to deal us in, and see what develops. By now they were ready. Mark, friends can tell us about Miss Brewer, and then Kate will drop in and visit her in person. Bev, we'll need to talk to Alice Buckmeyer about that incident in the post office and hopefully get some more details from her. Maybe then we can find out where Amber got this little horse friend and what we're really dealing with. I'll see if I can check out this Lifferkirkle bunch and find out who's involved. It sounded good to them all. The group began to break up. Kathy and Bev started clearing plates from the picnic table. Mark and Tom started folding up the furniture. Mo, Ben said Marshall, and Ben joined him by the back fence. Marshall leaned on the fence and looked out over a wide, green pasture bordering Tom's yard. You were a cop, huh? Yes. Was. They let me go about 2 weeks ago. Because you were getting too close to something they were trying to cover up. Ben smiled apologetically. Well, in retrospect, I don't know for sure. It just seemed fishy to me. Let's say you were onto something. Tell me what. Ben looked out at some Holsteins grazing lazily in the distance. I've no idea, Marshall. It was simply that the deceased, a woman named Sally Rowe, was killed quite violently. At least that's how the evidence looked to me. There were signs of a struggle, a shirt stained with blood, some spilled goat feed. The body was found in a goat pen. The body itself was flung on the floor as if there had been a violent struggle. The medical examiner attributed the death to asphyxiation by hanging, the same as Sergeant Mulligan's initial conclusion, but I don't think that conclusion matched the situation found at the scene. When the landlady, Mrs. Potter, found the body, it wasn't hanging from the rafters. It didn't have a rope around its neck, nor was any rope tied to the rafters. The deceased did have a rope in her hand. And the body was flung in the straw, just as we first found it. I'm also bothered by the fact that when the call first came in, Sergeant Mulligan, people who knew Rowe before her death, the description they gave me as Sally Rowe doesn't match the description of the woman we found in that goat shed, which raises some frightening implications. The whole thing doesn't make sense at all, and I'm still disturbed about it. I see you have moles in this part of the country too, said Marshall, pointing out some new molehills in the yard. Ben was a little disappointed. Apparently his concerns were unimportant to this man who claimed to be so interested in the problems he and his friends were facing. Well, yeah. They're tough to get rid of. When they come up in my yard, I just keep scooping up the hills so they don't kill the grass. It's about all you can do. Brother, thought Ben, what a stupid conversation this is becoming. Looks like the neighbors have them too. Marshall pointed at several molehills out in the pasture. Yeah, they get around, said Ben, ready to end this letdown of a conversation, starting to look around. 2 different pieces of property here, said Marshall, looking up and down the fence. Tom has a mole, and the farmer over there has a mole. Then Marshall looked at Ben for a moment, waiting for Ben's full attention. How much you wanna bet that the molehills in this yard and the molehills in that pasture were made by the same mole? Ben stopped any other thoughts and paid attention. This guy was making a point that sounded interesting. Marshall enhanced his point. Ben, from up here on top of the ground, we think in terms of property lines, of separate domains. Tom has his yard, the farmer has his pasture, and the 2 domains are separated by this fence. But what about the mole? The fence doesn't stop him. He just goes wherever he wants and pushes up his little hills, and as far as he's concerned, it's just one big piece of ground. Keep going, said Ben. Marshall smiled, his eyes squinting a bit in the sun, the breeze blowing his red hair. The Good Shepherd Academy has a problem, and you have a problem. The Academy has a mole, and you have a mole. I'm suggesting that it might be the same mole. We're talking spiritual warfare here. Spirits don't care about whose yard it is, or where our fences might be. So what are you saying? I'm saying I'll feel a whole lot better if you and I can find out all we can about this Sally Rowe. Ben felt better. You know, I was hoping someone would see it this way. I think Bev already did. Ben carefully considered that. She sure did. Then he dug up a buried idea. I was going to run a criminal check on Rowe before I got fired. I think I could still run a check. I have a friend with the police in West Haven who could do it for me. Marshall looked at the molehills again. Can't wait to see it. Sybil Denning was a kind and sociable person, and she never seemed to be at a loss for words and topics. She and Sally spent the better part of the morning wandering about the grounds of the Omega Center for Educational Studies as Mrs. Denning pointed out all the buildings, their purpose, and what new projects were currently underway. This plaza should be ready in a few weeks, she said, pointing to a large patio the size of a basketball court, but without any markings and bordered by newly planted hedges. The Tai Chi Chuan program has gained such popularity that we thought it fitting to create an effective space for it. They walked further. This is the Performance Theatre. It seats about 400, and is our showcase for any performing arts such as music, movement, dance, poetry, drama, and so forth. Oh, and down here they came to a large stone and glass structure. This is our Healing Arts Center. We've had our various workshops in classrooms all over the campus, but since last year we've tried to consolidate the research in one building. We're trying new holistic approaches to the immune system, as well as nutritional therapy, and then homeopathy, crystals, vibrational healing, even Tibetan medicine. That's a course I plan to take while I'm here. Listen, are you hungry? It's almost time for lunch, and I'm sure the Galvins will have something ready. Let on, said Sally, alias Bethany Farrell. They sat down to a tasty vegetarian lunch. Sally ordered the rice and stir-fried vegetables. Mrs. Denning ordered a large green salad. Obviously, Mrs. Denning continued, not skipping a beat from the entire morning's lecture. The goal of education, true education, is not simply teaching generation after generation the same amount of academic content as a preparation for life, just the same old basics, as they say. The human race is evolving too fast for that. What we are more concerned with in education is the facilitation of change. We need to change the upcoming generations to prepare them for a global community. That means a lot of stubborn old ideas about reality are going to have to be cast aside. Such notions as nationalism, accountability to some supreme being, even the old Judeo-Christian dogma of absolute morality. In their place, we purpose to implant a new worldview, a global scheme of reality in which our children realize that all the earth, all nature, all forces, all consciousness are one huge, interconnected, and interdependent unity. And we're no longer alone in that goal. Even the National Coalition on Education has taken up the cause. She continued to munch on her salad like a happy rabbit. So, we bring all wisdoms of the world to this place, all systems of belief, all mystical traditions, and we bar almost nothing. Through it all, the truth can be found by each person where he finds it. Human potential, said Sally. Oh, yes, that, and spiritual wholeness, universal consciousness, all of the above. Mrs. Denning laughed with delight. It's been such a rewarding time for me, well, for many years of my life, actually. Sally knew that. Though her memory of Mrs. Denning the English teacher went back 19 years, she could see it as if it were just yesterday. A scene began playing in her mind. There stood a much younger Mrs. Denning, with more brown hair than grey, scowling at her, angry at being interrupted. Sally was much younger too, a junior in high school with a drab green sweater, a thigh-high skirt, and long, straight, red hair down to her waist. Who are you and why? Mrs. Denning demanded. It was a stock question she always used. She must have thought it was clever. Sally thought it was rude. Obviously, Mrs. Denning was not feeling well at the moment. She was trying to lead a remedial reading group, and most of the students were the shaggy, acid-dropping, spit-on-the-floor type who couldn't read and didn't care if they ever did. Mrs. Denning was definitely not in her element, much less in her best mood. Sally wasn't feeling well either. Her mother, whom she hadn't seen in almost 12 years, had just died, a pitiful alcoholic. Sally felt no remorse, but the event did deepen some attitudes she'd been developing in that high school, attitudes of fatalism, cynicism, and gloom. Now Sally was only doing her job as an office assistant during fourth period, and trying to bring Mrs. Denning a sign-up sheet on a clipboard, a typical list of participants in an upcoming volunteer whatever it was. She didn't ask to be snapped at. Mrs. Denning's question hit a lot of raw nerves. Who am I and why? Good question. She looked down at the teacher scowling up at her, and answered quite directly, I don't know, and you teachers have convinced me that I never will. Well, of course Mrs. Denning got irate. Young lady, I don't like your attitude. At this point in her life, Sally didn't care what Mrs. Denning liked or didn't like. Mrs. Denning, I came into this classroom because Mrs. Backey would like to get your signature on this sign-up sheet. I'm just doing my job, and I don't deserve to be treated rudely. Mrs. Denning stood to her feet, ready to take up the challenge. What is your name? Rowe. Sally Rowe. That's R.O. got a pencil. Mrs. Denning had a pencil. R.O.E. I'm sure you'll remember it. I'm surprised they let you work in the office. Mrs. Backey is going to hear about this. Sally held the clipboard out. Will Mrs. Backey be able to count on you as a volunteer? Mrs. Denning grabbed the clipboard and hurriedly signed it. Now get out of here. Thank you for your time. Sally was just reaching the door when Mrs. Denning had some parting words for her. This will be counted against you, young lady. She stopped and looked back at this teacher, this figure of authority. Well, you're the teacher. You have the power. Right and wrong are situational and law derives from power, so I guess that makes you right. Then Sally thought it best to footnote her comments. Mr. Davis, Humanities 101, 6th period. Mrs. Denning meant to report Sally's behavior, but never did. Something about that brief encounter stuck with her, and no, she did not forget Sally Rowe's name. Sally's mind returned to the present, and she chased a mushroom around her plate as Mrs. Denning continued to prattle. Sally had to smile at how different their conversation was compared to their first. Of course, I was involved here long before I actually came on staff. I'd be here almost every summer, working on continuing education credits and helping with the Young Potential program. Sally was just about to ask, but didn't need to. Mrs. Denning went on to explain what that was. Several of the teachers acquainted with Omega regularly took part in a program to recruit young people from the various high schools we represented around the country, young people who showed real potential for future leadership, who displayed special ability. I recruited several young people myself from the high school where I taught. These young potentials, as we called them, would be a part of our summer program here at the center, and several came back for intensive training over several summers, even after they started college. Sally smiled. She could remember the Mrs. Denning of 19 years ago, sitting at her desk in her empty classroom during the lunch recess, strangely pleasant. Sally, still the skinny and stone-faced upstart, had paused outside the classroom door to get her nerves good and steely before she stepped inside. When Mrs. Denning smiled and offered her a chair, she was quite surprised and a little suspicious. As you have probably figured out, she said, I didn't report that confrontation we had a few weeks ago. Sally said nothing. She was here because Mrs. Denning had asked her to come. Let Mrs. Denning carry the conversation. Mrs. Denning rested her elbows on the desk and folded her hands just under her chin. I apologize for being so crabby. I considered what you said, and yes, I believe I was rude to you. Sally wasn't feeling talkative yet. Okay, Sally, I've talked to Mr. Davis, and also to Mrs. Backey and Mr. Pangborn, and we've all come to agree that you show great promise. You've risen above some real obstacles in your life and excelled academically and intellectually. Now the other teachers tell me you're asking some incisive questions and digging into the material much more deeply than the courses require. I want it to be about something, Sally said. Mrs. Denning was impressed and nodded with a smile. Yes. The meaning behind it all, isn't that right? Sally was in no mood to waste words. I've excelled. I've consistent 4.0 average. But if I'm nothing more than a cosmic accident, then I don't see any point in all that I've done, and to be honest, I'm getting quite bored with it. Mrs. Denning reached for a brochure and handed it to her. You might be interested in this. Sally looked it over as she listened. It's a special summer program for exceptional students. I've been involved as a summer advisor for several years now, and I'm always looking for new young potentials. I think you would fit the qualifications. What would I learn? Mrs. Denning was delighted to give such an answer. The meaning behind it all. The meaning behind it all. Now, 19 years later, Sally couldn't hold back a bitter smile. Fortunately, Mrs. Denning didn't notice. Would you like any more tea? The teacher asked. Yes, please. Mrs. Denning poured the green, herbal concoction into Sally's cup. Sally asked, so how have all these young potentials turned out? Marvelous. We've had an impressive record, with our young potentials going on to become educators, psychologists, doctors, even statespersons. You see, the strength of Omega is in the upcoming generations we educate. When we mold them in their younger years, they then mature to be the future change agents in our culture, bringing all the masses closer and closer to the ultimate goal of world community. It starts in the classroom. And that's what's so exciting about the changes that have occurred in recent years. Our material and curricula are gaining a much wider acceptance now. Educators and schools all over the country are attending our seminars and signing up for our programs. I think one factor would be the dissolving of the old tradition. Many years, people are starting to wake up to themselves and the need for global community. It's the only way our race can survive, of course. Now that we're educating new generations totally free of the old traces of Judeo-Christian bigotry, our success rate is rising exponentially. Cree was hearing it all, hiding in the attic of the little cafe. But he was getting edgy. It was getting later all the time, and before too long, more people would start showing up, more teachers, more leaders, more gurus and shamans, and with them, more demons than he or his warriors wanted to face. Worst of all, the prince of this place would be back as well, and he would be most upset to find these saboteurs lurking about. He heard a special whistle. It was C, signaling trouble. He shot down the length of the attic, out the end of the building, and into the concealing branches of a large maple. There was a tiny sparkle of light coming from the trees near the front gate. C's signal. He was alerting all the warriors. And there was the trouble. The demons appeared first, swirling and hovering in a flock of at least 100, following about 20 feet above an unseen vehicle. They weren't too large, probably not frontliners, but deadly nevertheless. Cree had to cringe just looking at those flashing fangs and clicking, razor-sharp talons. Assailing that bunch would best be avoided. Then the vehicle appeared, a large van, lumbering toward the campus, stirring up the dust. It was full of weekenders and full of demonic warriors as well. The window of opportunity was rapidly closing. They had to get Sally out of there. Say, said Sally, as if she'd just remembered something, would it be the Omega Center that published that curriculum I saw Finding Me? Mrs. Denning's eyes brightened. Finding the Real Mel, yes. That's a popular curriculum for grades 1 to 6. We have different programs for every grade, but the easiest implementation so far has been with 4th graders. You know, we've had that curriculum available for about 10 years, but never got into the schools until just a few years ago. The old Christian roadblocks again. We're having great success with it now, however. It still works, and that says a lot for the staff that put it together. C whistled again, and Cree got the signal. More vehicles were coming up the road, a 50-passenger bus, full of high schoolers, several cars, another van. The first van was pulling up in front of the registration office, its escorting cloud of demons beginning to disperse. all cackling and chattering, some roosting in the trees, some alighting on the top of the van, some just flitting about the grounds looking for mischief. No, Cree hadn't seen these two yet. From within the van, like huge, hulking dinosaurs, two demon warriors emerged and stood guard, their swords ready at their sides, their yellow eyes darting about with great wariness. They were searching the grounds, the trees, every possible hiding place, looking for any intruders. Then a man stepped out of the van and stretched a bit. He was dressed in a navy blue jogging suit and wore dark sunglasses. He was middle-aged, but obviously a real health enthusiast. His face had a strange, stony expression. The muscles seemed tight. Cree recognized him immediately. Steele, the mysterious Mr. Steele, overseer of the Omega Center. No wonder there were such monstrous demon guards along. 4 other men got out of the van, each with at least 4 demonic escorts clinging to him. These were vicious characters indeed. There was something about these 4. Cree could sense that they were something even more insidious and evil than Mr. Steele. Mr. Steele paused by the registration office to chat with some old friends who had just arrived in the school bus. He waved at all the high schoolers still waiting to pile out. Both ladies had finished their lunch and now sat over their cups of tea, relaxing. Sally figured the time was right for her next question. She began to pull the neck chain from inside her shirt. "Say, in all your travels, I was just wondering, have you ever seen a ring like this?" She brought the ring out into the open and let Mrs. Denning have a good look at it. Mrs. Denning put on her reading glasses for a closer look. "Hey, what is this symbol on here? I've always tried to figure that out. Where did you get this?" "A friend." Mrs. Denning turned the ring over, this way and that, studying it. "Well, this face could be a gargoyle, but so triangular, like a combination of ghoulish face and triangle, fascinating. But you've never seen anything like this before?" "Oh no, not that I know of." Steele was heading for the cafe. Cree looked across the grounds. His warriors were hiding themselves so well that even Cree could not see them. He wasn't sure where they were, or if they were there at all. Oh no! Beyond the lake, just over the tops of the trees, a large detachment of demons approached like a swarm of bats, appearing as a long, thin, charcoal smudge across the sky. The Prince of Omega was returning, ready for more evildoing. Soon he and his horde would be right over the lake. Cree ducked back into the attic of the cafe to check on Sally. Mr. Steele went into the log cabin